Part 2 of Book 3, Chapter 17 of These Twain by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Part 2 of Book 3, Chapter 17. 5. They were at the meal. Hilda had covered George's portion of fish with a plate and put it before the fire to keep warm. She was just returning to the table. Tertius Ingpen, who sat with his back to the fire, looked at her over his shoulder with an admiring smile, and said, "Well, I've had some good meals in this house, but this is certainly the best bit of fish I ever tasted, so that the catastrophe in the kitchen leaves me unmoved." Hilda, with face suddenly transformed by a responsive smile, insinuated herself between the table and her armchair, drew forward the chair by its arms, and sat down. Her keen pleasure in the compliment was obvious. Edwin noted that the meal was really very well served, the table brighter than usual, the toast crisper, and the fish, a fine piece of hake white as snow within its brown exterior, merely perfect. There was no doubt that Hilda could be extremely efficient when she desired. Edwin's criticism was that she was too often negligent, and that in her moods of conscientiousness she gave herself too urgently and completely, producing an unnecessary disturbance in the atmosphere of the home. Nevertheless, Edwin too felt pleasure in the compliments to Hilda, and he calmly enjoyed the spectacle of his wife and his friend side by side on such mutually appreciative terms. The intimacy of the illuminated table in the midst of the darker room, the warmth and crackling of the fire, the grave solidity of the furniture, the springiness of the thick carpet, and the delicate odours of the repast, all these things satisfied in him something that was profound. And the two mature, vivacious, intelligent faces under the shaded gas excited his loyal affection. "That's right," Hilda murmured in her clear enunciation. "I do like praise." "Now then, you callous brute," said Ingpen to Edwin, "what do you say?" And Hilda cried with swift, complaining sincerity, "Oh, Edwin never praises me." Her sincerity convinced by its very artlessness. The complaint had come unsought from her heart, and it was so spontaneous and forcible that Tertius Ingpen, as a tactful guest, saw the advisability of easing the situation by laughter. "Yes, I do," Edwin protested, and though he was shocked, he laughed in obedience to Ingpen's cue. It was true, he did praise her, but not frequently, and almost always in order to flatter her rather than to express his own emotion. Edwin did not care for praising people. He would enthusiastically praise a book, but not a human being. His way was to take efficiency for granted. "Not so bad" was a superlative of laudation with him. He was now shocked as much by the girl's outrageous candour as by the indisputable revelation that she went hungry for praise. Even to a close friend such as Ingpen, surely a wife had not the right to be quite so desperately sincere. Edwin considered that in the presence of a third person, husband and wife should at any cost maintain the convention of perfect conjugal amenity. He knew couples who achieved the feat, Albert and Clara, for example. But Hilda, he surmised, had other ideas, if indeed she had ever consciously reflected upon this branch of social demeanour. Certainly she seemed at moments to lose all regard for appearances. Moreover, she was polluting by acerbity the pure friendliness of the atmosphere, and endangering cheer. "He's too wrapped up in the works to think about praising his wife," Hilda continued, still in the disconcerting vein of sincerity, but with less violence and a more philosophical air. The fact was that although she had not regained the zest of the mood so rudely dissipated by the scene with Ada, she was kept cheerful by the mere successful exercise of her own energy in proving to these two men that servants were not in the least essential to the continuance of plenary comfort in her house, and she somewhat condescended towards Edwin. "By the way, Teddy," said Ingpen, pulling lightly at his short beard, "I heard a rumour that you were going to stand for the town council in the South Ward. Why didn't you?" Edwin looked a little confused. "Who told you that tale?" "Well, it was about." "It never came from me," said Edwin. Hilda broke in eagerly. "He was invited to stand, but he wouldn't. I thought he ought to. I begged him to, but no, he wouldn't. And did you know he refused a J.P.ship too?" "Oh," mumbled Edwin, "that sort of thing's not my line." "Oh, isn't it?" Ingpen explained. "Then whose line is it?" "Look at all the rotters in the council," said Edwin. "All the more reason why you should be on it." "Well, I've got no time," Edwin finished gloomily and uneasily. Ingpen paused, tapping his teeth with his finger, before proceeding in a judicial, thoughtful manner which in recent years he had been developing. "I'll tell you what's the matter with you, old man. You don't know it, but you're in a groove. You go about like a shuttle from the house to the works, and the works to the house, and you never think beyond the works and the house." "Oh, don't I?" Ingpen went placidly on. "No, you don't. You're becoming a good specimen of the generous domesticated business man. You've forgotten what life is. You fancy you're at full stretch all the time, but you're in a coma. I suppose you'll never see 40 again. And have you ever been outside this island? You went to Llandudno this year because you went last year, and you'll go next year because you went this year. If you happen now and then to worry about the failure of your confounded Liberal party, you think you're a blooming broad-minded publicist. Where are your musical evenings? When I asked you to go with me to a concert at Manchester last week but one, you thought I'd gone dotty, simply because it meant you're leaving the works early and not getting to bed until the unheard-of time of 1:30 a.m. "I was never told anything about any concert," Hilda interjected sharply. Go on," said Edwin, raising his eyebrows. "I will," said Ingpen with tranquillity, as though discussing impartially and impersonally the conduct of some individual at the Antipodes. "Where am I? Well, you're always buying books, and I believe you reckon yourself a bit of a reader. What do you get out of them? I dare say you've got decided views on the transcendent question whether Emily Bronte was a greater writer than Charlotte. That's about what you've got. Why, dash it, you haven't a vice left. A vice would interfere with your lovely litho. There's only one thing that would upset you more than a machinery breakdown at the works." "And what's that?" "What's that? If one of the hinges of your garden gate came off, or you lost your latchkey. Why, just look how you've evidently been struck all of a heap by this servant affair. I expect it occurred to you your breakfast might be 5 minutes later in the morning." "Stuff," said Edwin amiably. He regarded Ingpen's observations as fantastically unjust and beside the mark, but his sense of fairness and his admiration of the man's intellectual honesty would not allow him to resent them. Ingpen would discuss and dissect either his friends or himself with equal detachment. The detachment was complete, and his assumption that his friends fully shared his own dispassionate, curious interest in arriving at the truth appealed very strongly to Edwin's loyalty. That Ingpen was liable to preach, and even to hector, was a drawback which he silently accepted. "Struck all of a heap, indeed," muttered Edwin. "Wasn't he, Hilda?" "I should just say he was, and I know he thinks it's all my fault," said Hilda. Tertius Ingpen glanced at her an instant, and gave a short, half-cynical laugh, which scarcely concealed his mild scorn of her feminine confusion of the argument. "It's the usual thing," said Ingpen, with scorn still more marked. At this stage of a dissertation he was inclined to be less a human being than the trumpet of a sacred message. "It's the usual thing. I never knew a happy marriage yet that didn't end in the same way." Then, perceiving that he was growing too earnest, and that his emphasis on the phrase happy marriage had possibly been too sarcastic, he snickered. "I really don't see what marriage has to do with it," said Hilda, frowning. "No, of course you don't," Ingpen agreed. "If you'd said business," he added. "Now we've had the diagnosis," Edwin sardonically remarked, looking at his plate. "What's the prescription?" He was reflecting. "Happy marriage, does he call it? Why on earth does she say I think it's all her fault? I've not breathed a word." "Well," replied Ingpen, "you live much too close to your infernal works. Why don't you get away, right away, and live out in the country like a sensible man, instead of sticking in this filthy hole among all these new cottages? Barbarian hordes!" "Oh, hurrah!" cried Hilda. "At last I've got somebody who takes my side." "Of course you say it's impossible. You naturally would," Ingpen resumed. He was interrupted by the entrance of George. Soon after Tertius Ingpen's arrival, George had been dispatched to summon urgently Mrs. Tams, the charwoman who had already more than once helped to fill a hiatus between two cooks. George showed now no trace of his late martyrdom, nor of a headache. To conquer George in these latter days you had to demand of him a service. It was Edwin who had first discovered the intensity of the boy's desire to take a useful share in any adult operation whatever. He came in red-cheeked, red-handed, rough, defiant, shy, proud, and making a low, intermittent "ooh" noise with protruding lips to indicate the sharpness of the frost outside. As he had already greeted Ingpen, he was allowed to go without ceremony straight to his chair. Confidentially, in the silence, Hilda raised her eyebrows to him interrogatively. In reply, he gave one short nod. Thus, in two scarcely perceptible gestures, the assurance was asked for and given that the mission had been successful, and that Mrs. Tams would be coming up at once. George loved these private and laconic signallings, which produced in him the illusion that he was getting nearer to the enigma of life. As he persisted in the "ooh" manifestation, Hilda amicably murmured, "Hush, hush." George pressed his lips swiftly and hermetically together, and raised his eyebrows in protest against his own indecorum. He glanced at his empty place, whereupon Hilda glanced informingly in the direction of the fire, and George, skilled in the interpretation of minute signs, skirted stealthily round the table behind his mother's chair, and snatched his loaded plate from the hearth. Nobody said a word. The sudden stoppage of the conversation had indeed caused a slight awkwardness among the elders. George, for his part, was quite convinced that they had been discussing his eyesight. "Furnace all right again, sonny?" asked Edwin quietly when the boy had sat down. Hilda was replenishing Ingpen's plate. "Plop!" muttered George, springing up aghast. This meant that he had forgotten the furnace in the cellar, source of heat to the radiator in the hall. By a recent arrangement he received 6d. a week for stoking the furnace. "Never mind, it'll do afterwards," said Edwin. But George, masticating fish, shook his head. He must be stern with himself, possibly to atone for his tears, and he went off instantly to the cellar. "Bit chill," observed Edwin to him as he left the room. A bit chilly was what he meant, but George delighted to chip the end off a word, and when Edwin chose to adopt the same practice, the boy took it as a Masonic sign of profound understanding between them. George nodded and vanished, and both Edwin and Hilda dwelt in secret upon his boyish charm, and affectionate satisfaction mingled with and softened their apprehensions and their brooding responsibility and remorse. They thought, "He is simply exquisite," and in their hearts apologized to him. Tertius Ingpen asked suddenly, "What's happened to the young man's spectacles?" "They don't suit him," said Hilda eagerly. "They don't suit him at all. They give him headaches. Edwin would have me take him to the local man, what's his name, at Hambridge. I was afraid it would be risky, but Edwin would have it. I'm going to take him to London tomorrow. He's been having headaches for some time and never said a word. I only found it out by accident." "Surely," Ingpen smiled, "it's contrary to George's usual practice to hide his troubles like that, isn't it?" "Oh," said Hilda, "he's rather secretive, you know." "I've never noticed," said Ingpen, "that he was more secretive than most of us are about a grievance." Edwin, secretly agitated, said in a curious, light tone, "If you ask me, he kept it quiet just to pay us out." "Pay you out? What for?" "For making him wear spectacles at all. These kids want a deuce of a lot of understanding, but that's my contribution. He simply said to himself, 'Well, if they think they're going to cure my eyesight for me with their beastly specs, they just aren't, and I won't tell them.'" "Edwin," Hilda protested warmly, "I wonder you can talk like that." Tertius Ingpen went off into one of his peculiar long fits of laughter, and Edwin quizzically smiled, feeling as if he was repaying Hilda for her unnecessary insistence upon the fact that he was responsible for the choosing of an optician. Hilda, suspecting that the two men saw something droll which was hidden from her, blushed and then laughed in turn, somewhat self-consciously. "Don't you think it's best to go to London about an affair like eyesight?" she asked Ingpen pointedly. "The chief thing in these cases," said Ingpen solemnly, "is to satisfy the maternal instinct. Yes, I should certainly go to London. If Teddy disagrees, I'm against him. Who are you going to?" "You are horrid," Hilda exclaimed, and added with positiveness, "I shall ask Charlie Aubrey first. He'll tell me the best man." "You seem to have a great belief in Charlie," said Ingpen. "I have," said Hilda, who had seen Charlie at George's bedside when nobody knew whether George would live or die. "And While they were talking about Charlie and about Janet, who was now living with her brother at Ealing, the sounds of George stoking the furnace below came dully up through the floorboards. "If you and George are going away," asked Ingpen, "what will happen to his worship, with not a servant in the house?" This important point had been occupying Edwin's mind ever since Hilda had first announced her intention to go to London. But he had not mentioned it to her, nor she to him, their relations being rather delicate. It had, for him, only an academic interest, since he determined that she should not go to London on the morrow. Nevertheless, he waited anxiously for the reply. Hilda answered with composure, "I am hoping he'll come with us." He had been prepared for anything but this. The proposition was monstrously impossible. Could a man leave his works at a moment's notice? The notion was utterly absurd. "Oh, that's quite out of the question," he said at once. He was absolutely sincere. The effect of Ingpen's discourse was, however, such as to upset the assured dignity of his pronouncement, for the decision was simply an illustration of Ingpen's theory concerning him. He blushed. "Why is it out of the question?" demanded Hilda, inimically gazing at him. She had lost her lenient attitude towards him of the afternoon. Nevertheless, reflecting upon Tertius Ingpen's indictment of the usual happy marriage, she had been planning the expedition to London as a revival of romance in their lives. She saw it as a marvellously rejuvenating experience. When she thought of all that she had suffered, and all that Edwin had suffered, in order that they might come together, she was quite desolated by the prosaic flatness of the ultimate result. Was it to attain their present stolid existence that they had endured affliction for a decade? She wanted passionately to break the mysterious bands that held them both back from ecstasy and romance. And he would not help her. He would not enter into her desire. She had known that he would refuse. He refused everything. He was so set in his own way. Resentment radiated from her. "I can't," said Edwin. "What do you want to go tomorrow for? What does a day or two matter?" Then she loosed her tongue. "Why tomorrow? Because you couldn't trifle with the child's eyesight. Already the thing had been dragging on for goodness knows how long. Every day might be of importance, and why not tomorrow? They could shut the house up and go off together and stay at Charlie's. Hadn't Janet asked them many a time? Maggie would look out for new servants, and Mrs. Tams would clean the house. It was really the best way out of the servant question, too, besides being the best for George. And there's another thing," she went on without a pause, speaking rapidly and clearly. "Your eyes want seeing to as well. Do you think I don't know?" she sneered. "Mine?" he exclaimed. "My eyes are as right as rain." It was not true. His eyes had been troubling him. "Then why have you had a double candle bracket fixed at your bedhead, when a single one's been enough for you all these years?" she demanded. "I just thought of it, that's all," said Edwin glumly, and with an attempt to be diplomatic. "Anyhow, I can't go to London tomorrow. And when I want an oculist," he finished with grimness, "Hambridge would be good enough for me, I'm thinking." Strange, she had never before said a word to him about his eyes. "Then what shall you do while I'm away?" she asked implacably. But if she was implacable, he also could be implacable. If she insisted on leaving him in the lurch, well, she should leave him in the lurch. Tertius Ingpen was witness of a plain breach between them. It was unfortunate. It was wholly Hilda's fault. But he had to face the fact. "I don't know," he replied curtly. The next moment George returned. "Hasn't Mrs. Tams been quick, mother?" said George. "She's come." 6. In the drawing-room, after the meal, Edwin could hear through the half-open door the sounds of conversation between Hilda and Mrs. Tams, with an occasional word from George, who was going to help Mrs. Tams to put the things away after she had washed and wiped. The voice of Mrs. Tams was very gentle and comforting. Edwin's indignant pity went out to her. Why should Mrs. Tams thus cheerfully bear the misfortunes of others? Why should she, at a moment's notice, leave a cottage full of young children and a husband liable at any time to get drunk and maim either them or her, in order to meet a crisis caused by Hilda's impulsiveness and lack of tact? The answer, as in so many cases, was of course economic. Mrs. Tams could not afford not to be at Mrs. Clayhanger's instant call. Also, she was born the victim of her own altruism. Her soul was soft like her plump cushion-like body, and she lived as naturally in injustice as a fish in water. But could anything excuse those who took advantage of such an economic system and such a devoted nature? Edwin's conscience uneasily stirred. He could have blushed. However, he was helpless, and he was basely glad that he was helpless, that it was no affair of his after all, and that Mrs. Tams had thus to work out her destiny to his own benefit. He saw in her a seraph for the next world, and yet in this world he contentedly felt himself her superior. And her voice, soothing, acquiescent, expressive of the spirit which gathers in extraneous woes, as the mediaeval saint drew to his breast the swords of the executioners, continued to murmur in the hall. Edwin thought, I alone in this house feel the real significance of Mrs. Tams. I'm sure she doesn't feel it herself. But these reflections were only the vague, unimportant background to the great matter in his mind, the difficulty with Hilda. When he had entered the house, questions of gaslight and blinds were enormous to him. The immense general question of servants had diminished them to a trifle. Then the question of George's headache and eyesight had taken precedence, and now the relations of husband and wife were mightily paramount over everything else. Tertius Ingpen, having as usual opened the piano, was idly diverting himself with strange chords, while cigarette smoke rose into his eyes, making him blink. Like Edwin, Ingpen was a little self-conscious after the open trouble in the dining-room. It would have been absurd to pretend that trouble did not exist. On the other hand, the trouble was not of the kind that could be referred to by even a very intimate friend. The acknowledgment of it had to be mute. But, in addition to being self-conscious, Ingpen was also triumphant. There was a peculiar sardonic and somewhat disdainful look on his face as he mused over the chords, trying to keep the cigarette smoke out of his eyes. His oblique glance seemed to be saying to Edwin, "What have I always told you about women? Well, you're married, and you must take the consequences. Your wife's no worse than other wives. Here am I, free. And wouldn't you like to be in my place, my boy? How wise I have been!" Edwin resented these unspoken observations. The contrast between Ingpen's specious support and flattery of Hilda when she was present, and his sardonic glance when she was absent, was altogether too marked. Himself in revolt against the institution of marriage, Edwin could not bear that Ingpen should attack it. Edwin had, so far as concerned the outside world, taken the institution of marriage under his protection. Moreover, Ingpen's glance was a criticism of Hilda such as no husband ought to permit, and it was also a criticism of the husband, that slave and dupe. Yet at bottom, what Edwin resented was Ingpen's contemptuous pity for the slave and the dupe. "Why London, and why tomorrow?" said Edwin cheerfully, with a superior philosophical air, as though impartially studying an argumentative position, as though he could regard the temporary vagaries of an otherwise fine, sensible woman with bland detachment. He said it because he was obliged to say something, in order to prove that he was neither a slave nor a dupe. "Ask me another," replied Ingpen curtly, continuing to produce chords. "Well, we shall see," said Edwin mysteriously, firmly and loftily, meaning that, if his opinion were invited, his opinion would be that Hilda would not go away tomorrow, and that whenever she went, she would not go to London. He decided to have a grand altercation with his wife that night, when Ingpen and Mrs. Tams had departed, and George was asleep, and they had the house to themselves. He knew his ground, and he could force a decisive battle. He felt no doubt as to the result. The news of his triumph should reach Ingpen. Ingpen was apparently about to take up the conversation, when George came clumsily and noisily into the drawing-room. All his charm seemed to have left him. "I thought you were going to help," said Edwin. "So I am," George challenged him, and lacking the courage to stop at that point, added, "But they aren't ready yet." "Let's try those Haydn bits, George," Ingpen suggested. "Oh, no," said George curtly. Ingpen and the boy had begun to play easy fragments of duets together. Edwin said with sternness, "Sit down to that piano and do as Mr. Ingpen asks you." George flushed and looked foolish, and sat down, and Ingpen quizzed him. All three knew well that Edwin's fierceness was only a one among sundry consequences of the mood of the housemistress. The slow movement and the scherzo from the symphony were played, and, while the music went on, Edwin heard distantly the opening and shutting of the front door, and an arrival in the hall, and then chattering. Maggie had called. "What's she after?" thought Edwin. "Who, there's Auntie Maggie!" George exclaimed as soon as the scherzo was finished, and ran off. "That boy's really musical," said Ingpen with conviction. "Yes, I suppose he is," Edwin agreed casually, as though deprecating a talent which, however, was undeniable. "But you'd never guess he got a bad headache, would you?" It was a strange kind of social evening, and Hilda, it seemed to the august Edwin, had a strange notion of the duties of hostess. Surely if Mrs. Tams was in the kitchen, Hilda ought to be in the drawing-room with their guest. Surely Maggie ought to have been brought into the drawing-room. She was not a schoolgirl, she was a woman of over 40, and yet she had quite inexcusably kept her ancient awkwardness and timidities. He could hear chatterings from the dining-room, scurryings through the hall, and chatterings from the kitchen. Then a smash of crockery, a slight scream, and girlish giggles. They were all the same, all the women he knew, except perhaps Clara. They had hours when they seemed to forget that they were adult and that their skirts were long. And how was it that Hilda and Maggie were suddenly so intimate, they whose discreet mutual jealousy was an undeniable phenomenon of the family life? With all his majesty, he was simpleton enough never to have understood that two women who eternally suspect each other may yet dissolve upon occasion into the most touching, playful tenderness. The whole ground floor was full of the rumour of an apparent alliance between Hilda and Maggie, and as he listened, Edwin glanced sternly at the columns of the Evening Signal, while Tertius Ingpen, absorbed, worked his way bravely through a sonata of Beethoven. Then George reappeared. "Mother's going to take me to London tomorrow about my eyes," said George to Ingpen, stopping the sonata by his mere sense of the terrific importance of such tidings. And he proceeded to describe the projected doings in London, the visit to Charlie and Janet Orgreave, and possibly to the Egyptian Hall. Edwin did not move. He kept an admirable and complete calm under the blow. Hilda was decided, then, to defy him. In telling the boy, who during the meal had been permitted to learn nothing, she had burnt her boats. She had even burnt Edwin's boats also, which seemed to be contrary to the rules laid down by society for conjugal warfare. But women never could fight according to rules. The difficulties and dangers of the great pitched battle which Edwin had planned for the close of the evening were swiftly multiplied. He had misgivings. The chattering, giggling girls entered the drawing-room, but as Maggie came through the doorway, her face stiffened, her eyes took on a glaze, and when Ingpen bent over her hand in all the false ardour of his excessive conventional chivalry, the spinster's terrible constraint, scourge of all her social existence, gripped her like a disease. She could scarcely speak. "Hello, Mag," Edwin greeted her. Impossible to divine in this plump, dowdy, fading, dumb creature the participator in all those chatterings and gigglings of a few moments earlier. Nevertheless, Edwin, who knew her profoundly, could see beneath the glaze of those eyes the common-sense soul of the sagacious woman protesting against Ingpen's affected manners, and deciding that she did not care for Ingpen at all. "Auntie Hamps is being naughty again," said Hilda bluntly. Ingpen, and then Edwin, sniggered. "I can't do anything with her, Edwin," said Maggie, speaking quickly and eagerly as she and Hilda sat down. "She's bound to let herself in for another attack if she doesn't take care of herself. And she won't take care of herself. She won't listen to the doctor or anybody else. She's always on her feet, and she's got sewing meetings on the brain just now. I've got her to bed early tonight. She's frightfully shaky, and I thought I'd come up and tell you. You're the only one that can do anything with her at all, and you really must come and see her tomorrow on your way to the works." Maggie spoke as though she had been urging Edwin for months to take the urgent matter in hand, and was now arrived at desperation. All right," said he, with amiable impatience. It was the first he had heard of the matter. "I'll drop in, but I've got no influence over her," he added with sincerity. "Oh, yes, you have," said Maggie, mildly now. I'm very sorry to hear about George's eyes, seeing it's absolutely necessary for Hilda to take him to London tomorrow, and you've got no servants at all. Can't you come and sleep at Auntie's for a night or two? You've no idea what a relief it would be for me." In an instant Edwin saw that he was beaten, that Hilda and Maggie, in the intervals of their giggling, had combined to overthrow him. The tone in which Maggie uttered the words "George's eyes," "absolutely necessary," and "such a relief," precluded argument. His wife would have her capricious, unnecessary way, and he would be turned out of his own house. "I think you might, dear," said Hilda, with the angelic persuasiveness of a loving and submissive wife. Nobody could have guessed from that marvellous tone that she had been determined to defeat him, and was then, so to speak, standing over his prostrate form. Maggie, having said what was necessary to be said, fell back into the constraint from which no efforts of her companions could extricate her. Such was the effect upon her of the presence of Tertius Ingpen, a stranger. Presently Ingpen was scanning timetables for Hilda, and George was finding notepaper for her, and Maggie was running up and down stairs for her. She was off to London. In that woman's head, thought Edwin, as, observing his wife, he tried in vain to penetrate the secrets behind her demeanour, there's only room for one idea at a time. 7. Edwin sat alone in the drawing-room at the end of an evening which he declined to call an evening at all. His eyes regarded a book on his knee, but he was not reading it. His mind was engaged upon the enigma of his existence. He had entered the house without the least apprehension, and brusquely, in a few hours, everything seemed to be changed for him. Impulse had conquered common sense. His ejectment was a settled thing, and he was condemned to the hated abode of Auntie Hamps. Events seemed enormous. They desolated him. His mouth was full of ashes. The responsibilities connected with George were increasing. His wife, incalculable and unforeseeable, was getting out of hand, and the menace of a future removal to another home in the country was raised again. He looked about the room, and he imagined all the house, every object in which was familiar and beloved, and he simply could not bear to think of the disintegration of those interiors by furniture removers, and of the endless rasping business of creating a new home in partnership with a woman whose ideas about furnishing were as unsound as they were capricious. He utterly dismissed the fanciful scheme as he dismissed the urgings towards public activity. He deeply resented all these headstrong intentions to disturb him in his tranquillity. They were indefensible, and he would not have them. He would die in sullen obstinacy rather than yield. Impulse might conquer common sense, but not beyond a certain degree. He would never yield. Ingpen had departed to sleep in a room in the same building as his office at Hambridge. He knew that Ingpen had no comprehension of domestic comfort and a well-disposed day. Nevertheless, he envied the man his celestial freedom. If he, Edwin, were free, what an ideal life he could make for himself, a life presided over by common sense, regularity, and order. He was not free. He would never be free. And what had he obtained in exchange for freedom? Ingpen's immense criticism smote him. He had a wife and her child, servants at intervals, a fine works and many workpeople, a house with books, money, security. The organized machinery of his existence was tremendous, and it was all due to him, made by him in his own interests and to satisfy his own desires. Without him, the entire structure would crumble in a week. Without him, it would have no excuse. And what was the result? Was he ever, in any ideal sense, happy? That is, free from foreboding, from friction, from responsibility, and withal lightly joyous? Was any quarter of any hour of his day absolutely what he would have wished? He ranged over his day, and concluded that the best part of it was the very last. He got into bed. The candles in the sconce were lit, the gas diminished to a blue speck, and most of the room in darkness. He lay down on his left side, took the marker from the volume in his hand, and began to read. The house was silent and enclosed. The rumbling tram-car, to whose sound he had been accustomed from infancy, did not a bit disturb him. It was in another world. Over the edge of his book he could see the form of his wife, fast asleep in the other bed, her plaited hair trailing over the pillow. The feel of the sheets to his limbs was exquisite. He read. The book was good. The chill of winter just pleasantly affected the hand that held the book. Nothing annoyed, nothing jarred. Sleep approached. That 15 minutes, that 20 or 30 minutes, was all that he could show as the result of the tremendous organized machinery of his existence. His house, his works, his work-people, his servants, his wife with her child. Hilda came with quick determination to the drawing-room. They had not spoken to each other alone since the decision and his defeat. He was aware of his heart beating resentfully. "I'm going to bed now, dear," she said in an ordinary tone. "I've got a frightful headache, and I must sleep. Be sure and wake me up at 7 in the morning, will you? I shall have such lots to do." He thought, has she a frightful headache? She bent down and kissed him several times, very fervently. Her lips lingered on his. And all the time she frowned ever so little, and it was as if she was conveying to him, "But each for himself in marriage, after all." In spite of himself, he felt just a little relieved, and he could not understand why. He watched her as she left the room. How had it come about that the still finally mysterious creature was living in his house, imposing her individuality upon him, spoiling his existence? He considered that it was all disconcertingly strange. He rose, lit a cigarette, and opened the window, and the frosty air entering braced him and summoned his self-reliance. The night was wondrous, and when he had shut the window and turned again within, the room, beautiful, withdrawn, peaceful, was wondrous too. He reflected that soon he would be in bed, calmly reading, with his wife unconscious as an infant in the other bed. And then his grievance against Hilda slowly surged up, and he began for the first time to realize how vast it was. "Confound that woman," he muttered, meaning Auntie Hamps. End of Part 2 of Book 3, Chapter 17. Part 1 of Book 3, Chapter 18 of These Twain by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Book 3, Chapter 18, Auntie Hamps Sentenced. 1. On the next evening, it was Maggie who opened Mrs. Hamp's front door for Edwin. There was no light in the lobby, but a faint gleam coming through the open door of the sitting-room disclosed the silhouette of Maggie's broad figure. "I thought you'd call in this morning," said Maggie discontentedly. "I asked you to. I've been expecting you all day." "Didn't you get my message?" "No. What message?" "Do you mean to say a lad hasn't been here with my portmanteau?" demanded Edwin, alarmed and ready to be annoyed. "Yes, a lad's been with your portmanteau, but he gave no message." "Damn him! I told him to tell you I couldn't possibly get here before night." "Well, he didn't," said Maggie stoutly, throwing back the blame upon Edwin and his hirelings. "I particularly wanted you to come early. I told Auntie you'd be coming." "How's she getting on?" Edwin asked with laconic gruffness, dismissing Maggie's grievance without an apology. He might have to stand nonsense from Hilda, but he would not stand it from Maggie, of whose notorious mildness he at once began to take advantage, as in the old days of their housekeeping together. Moreover, his entrance into this abode was a favour, exhibiting the condescension of the only human being who could exercise influence upon Auntie Hamps. "She's worse," said Maggie, briefly and significantly. "In bed?" said Edwin, less casually, marking her tone. Maggie nodded. "Had the doctor?" "I should think so, indeed." "Humph! Why don't you have a light in this lobby?" he inquired suddenly, on a dryly humorous note, as he groped to suspend his overcoat upon an unstable hat-stand. It seemed to be a very cold lobby, after his own radiator-heated hearth. "She never will have a light here, unless she's doing the grand for someone. Are you going to wash ye?" "No, I cleaned up at the works." A presentiment of the damp chilliness of the Hamps' bedroom had suggested this precaution. Maggie preceded him into the sitting-room, where a hexagonal occasional table was laid for tea. "Hello, do you eat here? What's the matter with the dining-room?" "The chimney always smokes when the wind's in the south-west." Well, why doesn't she have a cowl put on it? You'd better ask her. Also, she likes to save a fire. She can't bear to have two fires going as well as the kitchen range. I'll bring tea in. It's all ready. Maggie went away. Edwin looked round the shabby Victorian room. A length of featureless linoleum led from the door to the table. This carpet-protecting linoleum exasperated him. It expressed the very spirit of his aunt's house. He glanced at the pictures, the texts, the beady and the woolly embroideries, the harsh chairs, and the magnificent morocco exteriors of the photograph albums in which Auntie Hamps kept the shiny portraits of all her relatives, from grand-nieces back to the third and fourth generation of ancestors. And a feeling of desolation came over him. He thought, how many days shall I have to spend in this deadly hole? It was extremely seldom that he visited King Street, and when he did come, the house was brightened to receive him. He had almost forgotten what the house really was. And, suddenly thrown back into it at its most lugubrious and ignoble, after years of the amenities of Trafalgar Road, he was somehow surprised that that sort of thing had continued to exist, and he resented that it should have dared to continue to exist. He had a notion that, since he had left it behind, it ought to have perished. He cautiously lifted the table and carried it to the hearthrug. Then he sat down in the easy chair, whose special property, as he remembered, was slowly and inevitably to slide the sitter forward to the hard edge of the seat, and he put his feet inside the fender. In the grate a small fire burned between two fire bricks. He sneezed. Maggie came in with a tray. "Are you cold?" she asked, seeing the new situation of the table. "Am I cold?" Edwin repeated. "Well," said Maggie, "I always think your rooms are so hot." Edwin seized the small serviceable tongs which saved the wear of the large tongs matching the poker and the shovel, and he dragged both fire bricks out of the grate. "No coal here, I suppose?" he exclaimed gloomily, opening the black japanned coal scuttle. "Oh, corn in Egypt!" The scuttle was full of coal. He threw onto the fire several profuse shovelfuls of best household nuts, which had cost 16 shillings a ton, even in that district of cheap coal. "Well," Maggie murmured aghast, "it's a good thing it's you. If it had been anybody else—" "What on earth does she do with her money?" he muttered. Shrugging her shoulders, Maggie went out again with an empty tray. "No servant either?" Edwin asked when she returned. "She's sitting with Auntie." "Must I go out before I've had my tea?" "No, she won't have heard you come." There was a grilled mutton chop and a boiled egg on the crowded small table, with tea, bread and butter, 2 rounds of dry bread, some cakes, and jam. "Which are you having, egg or chop?" Edwin demanded as Maggie sat down. "Oh, they're both for you." "And what about you?" "I only have bread and butter as a rule." Edwin grunted and started to eat. "What's supposed to be the matter with her?" he inquired. "It seems it's congestion of the lung and thickened arteries. It wouldn't matter so much about the lung being congested, in itself, only it's a strain on her heart." "I see. Been in bed all day, I suppose?" "No, she would get up, but she had to go back to bed at once. She had a collapse." He could not think of anything else to say. "Haven't got tonight's signal, have you?" "Oh, no," said Maggie, astonished at such a strange demand. "Hilda get off all right?" "Yes, they went by the 9 train." "She told me that she should, if she could manage it. I expect Mrs. Tams was up there early." Edwin nodded, recalling with bitterness certain moments of the early morning, and then silence ensued. The brother and sister could not keep the conversation alive. Edwin thought, we know each other intimately, and we respect each other, and yet we cannot even conduct a meal together without awkwardness and constraint. Has civilization down here got no further than that? He felt sorry for Maggie, and also kindly disdainful of her. He glanced at her furtively and tried to see in her the girl of the far past. She had grown immensely older than himself. She was now at home in the dreadful Hamps environment. True, she had an income, but had she any pleasures? It was impossible to divine what her pleasures might be, what she thought about when she lay in bed, to what hours she looked forward. First his father, then himself, and lastly Auntie Hamps had subjugated her. And of the 3, Auntie Hamps had most ruthlessly succeeded, and in the shortest time. And yet, Edwin felt, even Auntie Hamps had not quite succeeded. and the original individual still survived in Maggie, and was silently critical of all the phenomena which surrounded her and to which she had apparently submitted. Realizing this, Edwin ceased to be kindly disdainful. Towards the end of the meal, a heavy foot was heard on the stairs. "Minnie!" Maggie called. After shuffling and hesitation, the sitting-room door was pushed ever so little open. "Yes, miss," said someone feebly. "Why have you left, Mrs. Hamps? Do you need anything?" "Mrs. Maybe-go, miss," came the reply, very loosely articulated. "Come in and take your bread," said Maggie, and aside to Edwin, "Auntie's at it again." After another hesitation, the door opened wide, and Minnie became visible. She was rather a big girl, quite young, fat, too fair, undecided, obviously always between two minds. Her large apron, badly fitted over the blue frock, was of a dubious yellow colour. She wore spectacles. Behind her spectacles she seemed to be blinking in confusion at all the subtle complexities of existence. She advanced irregularly to the table with a sort of nervous desperation, as if saying, "I have to go through this ordeal." Edwin could not judge whether she was about to smile or about to weep. "Here's your bread," said Maggie, indicating the 2 rounds of dry bread. "I've left the dripping on the kitchen table for you." Edwin, revolted, perceived of course in a flash what the life of Minnie was under the regime of Auntie Hamps. "Thank you, miss." He noticed that the veiled voice was that of a rather deaf person. Blushing, Minnie took the bread and moved away. Just as she reached the door, she gave a great sob, followed by a number of little ones, and the bread fell on the carpet. She left it there and vanished, still violently sobbing. Edwin, spellbound, stopped masticating. A momentary sensation almost of horror seized him. Maggie turned pale, and he was glad that she turned pale. If he had shown by no sign that such happenings were unusual, he would have been afraid of the very house itself, of its mere sinister walls which seemed to shelter sick tyrants, miserable victims, and enchanted captives. He would have begun to wonder whether he himself was safe in it. "What's next?" muttered Maggie, intimidated but plucky, rising and following Minnie. "Just go up to Auntie, will you?" she called to Edwin over her shoulder. "She oughtn't really to be left alone for a minute." 2. Edwin pushed open the door and crept with precautions into the bedroom. Mrs. Hamps was dozing. In the half-light of the lowered gas he looked at her and was alarmed, shocked, for it was at once apparent that she must be very ill. She lay reclining against several crumpled and crushed pillows, with her head on one side and her veined hands limp on the eiderdown, between the heavy brown side curtains that hung from the carved mahogany tester. The posture seemed to be that of an exhausted animal, surprised by the unconsciousness of final fatigue, shameless in the intense need of repose. Auntie Hamps had ceased to be a Wesleyan, a pillar of society, a champion of the conventions, and a keeper-up of appearances. She was just an utterly wearied and beaten creature, breathing noisily through wide-open mouth. Edwin could not remember ever having seen her when she was not, to some extent, arrayed for the world's gaze. He had not seen her at the crisis of any of her recent attacks. He knew that more than once she had recovered when good judges had pronounced recovery impossible. But he was quite sure now that she would never rise from that bed. He had the sudden dreadful thought, "She's done for, sentenced, cut off from the rest of us. This is the end for her. She won't be able to pretend any more. All her efforts have come to this." The thought affected him like a blow, and 2 somewhat contradictory ideas sprang from it. First, the entire absurdity of her career as revealed by its close, and secondly, the tragic dignity with which its close was endowing her. At once contemptible and august, she was diminished, even in size. Her scanty grey hair was tousled. Her pink flannel night-dress with its long, loose sleeves was grotesque. The multitude of her patched outer wrappings, from which peeped her head on its withered neck, and safety-pins, and the orifice of a hot-water bag, were equally grotesque. None of the bed-linen was clean or of good quality. The eiderdown was old, and the needle-points of its small white feathers were piercing it. The table at the bed-head had a strange collection of poor, odd crockery. The whole room, with its distempered walls of an uncomfortable green colour, in spite of several respectable pieces of mahogany furniture, seemed to be the secret retreat of a graceless and mean indigence. And above all, it was damply cold. The window stood a little open, and only the tiniest fire burnt in the inefficient grate. For decades, Auntie Hamps, with her erect figure and handsome face, her black silks, jet ornaments, and sealskins, her small regular subscriptions, and her spasmodic splendours of golden generosity, her heroic, relentless hypocrisies, and her absolute self-reliance and independence, had exhibited a glorious front to the world. With her, person and individuality were almost everything, and the environment she had made for herself almost nothing. The ground floor of her house was presentable, especially when titivated for occasional hospitalities, but not more than presentable. The upper floor was never shown. In particular, Auntie Hamps was not one of those women who invite other women to their bedrooms. Her bedroom was guarded like a fastness. In it, unbeheld, lived the other Auntie Hamps, complementary to the grand and massive Mrs. Hamps known to mankind. And now the fastness was exposed, defenceless, and its squalid, avaricious secrets discovered, and she was too broken to protest. There was something unbearably pitiful in that. Her pose was pitiful, and her face was pitiful. Those features were still far from ugly. The contours of the flushed cheeks, the chin, and the convex eyelids were astonishingly soft, and recalled the young girl of about half a century earlier. She was both old and young in her troubled unconsciousness. The reflection was inevitable. She was a young girl, and now she is sentenced. Edwin felt himself desolated by a terrible gloom which questioned the justification of all life. The cold of the room made him shiver. After gazing for a long time at the sufferer, he tiptoed to the fire. On the painted iron mantelpiece were a basalt clock and 3 photographs: a recent photograph of smoking Clara surrounded by her brood, a faded photograph of Maggie as a young girl, intolerably dowdy, and an equally faded photograph of himself as a young man of 20. He remembered the suit and the necktie in which he had been photographed. The simplicity, the ingenuousness of his own boyish face moved him deeply, and at the same time disgusted him. Was I like that? He thought, astounded, and he felt intensely sorry for the raw youth. Above the clock was suspended by a ribbon a new green card, lettered in silver with some verses entitled "Lean Hard." This card, he knew, had superseded a booklet of similar tenor that used to lie on the dressing-table when he was an infant. The verses began, "Child of my love, lean hard, and let me feel the pressure of thy care." And they ended, "Thou lovest me, I knew it. Doubt not then, but loving me, lean hard." All his life he had laughed at the notion of his auntie leaning hard upon anything whatever. Yet she had lived continually with these verses ever since the year of their first publication. She had never tired of their message. And now Edwin was touched. He seemed to see some sincerity, some beauty in them. He had a vision of their author, unknown to literature, but honoured in 100,000 respectable homes. He thought, did Auntie only pretend to believe in them, or did she think she did believe in them, or did she really believe in them? The last seemed a possibility. Supposing she did really believe in them? Yes, he was touched. He was ready to admit that spirituality was denied to none. He seemed to come into contact with the universal, immanent spirituality. Then he stooped to put some bits of coal silently on the fire. "Who's that putting coal on the fire?" said a faint but sharply protesting voice from the bed. The weakness of the voice gave Edwin a fresh shock. The voice seemed to be drawing on the very last reserves of its owner's vitality. Owing to the height of the foot of the bed, Auntie Hamps could not see anything at the fireplace lower than the mantelpiece. As she withdrew from earth, she employed her fading faculties to expostulate against the waste of coal and to identify the unseen criminal. "I am," said Edwin cheerfully. "It was nearly out." He stood up, smiling slightly, and faced her. Auntie Hamps, lifting her head and frowning in surprise, gazed at him for a few moments, as if trying to decide who he was. Then she said, in the same enfeebled tone as before, "Oh, Edwin, I never heard you come in. This is an honour." And her head drooped back. "I am sleeping here," said Edwin with determined shelfishness. "Did you know?" She reflected and answered deliberately, using her volition to articulate every syllable. "Yes, you're having a Maggie's room." "Oh, no, Auntie." "Yes, you are. I've told her." The faint voice became harshly obstinate. "Turn the gas up a bit, Edwin, so that I can see you." "Well, this is an honour. Did Maggie give you your proper tea?" "Oh, yes, thanks. Splendid." He raised the gas. Auntie Hamps blinked. "You want something to shade this gas," said Edwin. "I'll fix you something." The gas bracket was a little to the right of the fireplace, over the dressing-table, and nearly opposite the bed. Auntie Hamps nodded. Having glanced about, Edwin put a bonnet-box on the dressing-table, and on that, upright and open, the Hamps family Bible from the ottoman. The infirm creation was just lofty enough to come between the light and the old woman's eyes. "That'll be better," said he. "You're not at all well, I hear, Auntie." He endeavoured to be tactful. She slowly shook her head as it lay on the pillow. "This is one of my bad days, but I shall pick up. Then has Hilda taken George to London?" Edwin nodded. "Oh, I do hope and pray it'll be all right. I've had such good eyesight myself, I'm all the more afraid for others. What a blessing it's been to me. And what a good mother dear Hilda is." She added after a pause, "I dare say there never was such a mother as Hilda, unless it's Clara." "Has Clara been in to-day?" Edwin demanded, to change the subject of conversation. "No, she hasn't, but she will as soon as she has a moment. She'll be popping in. There's such a tie on her, those children are, and how she looks after them. Edwin," she called him as though he were receding. "Yes?" The frail voice continued, articulating with great carefulness, and achieving each sentence as though it were a miracle, as indeed it was. "I think no one has ever had such nephews and nieces as I have. I've never had children of my own. That was not to be. But I must say that all has made it up to me and my nephews and nieces. You and Hilda and Clara and Albert and the little chicks." Tears stood in her eyes. "You are forgetting Maggie," said Edwin lightly. "Yes," Auntie Hamps agreed, but in a quite different tone, reluctant and critical. "I'm sure Maggie does her best. Oh, I'm sure she does. Edwin!" Again she called him. He approached the tumbled bed, and even sat on the edge of it, his hands in his pockets. Auntie Hamps, though breathing now more rapidly and with more difficulty, seemed to have revitalized herself at some mysterious source of energy. She was still preoccupied by the mental concentration and the effort of volition required for the smallest physical acts incident to her continued existence, but she had accumulated power for the furtherance of greater ends. "Do you want anything?" Edwin suggested, indicating the contents of the night-table. She moved her head to signify a negative. Her pink-clad arms did not stir, and her whole being seemed to be suspended while she prepared for an exertion. "I'm so relieved you've come," she said at length, slowly and painfully. "You can't think what a relief it is to me. I've really no one but you. It's about that girl." "What girl?" "Minnie." "The servant?" Mrs. Hamps inclined her head, and fetched breath through the wide-open mouth. "I've only just found it out. She's in trouble. Oh, she admitted it to me a bit ago. I sent her downstairs. I wouldn't have her in my bedroom a minute longer. She's in trouble. I felt sure she was. She was at class meeting last Wednesday, and only yesterday I paid her wages. Only yesterday. Here she lives on the fat of the land, and what does she do for it? I assure you I have to see everything myself. I'm always after her. In a month she won't be fit to be seen. Edwin, I've never been so ashamed that I should have to tell such a thing to my own nephew." She ceased, exhausted. Edwin was somewhat amused. He could not help feeling amused at such an accident happening in the house of Mrs. Hamps. "Who's the man?" he asked. "Yes, and that's another thing," answered Mrs. Hamps solemnly in her extreme weakness. "It's the barman at the vaults, of all people. She wouldn't admit it, but I know." What are you going to do? She must leave my house at once. Where does she live? I mean her people. She has no parents. Auntie Hamps reflected for a few moments. She has an aunt at Axe. Well, she can't get to Axe tonight, said Edwin positively. Does Maggie know about it? Maggie, exclaimed Mrs. Hamps scornfully. Maggie never notices anything. She added in a graver tone, and there's no reason why Maggie should know. It's not the sort of thing that Maggie ought to know about. You can speak to the girl herself. It will come much better than you. I shall simply tell Maggie I've decided the girl must go. She can't go tonight, Edwin repeated, humouringly, but firmly. Auntie Hamps proved the sincerity of her regard for him by yielding. Well, she murmured, tomorrow morning, then. She can turn out the sitting-room and clean the silver in the black box, and then she can go, before dinner. I don't see why I should give her her dinner, nor her extra day's wages either. And what shall you do for a servant? Get a charwoman? Charwoman? No, Maggie will manage. And then with a sudden flare of relished violence. I always knew that girl was a mopsy slut. And what's more, if you ask me, she's brought him into the house, and after 11 o'clock at night, too. All right, Edwin muttered to soothe the patient. And Mrs. Hamps sadly smiled. It's such a relief to me, she breathed. You don't know what a relief it is to me to put it in your hands. Her eyelids drooped. She said no more. Having looked back for an instant in a supreme effort on behalf of the conventions upon which society was established, Auntie Hamps turned again, exhausted, towards the lifting veil of the unknown. And Edwin began to realize the significance of the scene that was ended. 3. I say, Edwin began, when he had silently closed the door of the sitting-room, here's a lark, if you like. And he gave a short laugh. It was under such language and such demeanour that he concealed his real emotion, which was partly solemn, partly pleasurable, and wholly buoyant. Maggie looked up gloomily. With a bit of pencil held very close to the point in her heavy fingers, she was trotting up the figures of household accounts in a penny red-covered cash-book. Edwin went on. It seems the girl yon, he indicated the kitchen with a jerk of the head, has been and got herself into a mess. Maggie leaned her chin on her hand. Has she been talking to you about it? With a similar jerk of the head, Maggie indicated Mrs. Hamp's bedroom. Yes. I suppose she's only just found it out. Who, Auntie? Yes. Did you know about it? Did I know about it? Maggie repeated with mild, disdainful impatience. Of course I knew about it. I've known for weeks. But I wasn't going to tell her, she finished bitterly. Edwin regarded his sister with new respect, and not without astonishment. Never before in their lives had they discussed any inconvenient sexual phenomenon. Save for vague and very careful occasional reference to Clara's motherhood, Maggie had never given any evidence to her brother that she was acquainted with what are called in Anglo-Saxon countries the facts of life, and he had somehow thought of her as not having emerged, at the age of 44 or so, from the naive ignorance of the young girl. Now, her perfectly phlegmatic attitude in front of the mini-episode seemed to betoken a familiarity that approached cynicism. And she was not at all tongue-tied. She was at her ease. She had become a woman of the world. Edwin liked her. He liked her manner and her tone. His interest in the episode even increased. She was for turning her out tonight, said he. I stopped that. I should think so, indeed. I've got her as far as tomorrow morning. The girl won't go tomorrow morning either, said Maggie. At least if she goes, I go. She spoke with tranquillity, adding, We needn't bother about that. Auntie will be past worrying about Minnie tomorrow morning. I'd better go up to her. She can't possibly be left alone. Maggie shut the account book and rose. I only came down for a sec to tell you. She was dozing, said Edwin apologetically. She's awfully ill. I'd no idea. Yes, she's ill right enough. Who'll sit up with her? I shall. Did you sit up with her last night? No, only part of the night. We ought to get a nurse. Well, we can't get one tonight. And what about Clara? Can't she take a turn? Surely in a case like this she can chuck her eternal kids for a bit. I expect she could, but she doesn't know. "Haven't you sent round?" He expressed surprise. "I couldn't," said Maggie with undisturbed equanimity. "Who could I send? I couldn't spare Minnie. The thing didn't seem at all serious until this morning. Since then I've had my hands full." "Yes, I can see you have," Edwin agreed appreciatively. "It was lucky the doctor called on his own. He does sometimes, you know, since she began to have her attacks." "Well, I'll go round to Clara's myself," said Edwin. "I shouldn't," said Maggie, "at least not tonight." "Why not?" He might have put the question angrily, overbearingly, but Maggie was so friendly, suave, confidential, persuasive, and so sure of herself, that with pleasure he copied her accents. He enjoyed thus talking to her intimately in the ugly, dark house, with the life-bearing, foolish Minnie on the one hand, and the dying old woman on the other. He thought, "There's something splendid about Mag. In fact, I always knew there was." And he forgot her terrible social shortcomings, her utter lack of the feminine seductiveness that for him ought to be in every woman, and her invincible stolidity. Her sturdy and yet scarcely articulate championship of Minnie delighted him and quickened his pulse. "I'd sooner not have her here tonight," said Maggie. "You knew they'd had a tremendous rumpus, didn't you?" "Who, Auntie and Clara?" "Yes." "I didn't. What about? When? Nobody ever said anything to me." "Oh, it must have been 2 or 3 months ago. Auntie said something about Albert not paying me my interest on my money he's got. And then Clara flared up, and the fat was in the fire." "Do you mean to say he's not paying you your interest? Why didn't you tell me?" "Oh, it doesn't matter. I didn't want to bother you." "Well, you ought to have bothered me," said Edwin, with a trace of benevolent severity. He was astounded and somewhat hurt that this great family event should have been successfully concealed from him. He felt furious against Albert and Clara, and at the same time proud that his prognostication about the investment with Albert had proved correct. "Did Hilda know?" "Oh, yes, Hilda knew." "Well, I'm dashed!" The exclamation showed naivety. His impression of the chicanery of women was deepened, so that it actually disquieted him. "But I suppose," he went on, "I suppose this row isn't going to stop Clara from coming here, seeing the state Auntie's in?" "No, certainly not. Clara would come like a shot if she knew, and Albert as well. She's a good nurse, in some ways." "Well, if they aren't told, then anything happens to Auntie in the night, there'll be a fine to do afterwards. Don't forget that." "Nothing'll happen to Auntie in the night," said Maggie, with tranquil reassurance. "And I don't think I could stand 'em tonight." The hint of her nervous susceptibility beneath that stolid exterior appealed to him. Maggie, since closing the account-book, had moved foot by foot anxiously towards the door, and had only been kept in the room by the imperative urgency of the conversation. She now had her hand on the door. "I say," he held her yet another moment, "what's this about me taking your room? I don't want to turn you out of your room." "That's all right," she said with a kind smile. "It's easiest, really. Moreover, I dare say there won't be such a lot of sleeping. I must go up at once. She can't possibly be left alone." Maggie opened the door, and she had scarcely stepped forth when Minnie from the kitchen rushed into the lobby and dropped, intentionally or unintentionally, on her knees before her. Edwin, unobserved by Minnie, witnessed the scene through the doorway. Minnie, agitated almost to the point of hysteria, was crying violently, and as she breathed her shoulders lifted and fell, and the sound of her sobbing rose periodically to a shriek and sank to a groan. She knelt with her body and thighs upright and her head erect, making no attempt to stem the tears or to hide her face. In her extreme desolation she was perhaps as unconscious of herself as she had ever been. Her cap was awry on her head, and her hair disarranged. The blinking spectacles made her ridiculous. Only the blue-print uniform and the sinister yellowish apron drawn down tight under her knees gave a certain respectable regularity to her extraordinary and grotesque appearance. To Edwin she seemed excessively young, and yet far too large and too developed for her age. The girl was obviously a fool. Edwin could perceive in her no charm whatever, except that of her innocence, and it was not easy to imagine that any man, even the barman at the vaults, could have mistaken her even momentarily for the ideal. And then some glance of her spectacled eyes, or some gesture of the great red hand, showed him his own blindness, and mysteriously made him realize the immensity of the illusion and the disillusion through which she had passed in her foolish and incontinent simplicity. What had happened to her was miraculous, exquisite, and terrible. He felt the magic of her illusion and the terror of her disillusion. Already in her girlishness and her stupidity she had lived through supreme hours. Compared to her, he thought, I don't know what life is. No man does. And he not only suffered for her sorrow, he gave her a sacred quality. It seemed to him that heaven itself ought to endow her with beauty, grace, and wisdom, so that she might meet with triumphant dignity the ordeals that awaited her, and that mankind should supplement the work of heaven by clothing her richly and housing her in secluded splendour, and offering her the service which only victims merit. Surely her caprices ought to be indulged and honoured. Edwin was indignant. Indignation positively burnt his body. She was helpless and defenceless, and she had been exploited by Auntie Hamps. And after having been exploited, she had been driven out by Ukase on week-night to class meeting and on Sunday night to chapel, to find Christ, with the result that she had found the barman at the vaults. The consequences were inevitable. She was definitely ruined, unless the child should bereave her by dying, and even then she might still be ruined. And what about the child, if the child lived? And although Edwin had never seen the silly girl before, he said to himself, while noticing that a crumb or two of the bread dropped by her still remained on the floor, I'll see that girl through, whatever it costs. He was not indignant against Auntie Hamps. How could he be indignant against an expiring old creature already desperate in the final dilemma? He felt nearly as sorry for Auntie Hamps as for Minnie. He was indignant against destiny, of which Auntie Hamps was only the miserable, unimaginative instrument. "I'd better go tonight, miss. Let me go tonight," cried Minnie. And she cried so loudly that Edwin was afraid Auntie Hamps might hear and might make an apparition at the head of the stairs and curse Minnie with fearful biblical names. And the old woman in the curtained bed upstairs was almost as present to him as the girl kneeling before his eyes on the linoleum of the lobby. "Minnie, Minnie, don't be foolish," said Maggie, standing over her and soothing her, not with her hands, but with her voice. Maggie had shown no perturbation or even surprise at Minnie's behaviour. She stood looking down at her, benevolent, but deprecating, and calm. And by contrast with Minnie, she seemed to be quite middle-aged. Her tone was exactly right. It reminded Edwin of the tone which she would use to himself when she was 16 and the housekeeper, and he was 12. Maggie had long since lost authority over him. She had lost everything. She would die without having lived. She had never begun to live. No, perhaps once she had just begun to live. Minnie had prime knowledge far exceeding hers, and yet she had power over Minnie and could exercise it with skill. Minnie, hesitating, sobbed more slowly, and then ceased to sob. "Go back into the kitchen and have something to eat, and then you can go to bed. You'll feel differently in the morning," said Maggie, with the same gentle blandness. And Minnie, as though fascinated, rose from her knees. Edwin, surmising what had passed between the two in the kitchen while he was in the bedroom, was aware of a fresh, intense admiration for Maggie. She might be dowdy, narrow, dull, obstinate, virgin, but she was superb. She had terrific reserves. He was proud of her. The tone merely of her voice as she spoke to the girl seemed to prove the greatness of her deeply hidden soul. Suddenly Minnie caught sight of Edwin through the doorway, flushed red, had the air of slavishly apologizing to the unapproachable male for having disturbed him by her insect woes, and vanished. Maggie hurried upstairs to the departing. Edwin was alone with the chill draught from the lobby into the room, and with the wonder of life. End of Part 1 of Part 3, Chapter 18. Part 2 of Book 3, Chapter 18 of These Twain by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Book 3, Chapter 18. Fall. In the middle of the night, Edwin kept watch over Auntie Hamps, who was asleep. He sat in a rocking chair with his back to the window and the right side of his face to the glow of the fire. The fire was as effective as the size and form of the grate would allow. It burnt richly red, but its influence did not seem to extend beyond a radius of 4 feet outwards from its centre. The terrible damp chill of the Five Towns winter hung in the bedroom like an invisible miasma. He could feel the cold from the window, which was nevertheless shut, through the shawl with which he had closed the interstices of the back of the chair, and though he had another thick shawl over his knees, the whole of his left side felt the creeping attack of the insidious miasma. The thermometer which he had found and which lay on the night table 5 yards from the fire registered only 52 degrees. His expelled breath showed in the air. It was as if he were fighting with all resources against frigidity and barely holding his own. In the half-light of the gas, still screened from the bed by the bonnet-box and the Bible, he glanced round amid the dark meadows at the mean and sinister ugliness of the historic chamber, the secret nest and withdrawing-place of Auntie Hamps, and the real asceticism of her life and of the life of all her generation almost smote him. Half a century earlier, such a room had represented comfort. In some details, as for instance in its bed, it represented luxury. And in half a century Auntie Hamps had learnt nothing from the material progress of civilization but the use of the hot water bag. Her vanished and forgotten parents would have looked askance at the enervating luxuriousness of her hot water bag, unknown even to the crude, wistful boy Edwin on the mantelpiece. And Auntie Hamps herself was wont, as it were, to atone for it by using the still tepid water therefrom from her morning toilet, instead of having truly hot water brought up from the kitchen. Edwin thought, are we happier for these changes brought about by the mysterious force of evolution? And answered very emphatically, yes, we are. He would not for anything have gone back to the austerities of his boyhood. He rocked gently to and fro in the chair, excited by events and by the novel situation, and he was not dissatisfied with himself. Indeed, he was aware of a certain calm complacency, for his common sense had triumphed over Maggie's devoted silly womanishness. Maggie was for sitting up through the night. She was anxious to wear herself out for no reason whatever. But he had sent her to bed until 3 o'clock, promising to call her if she should be needed. The exhausted girl was full of sagacity, save on that one point of martyrdom to the fullest, apparently with her a point of honour. For the sake of the sensation of having martyrized herself utterly, she was ready to imperil her fitness for the morrow. She secretly thought it was unfair to call upon him, a man, to share her fatigues. He regarded himself as her superior in wisdom, and he was relieved that anyone so wise and balanced as Edwin Clayhanger had taken supreme charge of the household organism. Restless, he got up from the chair and looked at the bed. He had heard no unusual sound therefrom, but to excuse his restlessness he had said, suppose some change had occurred and I didn't notice it. No change had occurred. Auntie Hamps lay like a mite, like a baby forlorn, senile and defenceless, amid the heaped pillows and coverings of the bed. Within the deep gloom of the canopy and the overarching curtains, only her small, soft face was alive. Even her hair was hidden in the indentation made by the weight of her head in the pillows. She was unconscious, either in sleep or otherwise, he could not tell how. And in her unconsciousness, the losing but obstinate fight against the power which was dragging her over the edge of eternity still went on. It showed in the apprehensive character of her breathing, which made a little momentary periodic cloud above her face, and in the uneasy muscular movements of the lips and jaws, and in the vague noises in her throat. A tremendous pity for her re-entered his heart, almost breaking it, because she was so beaten and so fallen from the gorgeousness of her splendour. Even Minnie could have imposed her will upon Auntie Hamps now. Each hour she weakened. He had no more resentment against her on account of Minnie, no accusation to formulate. He was merely grieved, with a compassionate grief, that Auntie Hamps had learned so little while living so long. He knew that she was cruel only because she was incapable of imagining what it was to be Minnie. He understood. She worshipped God under the form of respectability, but she did worship God. Like all religious votaries, she placed religion above morality. Hence her chicane, her inveterate deceit and self-deceit. It was with a religious aim that she had concealed from him the estrangement between herself and Clara. The unity of the family was one of her major canons, as indeed it was one of Edwin's. She had a passion for her nephew and nieces. It was a grand passion. Her pride in them must have been as terrific as her longing that they and all theirs should conform to the sole ideal that she comprehended. Undeniably there was something magnificent in her religion, her unscrupulousness in the practice of it, and the mighty consistency of her career. She had lived. He ceased to pity her, for she towered above pity. She was dying, but only for an instant. He would smile at his aunt's primeval notions of a future life, yet he had to admit that his own notions, though far less precise, could not be appreciably less crude. He and she were anyhow at one in the profound and staggering conviction of immortality. Enlightened by that conviction, he was able to reduce the physical and mental tragedy of the deathbed to its right proportions as a transiency between the heroic past and the inconceivable future. And in the stillness of the room and the stillness of the house, perfumed by the abnegation of Maggie and the desolate woe of the ruined Minnie whom the clayhangers would save, and in the outer stillness of the little street with the Norman church tower sticking up out of history at the bottom of its slope, Edwin felt uplifted and serene. He returned to the rocking-chair. "She's asleep now in some room I've never seen," he reflected. He was suddenly thinking of his wife. During the previous night, lying sleepless close to her while she slept soundly, he had reflected long and with increasing pessimism. The solace of Hilda's kiss had proved fleeting. She had not realized, he himself was then only realizing little by little, the enormity of the thing she had done. What she had deliberately and obstinately done was to turn him out of his house. No injury that she might have chosen could have touched him more closely, more painfully, for his house, to him, was sacred. Her blundering with the servants might be condoned, but what excuse was it possible to find for this precipitate flight to London, involving the summary ejectment from the home of him who had created the home, and for and by whom the home chiefly existed? True, the astounding feat of wrong-headedness had been aided by the mere chance of Maggie's calling. Capricious women were always thus lucky. Maggie's suggestion and request had given some afterglow of reason to that mad project. But the justification was still far from sufficient, and the odious idea haunted him that, even if Maggie had not called with her tale, Hilda would have persisted in her scheme all the same. Yes, she was capable of that. The argument that George's eyes, of whose condition she had learnt by mere hazard, could not wait until domestic affairs were arranged, was too grotesque to deserve an answer. Lying thus close to his wife in the dark, he perceived that the conflict between his individuality and hers could never cease. No diplomatic devices of manner could put an end to it. And he had seen also that as they both grew older and developed more fully, the conflict was becoming more serious. He assumed that he had faults, but he was solemnly convinced that the faults of Hilda were tremendous, essential, and ineradicable. She had a faculty for acting contrary to justice and contrary to sense which was simply monstrous, and it had always been so. Her whole life had been made up of impulsiveness and contumacy in that impulsiveness. Witness the incredible scenes of the strange Dartmoor episode, all due to her stubborn irrationality. The perspective of his marriage was plain to him in the night, and it ended in a rupture. He had been resolutely blind to Hilda's peculiarities, dismissing incident after incident as an isolated misfortune. But he could be blind no more. His marriage was all of a piece, and he must and would recognize the fact. The sequel would be a scandal. Well, let it be a scandal. As the minutes and hours passed in grim meditation, the more attractive grew the lost freedom of the bachelor, and the more ready he felt to face any ordeal that lay between him and it. And, just as it was occurring to him that his proper course was to have fought a terrific, open, decisive battle with her in front of both Maggie and Inkpen, he had fallen asleep. Upon awaking, Barely in time to arouse Hilda, he knew that the mood of the night had not melted away, as such moods are apt to melt when the window begins to show a square of silver grey. The mood was even intensified. Hilda had divined nothing. She never did divine the tortures which she inflicted on his heart. She did not possess the gumption to divine. Her demeanour had been amazing. She averred that she had not slept at all. Instead of cajoling, she bullied. Instead of tacitly admitting that she was infamously wronging him, she had assumed a grievance of her own, without stating it. Once she had said discontentedly about some trifle, "You might at any rate," as though the victim should caress the executioner. She had kissed him at departure, but not as usual effusively, and he had suffered the kiss in enmity. And after an unimaginable general upset and confusion in which George had shown himself strangely querulous, she had driven off with her son, unconscious, stupidly unaware that she was leaving a disaster behind her. And last of all, Edwin, solitary, had been forced to perform the final symbolic act, that of locking him out of his own sacred home. The affair had transcended belief. All day at the works his bitterness and melancholy had been terrible, and the works had been shaken with apprehension, for no angry menaces are more disconcerting than those of a man habitually mild. Before evening he decided to write to his wife from Auntie Hamp's, a letter cold, unanswerable, crushing, that would confront her unescapably with the alternatives of complete submission or complete separation. The phrases of the letter came to his mind. He would see who was master. He had been full of the letter when he entered Auntie Hamp's lobby. But the strange tone in which Maggie had answered his questions about the sick woman had thrust the letter and the crisis right to the back of his mind, where they had uneasily remained throughout the evening. And now, in the rocking-chair, he was reflecting, "She's asleep in some room I've never seen." He smiled. Such a smile, candid, generous, and affectionate as was Hilda's joy, such a smile as Hilda dwelt on in memory when she was alone. The mood of resentment passed away, vanished like a nightmare at dawn, and, like one of his liverish headaches, dispersed suddenly after the evening meal. He saw everything differently. He saw that he had been entirely wrong in his estimate of the situation and of Hilda. Hilda was a mother. She had the protective passion of maternity. She was carried away by her passions, but her passions were noble, marvellous, unique. He himself could never, he thought, humbled, attain to her emotional heights. He was incapable of feeling about anything or anybody as she felt about George. The revelation concerning George's eyesight had shocked her, overwhelmed her with remorse, driven every other idea out of her head. She must atone to George instantly. Instantly she must take measures, the most drastic and certain, to secure him from the threatened danger. She could not count the cost till afterwards. She was not a woman in such moments. She was an instinct, a desire, a ruthless purpose. And as she felt towards George, so she must feel, in other circumstances, towards himself. Her kisses proved it, and her soothing hand when he was unwell. Mrs. Hamps had said, "Eh, dear, what a good mother dear Hilda is." A sentimental outcry. But there was profound truth in it, truth which the old woman had seen better than he had seen it. "I dare say there never was such a mother, unless it's Clara." Hyperbole. And yet he himself now began to think that there never could have been such a mother as Hilda. Clara, too, in her way, was wonderful. Smile as you might, these mothers were tremendous. The mysterious sheen of their narrow and deep lives dazzled him. For the first time, perhaps, he bowed his head to Clara. But Hilda was far beyond Clara. She was not only a mother, but a lover. Would he cut himself off from her loving? Why? For what? To live alone in the arid and futile freedom of a tertius ink-pen? Such a notion was fatuous. Where lay the difficulty between himself and Hilda? There was no difficulty. How had she harmed him? She had not harmed him. Everything was all right. He had only to understand. He understood. As for her impulsiveness, her wrong-headedness, her bizarre ratiocination, he knew how to accept them, for was he not a philosopher? They were indeed part of the incomparable romance of existence with these prodigious and tantalizing creatures. He admitted that Hilda in some aspects transcended him, but in others he was comfortably confident of his own steady, conquering superiority. He thought of her with the most exquisite devotion. He pictured the secret tenderness of their reunion amid the conventional gloom of Auntie Hamp's deathbed. He was confident of his ability to manage Hilda, at any rate in the big things, for example, the disputed points of his entry into public activity and their removal from Trafalgar Road into the country. The sturdiness of the male inspired him. At the same time, the thought of the dark move from which he had emerged obscurely perturbed him, like a fearful danger past. And he argued to himself with satisfaction, and yet not quite with conviction, that he had yielded to Maggie, and not to Hilda, in the affair of the journey to London, and that therefore his masculine marital dignity was intact. And then he started at a strange sound below, which somehow recalled him to the nervous tension of the house. It was a knocking at the front door. His heart thumped at the formidable muffled noise in the middle of the night. He jumped up and glanced at the bed. Auntie Hamps was not wakened. He went downstairs, where the gas which he had lighted was keeping watch. End of Part 2 of Book 3, Chapter 18. Part 1 of Book 3, Chapter 19 of These Twain by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Part 1 of Chapter 19, Death and Burial. 1. Albert Benbow was at the front door. Edwin curbed the expression of his astonishment. "Hello, Albert." "Oh, you aren't gone to bed?" "Not likely. Come in. What's up?" Albert, with the habit of one instructed never to tread actually on a doorstep, lest it should be newly whitened, stepped straight on to the inner mat. He seemed excited, and Edwin feared that he had just learnt of Auntie Hamp's illness, and had come in the middle of the night ostensibly to make inquiries, but really to make a grievance of the fact that the Benbows had been kept in ignorance. He could already hear Albert demanding, "Why have you kept us in ignorance?" It was quite a Benbow phrase. Edwin shut the door, and shut out the dark and windy glimpse of the outer world, which had emphasized for a moment the tense seclusion of the house. "You've heard, of course, about the accident to Ingpen," said Albert. His hands were deep in his overcoat pockets. The collar of the thin, rather shabby overcoat was turned up. An old cap adhered to the back of his head. While talking, he slowly lifted his feet one after the other, as though desiring to get warmth by stamping, but afraid to stamp in the night. "No, I haven't," said Edwin with false calmness. "What accident?" The perspective of events seemed to change. Auntie Hamp's illness to recede, and a definite and familiar apprehension to be supplanted by a fear more formidable because it was a fear of the unknown. "It was all in the late special signal," Benbow protested, as if his pride had been affronted. "Well, I haven't seen the signal. What is it?" And Edwin thought, "Is somebody else dying too?" "Flywheel broke. Ingpen was inspecting the slip-house next to the engine-house. Part of the flywheel came through and knocked a loose nut off the blunger right into his groin." "Whose works?" Albert answered in a light tone. "Mine." "And how's he going on?" "Well, he's had an operation, and Sterling's got the nut out. Of course, they don't know what it was till they got it out. And now Ingpen wants to see you at once. That's why I've come." "Where is he?" "At the hospital." "Par Hill?" "No, the Clowes, Moorthorne Road, you know." "Is he going on all right?" "He's very weak. He can scarcely whisper. But he wants you. I've been up there all the time, practically." Edwin seized his overcoat from the rack. "I had a rare job finding ye," Benbow went on. "I'd no idea you weren't all at home. I wakened most of Halton Street over it. It was Smith's next door came out at last and told me Mrs. and George had gone to London and you were over here." "I wonder who told them," Edwin mumbled, as Albert helped him with the overcoat. "I must tell Maggie. We've got some illness here, you know." "Oh?" "Yes, Auntie. Very sudden. Seems to get worse tonight. Fact is, I was sitting up while Maggie has a bit of a sleep. She was going to send round for Clara in the morning. I'll just run up to Mag." Having thus, by judicious misrepresentation, deprived the Benbows of a grievance, Edwin moved towards the stairs. Maggie, dressed, already stood at the top of them, alert, anxious, adequate. "Albert, is that you?" After a few seconds of quick, murmured explanation, Edwin and Albert departed, and as they went, Maggie, in a voice doubly harassed but cheerful and oily, called out after them how glad she would be, and what a help it would be, if Clara could come round early in the morning. The small Clowes Hospital was high up in the town opposite the park, near the station and the railway cutting, and not far from the Moorthorne Ridge. Behind its bushes, through which the wet night winds swished and rustled, it looked still very new and red in the fitful moonlight. And indeed it was scarcely older than the park and swimming baths close by, and Bursley had not yet lost its naive pride in the possession of a hospital of its own. Not much earlier in the decade, this town of 35,000 inhabitants had had to send all its cases 5 miles in cabs to Power Hill Infirmary. Albert Benbow, with the satisfaction of a habitué, led Edwin round through an aisle of bushes to the side entrance for outpatients. He pushed open a dark door, walked into a gaslit vestibule, and, with the assured gestures of a proprietor, invited Edwin to follow. A fat woman, who looked like a charwoman, made tidy, sat in a Windsor chair in the vestibule close to a radiator. She signed to Albert as an old acquaintance to go forward, and Albert nodded in the manner of one conspirator to another. What struck Edwin was that this middle-aged woman showed no sign of being in the midst of the unusual. She was utterly casual and matter-of-fact, and Edwin had the sensation of moving in a strange, nocturnal world, a world which had always coexisted with his own, but of which he had been till then most curiously ignorant. His passage through the town, listening absently to Albert's descriptions of the structural damage to Ingpen and to the works, and Albert's defence against unbrought accusations, had shown him that the silent streets lived long after midnight in many a lighted window here and there, and in the movements of mysterious but not furtive frequenters. And he seemed to have been impinging upon half-veiled enigmas of misfortune or of love. At the other end of the thread of adventure was his aunt's harsh bedroom, with Maggie stolidly watching the last ebb of senile vitality, and at this end was the hospital, full of novel and disturbing vibrations, and Tertius Ingpen waiting to impose upon him some charge or secret. At the top of the naked stairs, which came after a dark corridor, was a long, naked, resounding passage lighted by a tiny jet at either end. A cough from behind a half-open door came echoing out and filled the night and the passage. And then at another door appeared a tall, thin, fair nurse in blue and white, with thin lips and a slight smile, hard and disdainful. "Here's Mr. Clayhanger, nurse," muttered Albert Benbow, taking off his cap, with a grimace at once sycophantic and grandiose. Edwin imagined that he knew by sight everybody in the town above a certain social level, but he had no memory of the face of the nurse. "How is he?" he asked awkwardly, fingering his hat. The girl merely raised her eyebrows. "You mustn't stay," said she, in a mincing but rather loud voice that matched her lips. "Oh, no, I won't." "I suppose I'd better stop outside," said Benbow. Edwin followed the nurse into a darkened room, of which the chief article of furniture appeared to be a screen. Behind the screen was a bed, and on the bed in the deep obscurity lay a form under creaseless bedclothes. Edwin first recognized Ingpen's beard, then his visage, very pale and solemn, and without the customary spectacles. Of the whole body only the eyes moved. As Edwin approached the bed, he cast across Ingpen a shadow from the distant gas. "Well, old chap," he began with constraint, "this is a nice state of affairs. How are you getting on?" Ingpen's inquiring, apprehensive, dumb glance silenced the clumsy greeting. It was just as if he had rebuked, "This is no time for howdy-doos." When he had apparently made sure that Edwin was Edwin, Ingpen turned his eyes to the nurse. "Water," he whispered. The nurse shook her head. "Not yet," she replied, with tepid indifference. Ingpen's eyes remained on her a moment, and then went back to Edwin. "Ed," he whispered, and gazed once more at the nurse, who, looking away from the bed, did not move. Edwin bent over the bed. "Ed," Ingpen demanded, speaking very deliberately, "go to my office. In the top drawer of the desk in the bedroom there's some photos and letters. Burn them before morning. Understand?" Edwin was profoundly stirred. In his emotion was pride at Ingpen's trust, astonishment at the sudden, utterly unexpected revelation, and the thrill of romance. he thought. The man is dying. And the tragic sensation of the vigil of the nocturnal world almost overcame him. Yes, he said. Anything else? No. What about keys? Inkpen gave him another long glance. Trousers. Where are his clothes? Edwin asked the nurse, whose lips were ironic. Oh, they'll tell you downstairs. You'd better go now. As he went from the room, he could feel Inkpen's glance following him. He raged inwardly against the callousness of the nurse. It seemed monstrous that he should abandon Inkpen for the rest of the night, defenceless, to the cold tyranny of the nurse, whose power over the sufferer was as absolute as that of an Eastern monarch, who had never heard of public opinion, over the meanest slave. He could not bear to picture to himself Inkpen and the nurse alone together. Isn't he allowed to drink? He could not help murmuring at the door. Yes, at intervals. He wanted to chastise the nurse. He imagined an endless succession of sufferers under her appalling, inimicable nonchalance. Who had allowed her to be a nurse? Had she become a nurse in order to take some needed revenge against mankind? And then he thought of Hilda's passionate, succouring tenderness when he himself was unwell. He had not been really ill for years. What was happening to Inkpen could never happen to him, because Hilda stood everlastingly between him and such a horror. He considered that a bachelor was the most pathetic creature on the earth. He was drenched in the fearful, wistful sadness of all life. The sleeping town, Auntie Hamps on the edge of eternity, Minnie trembling at the menaces of her own body, Hilda lying in some room that he had never seen, and Inkpen. "Soon over," observed Albert Benbow in the corridor. Edwin could have winced at the words. "How do you think he is?" asked Albert. "Don't know," Edwin replied. "Look here, I've got to get hold of his clothes, downstairs." "Oh, that's it, is it? Pocketbook? Keys, eh?" 2. Edwin had once been in Tertius Inkpen's office at the bottom of Crown Square, Hambridge, but never in the bedroom which Inkpen rented on the top floor of the same building. It had been for 70 or 80 years a building of 4 squat stories, but a new landlord, seeing the architectural development of the town as a local metropolis, and determined to join in it as a minimum of expense, had knocked the 2 lower stories into one, fronted them with fawn-coloured terracotta, and produced a lofty shop whose rent exceeded the previous rent of the entire house. The landlord knew that passers-by would not look higher up the façade than the ground floor, and that therefore any magnificence above that level was merely wasted. The shop was in the occupation of a tea dealer, who gave away beautiful objects such as vases and useful objects such as tea trays to all purchasers. Inkpen's office and a solicitor's office were on the first floor, formerly the second. The third floor was the headquarters of the Hambridge and District Ethical Society. The top floor was temporarily unlet, save for Inkpen's room. Nobody except Inkpen slept in the building, and he very irregularly. The latchkey for the side door was easy to choose in the glittering light of the latest triple-jetted and reflected gas lamps, which the corporation, to match the glories of the new town hall, had placed in Crown Square. The lock, strange to say, worked easily. Edwin entered somewhat furtively, and, as it were, guiltily, though in Crown Square and the streets and the other squares visible therefrom, not a soul could be seen. The illuminated clock of the old town hall at the top of the square showed 25 minutes to 4. Immediately within the door began a new, very long and rather mean staircase, with which Edwin was acquainted. He closed the door, shutting out the light and the town, and struck a match in the empty building. He had walked into Hambridge from Bursley, and as soon as he began to climb the stairs he was aware of great fatigue, both physical and mental. The calamity to Inkpen had almost driven Auntie Hamps out of his mind. It had not, however, driven Minnie out of his mind. He was gloomy and indignant on behalf of both Inkpen and Minnie. They were both victims. Minnie was undoubtedly a fool, and he was about to learn perhaps to what extent Inkpen had been a fool. Each footstep sounded loud on the boards of the deserted house. Having used several matches and arrived at the final staircase, Edwin wondered how he was to distinguish Inkpen's room there from the others without trying keys in all of them till he got to the right one. But on the top landing he had no difficulty, for Inkpen's card was fastened with a drawing-pin onto the first door he saw. A match burnt his fingers and expired just as he was shaking out a likely key from Ingpen's bunch. And then, in the black darkness, he perceived a line of light under the door in front of which he stood. He forgot his fatigue in an instant. His heart leaped. A burglar? Or had Ingpen left the gas burning? Ingpen could not have left the gas burning, since, according to Albert Bembo, he'd been in Bursley all afternoon. With precautions, and feeling very desperate and yet also craven, he lit a fresh match, and managed quietly to open the door, which was not locked. As soon as he beheld the illuminated interior of the room, all his skin crept and flushed as though he had taken a powerful stimulant. A girl reclined asleep in a small basket lounge chair by the gas fire. He could not see her face, which was turned towards the wall and away from the gas jet that hung from the ceiling over an old desk, but she seemed slim and graceful, and there was something in the abandonment of unconsciousness that made her marvellously alluring. Her hat and gloves had been thrown onto the desk, and a cloak lay on a chair. These coloured and intimate objects, extensions of the veritable personality of the girl, had the effect of delightfully completing the furniture of a room which was in fact rather bare. A narrow bed in the far corner, disguised under a green rug as a sofa, a green square of carpet showing the unpolished boards of the sides, a desk and 3 chairs, a primitive hanging wardrobe in another corner, hidden by a bulging linen curtain, a portmanteau, a few unframed prints on the walls, an alarm clock on the mantelpiece. There was nothing else in the chamber where Ingpen slept when it was too late, or he was too slack to go to his proper home. But nothing else was needed. The scene was perfect. The girl rendered it so. An immense envy of and admiration for Ingpen surged through Edwin, who saw here the realization of a dream that was to marriage what poetry is to prose. Ingpen might rail against women and against marriage in a manner exaggerated and indefensible, but he had at any rate known how to arrange his life and how to keep his own counsel. He had all the careless masculine freedom of his condition, and in the background this exquisite phenomenon. The girl, her trustfulness, her abandonment, her secrecy, that white ear peeping out of her hair, were his. It was staggering that such a romance could exist in the Five Towns of all places, for Edwin had the vague notion, common to all natives, that his own particular district fell short of full human nature in certain characteristics. For example, he could credit a human nature dying for love in Manchester, but never in the Five Towns. Even the occasional divorces that gave piquancy to life in the Five Towns seemed to lack the mysterious glamour of all other divorces. He thought, was it because he was expecting her that he sent me? Perhaps the desk was only a blind, and he couldn't tell me any more. Anyhow, I shall have to break it to her. He felt exceedingly awkward and unequal to the situation so startling in its novelty, yet he did not wish himself away. As timidly, hat in hand, he went forward into the room, the girl stirred and woke up to the creaking of the chair. "Oh, Turt," she murmured between sleeping and waking. Emma did not like her voice. It reminded him of the voice of the nurse whom he had just left. The girl, looking round, perceived that it was not Tertius Ingpen who had come in. She gave a short, faint scream, then gathered herself together, and with a single movement stood up, perfectly collected and on the defensive. It's all right, said Edwin. Mr. Ingpen gave me his keys and asked me to come over and get some papers he wants. I hope I didn't frighten you. I'd no idea. She was old. She was old. That is to say, she was not the girl he had seen asleep. Before his marriage he would have put her age at 32, but now he knew enough to be sure that she must be more than that. She was not graceful in movement. The expression of her pale face was not agreeable. Her gestures were not distinguished, and she could not act her part in the idyll. Moreover, her frock was shabby and untidy, but chiefly she was old. Had she been young, Edwin would have excused all the rest. Romance was not entirely destroyed, but very little remained. He thought disdainfully, and as if resenting a deception, is this the best he can do? And the Five Towns sank back to its ancient humble pace in his esteem. The woman said with a silly nervous giggle, I called to see Mr. Ingpen. He wasn't expecting me, and I suppose while I was waiting I must have dropped off to sleep. It might have been true, but to Edwin it was inexpressibly inane. She seized her hat and then her cloak. "I'm sorry to say Mr. Ingpen's had an accident," said Edwin. She stopped, both hands above her head, fingering her hat. "An accident? Nothing serious?" "Oh, no, I don't think so," he lied. "A machinery accident. They had to take him to the Clowes Hospital at Bursley. I've just come from there." She asked one or two more questions, all the time hurrying her preparations to leave. But Edwin judged with disgust she was not deeply interested in the accident. True, he had minimised it, but she ought not to have allowed him to minimise it. She ought to have obstinately believed that it was very grave. "I do hope you'll soon be all right," she said, snatching at her gloves and going to the door. "Good night." She gave another silly giggle, preposterous in a woman of her age. Then she stopped. "I think you're gentleman enough not to say anything about me being here," she said rather nastily. "It was quite an accident. I could easily explain it, but you know what people are." What a phrase! "I think you're gentleman enough." He blushed and offered the required assurance. "Can I let you out?" He started forward. "No, thanks." "But you can't open the door." "Yes, I can." "The stairs are all dark." "Please don't trouble yourself," she said dryly, in the tone of a woman who sees offence in the courtesy of a male travelling companion on the railway. He heard her steps diminuendo down the stairs. Closing the door, he went to the window and drew aside the blind. Perhaps she would pass up the square. But she did not pass up the square, which was peopled by nothing but meek gas lamps under the empire of the glowing clock in the pediment of the old town hall. Where had she gone? Where did she come from? Her accent had no noticeable peculiarity. Was she married, or single, or a widow? Perhaps there was hidden in her some strange and seductive quality which he had missed. He saw the slim girl again reclining in the basket chair. After all, she was a woman, and she had been in Ingpen's room, waiting for him. Later, seated in front of the open drawer and the old desk, gathering together letters and photographs of her in adroitly managed poses taken at Oldham, letters in a woman's hand, he was penetrated to the marrow by the disastrous and yet beautiful infelicity of things. The mere sight of the letters, of which he forbore to decipher a single word, even a signature, nearly made him cry. The photographs were tragic with the intolerable evanescence of life. By the will of Tertius Ingpen, helpless on the bed in the hospital, these documents of a passion or of a fancy were to be burnt. Why? Was it true that Ingpen was dying? Better to keep them. No, they must be burnt. He rose, and with difficulty burnt them by instalments in a shovel over the tiny fender that enclosed the gas stove. The room was soon half full of smoke. Why had he deceived the woman as to the seriousness of Ingpen's accident? To simplify and mitigate the interview, to save himself trouble. That was all. Well, she would learn soon enough. His eye caught a print on the wall above the bed, a classic example of the sentimentality of Marcus Stone. Departing cavalier, drooping maiden, terraced garden. It was a dreadful indictment of the Tertius Ingpen who talked so well, with such intellectual aplomb, with such detachment and exceptional cynicism. It was like a ray exposing some secret, sinister corner in the man's soul. He'd hung up that print because it gave him pleasure. Poor chap. But Edwin loved him. He decided that he would call again at the hospital before returning to Auntie Hamp's. Impossible that the man was dying. If the doctor or matron had thought he was in danger, they would have summoned his relatives. He might be dying. He might be dead. He must have immediately feared death, or he would not have imposed upon Edwin such an errand. What simple, touching, admirable trust in a friend's loyalty the man had displayed. Edwin put out the gas stove, which exploded, lit a match, gave a great yawn, put out the gas, and began the enterprise of leaving the house. 3. "Look here, I must have some tea now," said Edwin curtly and yet appealingly to Maggie, who opened the door for him at Auntie Hamp's. It was nearly 8 o'clock. He had been to the hospital again, and having reported in 3 words to Ingpen, whose condition was unchanged, had remained there some time. But he had said nothing to Ingpen about the woman. At 6 o'clock the matron had come into the room, and the nurse, thenceforward until 7 o'clock, when she went off duty, was a changed girl. Edwin slightly knew the matron, who was sympathetic but strangely pessimistic, considering her healthy, full figure. "The water's boiling," answered Maggie in a comforting tone, and disappeared instantly into the kitchen. Edwin thought, there are some things that girl understands. She'd shown no curiosity, no desire to impart news, because she'd immediately comprehended that Edwin was, or imagined himself to be, at the end of his endurance. Maggie, with simple and surpassing wisdom, had just said to herself, "He's been out all night, and he's not used to it." For a moment he felt that Maggie was wiser and more intimately close to him than anybody else in the world. "In the dining room," she called out from the kitchen. And in the small dining room there was a fire. It was like a living, welcoming creature. The cloth was laid, the gas was lighted, on the table was beautiful fresh bread and butter. A word, a tone, a glance of his on the previous evening had been enough to bring back the dining room into use. Happily, the wind suited the chimney. He had scarcely sat down in front of the fire when Maggie entered with the teapot. And at the sight of the teapot Edwin felt that he was saved. Before the tea was out of the teapot it had already magically alleviated the desperate sensations of physical fatigue and moral weariness which had almost overcome him on the way from the hospital in the chill and muddy dawn. "What will you have to eat?" said Maggie. "Nothing I couldn't eat to save my life." "Perhaps you'll have a bit of bread and butter later," said Maggie blandly. He shook his head. "How is she?" "Worse," said Maggie, "but she slept." "Who's up with her there now?" "Minnie." "No, Clara." "Oh, she's come. She came at 7. Edwin was drinking the divine tea. After a few gulps he told Maggie briefly about Tertius Ingpen, saying that he'd had to go on business for Ingpen to Hanbridge. "Are you all right for the present?" she asked after a few moments. He nodded. He was eating bread and butter. "You had any sleep at all?" he mumbled, munching. "Oh, yes, a little," she answered cheerfully, leaving the room. He poured out more tea, and then sat down in the sole easy-chair for a minute's reflection before going upstairs and thence to the works. Not until he woke up did he realize that there had been any danger of his going to sleep. The earthenware clock on the mantelpiece, a birthday gift from Clara and Albert, showed 5 minutes past 11. Putting no reliance on the cheap, horrible clock, he looked at his watch, which had stopped for lack of winding up. The fire was very low. His chief thought was, "It can't possibly be 11 o'clock, because I haven't been down to the works, and I haven't sent word I'm not coming either." He got up hurriedly, and had reached the door when a sound of a voice on the stairs held him still like an enchantment. It seemed to be the voice, eloquent, and indeed somewhat Church of England, of the Reverend Christian Flowerdew, the new superintendent of the Bursley Wesleyan Methodist Circuit. The voice said, "I do hope so," and then offered a resounding remark about the weather being the kind of weather that, bad as it was, people must expect in view of the time of year. Maggie's voice concurred. As soon as the front door closed, Edwin peeped cautiously out of the dining-room. "Who was that?" he murmured. "Mr. Flowerdew. She wanted him. Albert sent for him early this morning." Maggie came into the room and shut the door. "I've been to sleep," said Edwin. "Yes, I know. I wasn't going to have you disturbed. They're all here." "Who are all here?" "Clara and the children. Auntie asked us to see all of them. They waited in the drawing-room for Mr. Flowerdew to go. Bert didn't go to school this morning, in case, because it was so far off. Clara fetched the others out of school, except Rupie, of course. He doesn't go." "Good heavens, I never came across such a morbid lot in my life. I believe they like it." Clara could be heard marshalling the brood up the stairs. "You'd better go up," said Maggie persuasively. "I'd better go to the works. I'm no use here. What time is it?" "About 11. I think you'd better go up." "Does she ask for me?" "Oh, yes, all the time sometimes, but she forgets for a bit." "Well, anyhow, I must wash myself and change my collar." "All right, wash yourself then." "How is she now?" "She isn't taking anything." When Edwin nervously pushed open the bedroom door, the room seemed to be crowded. Over the heads of clustering children towered Clara and Albert. As soon as the watchful Albert caught sight of Edwin, he made a conspiratorial sign and hurried to the door, driving Edwin out again. "Didn't know you were here," Edwin muttered. "I say," Albert whispered, "has she made a will?" "I don't know." The bedroom door half opened, and Clara, in her shabby morning dress, glidingly joined them. "He doesn't know," said Albert to Clara. Clara's pretty face scowled a little as she asked sharply and resentfully, "Then who does know?" "I'd have thought you'd know," said Edwin. "Me? I like that. She hasn't spoken to me for months, has she, Albert? And she was always frightfully close about all these things." "About what things?" "Well, you know." It was a fact. Auntie Hamps had never discussed her own finance or her testamentary dispositions with anybody, and nobody had ever dared to mention such subjects to her. "Don't you think you'd better ask her?" said Clara. "Albert thinks you ought." "No, I don't," said Edwin with curt disdain. "Well, then I shall," Albert decided. "So long as you don't do it while I'm there," Edwin said menacingly. "If you want to ask people about their wills, you ought to ask them before they're actually dying. Can't you see you can't worry her about her will now?" He was intensely disgusted. He thought of Mrs. Hamp's bed, and of Tertius Inkpen's bed, and of the woman at dead of night in Inkpen's room, and of Minnie's case, and the base insensibility of Albert and Clara made him feel sick. He wondered whether any occasion would ever have solemnity enough for them to make them behave with some distinction, some grandeur. For himself, if he could have secured a fortune by breathing one business word to Auntie Hamps just then, he would have let the fortune go. "There's nothing more to be said," Clara murmured. In the glance of both Clara and Albert, Edwin saw hatred and envy. Clara especially had never forgiven him for preventing their father from pouring money into that sieve, her husband, nor for Hilda's wounding tongue, nor for his worldly success. And they both suspected that either Maggie or Auntie Hamps had told him of Albert's default in the payment of interest, and so fear was added to their hatred and envy. They all entered the bedroom, the children having been left alone only a few seconds. Rupert, wearing a new blue overcoat with gilt buttons, had partially scrambled onto the bed. The pale, veiled hands of Auntie Hamps could be seen round his right hand. Rupert had grown enormous, and had already utterly forgotten the time when he was 2 years old. The others, equally altered, stood 2 on either side of the bed, Bert and young Clara to the right, and Amy and Lucy to the left. Lucy was crying, and Amy was benignantly wiping her eyes. Bert, a great lump of a boy, was to leave school at Christmas, but he was still ranked with the other children as a child. Young Clara sharply, and Bert heavily, turned round to witness the entrance of their elders. "Oh, here's Uncle Edwin." "Edwin!" "Yes, Auntie." The moral values of the room were instantly changed by the tone in which Auntie Hamps had murmured Edwin. All the Bembos knew, and Edwin himself knew, that a personage of supreme importance in Auntie Hamp's eyes had come into the scene. The Bembos became secondary, and even Auntie Hamp's grasp of Rupert's hand loosened, and, having already kissed her, the child slipped off the bed. Edwin approached, and over the heads of the children, and between the great darkening curtains, he could at last see the face of the dying woman, like a senile doll's face amid the confusion of wrappings and bedclothes. The deep-set eyes seemed to burn beneath the white forehead and sparse grey hair. The cheeks, still rounded, were highly flushed over a very small part of their surface. The mouth, always open, was drawn in, and the chin, still rounded like the cheeks, protruded. The manner of Auntie Hamp's noisy breathing, like the puzzled gaze of her eyes, indicated apprehension of the profoundest, acutest sort. "Huh?" said she, in a somewhat falsetto voice, jerky and excessively feeble. "I thought I'd lost you." Her hand was groping about. "No, no," said Edwin, leaning over between young Clara and Rupert. "She's feeling for your hand, Edwin," said Clara. He quickly took her hot, brittle fingers. They seemed to cling to his for essential support. "Have you been to the works?" Auntie Hamps asked the question as though the answer to it would end all trouble. "No," he said, "not yet." "Ah, that's right," she murmured, apparently much impressed by a new proof of Edwin's wisdom. "I've had a sleep." "What?" "I've been having a sleep," he repeated more loudly. "Ah, that's right. I'm so glad. The children have been to see me. Amy, did you kiss me?" Auntie Hamps looked at Amy hard, as if for the first time. "Yes, Auntie." and then Amy began to cry. "Better take them away," Edwin suggested aside to Albert. "It's as much as she can stand. The parson's only just gone, you know." Albert, obedient, gave the word of command, and the room was full of movement. "Ah, children, children," Auntie Hamps appealed. Everybody stood stock still, gazing attendant. "Ah, children, bless you all for coming. If you grow up as good as your mother, it's all I ask. All I ask. Your mother and I have never had a cross word. Have we, Mother?" "No, Auntie," said Clara, with a sweet, touching smile that accentuated the fragile charm of her face. "Never, since Mother was as tiny as you are." Auntie Hamps looked up at the ceiling during a few strained breaths, and then smiled for an instant at the departing children, who filed out of the room. Rupert loitered behind, gazing at his mother. The mere contrast between the infant so healthy and the dying old woman was pathetic to Edwin. Clara, with an exquisite reassuring gesture and smile, picked up the stout Rupert and kissed him and carried him to the door, while Auntie Hamps looked at mother and son, ecstatic. "Edwin." "Yes, Auntie?" They were alone now. She had not loosed his hand. Her voice was very faint, and he bent over her still lower in the alcove of the curtains, which seemed to stretch very high above them. "Have you heard from Hilda?" "Not yet, by the second post, perhaps." "It's about George's eyes, isn't it?" "Yes." "She's done quite right, quite right. It's just like Hilda. I do hope and pray the boy's eyesight is safe." "Oh, yes," said Edwin, "safe enough." "You really think so?" She had the air of hanging on his words. He nodded. "What a blessing!" He sighed deeply with relief. Edwin thought, "I believe her relations must have been her passion," and he was impressed by the intensity of that passion. "Edwin, has that girl gone yet?" "Who?" he questioned, and added more softly, "Minnie, do you mean?" His own voice sounded too powerful, too healthy and dominating in comparison with her failing murmurs. Auntie Hamps nodded. "Yes, Minnie." "Not yet." "She's going?" "Yes." "Because I can't trust Maggie to see to it." "I'll see to it." "Has she done the silvers, do you know?" "She's doing them," answered Edwin, who thought it would be best to carry out the deception with artistic completeness. "She needn't have her dinner before she goes." "No?" "No." Auntie Hamp's face and tone hardened. "Why should she?" "All right." "And if she asks for her wages, tell her I say there's nothing due under the circumstances." "All right, Auntie," Edwin agreed, desperate. Maggie, followed by Clara, softly entered the room. Auntie Hamps glanced at them with a certain cautious suspicion, as though one or other of them was capable of thwarting her in the matter of Minnie. Then her eyes closed, and Edwin was aware of a slackening of her hold on his hand. The doctor, who called half an hour later, said that she might never speak again, and she never did. Her last conscious moments were moments of satisfaction. Edwin slowly released his hand. "Where's Albert?" he asked Clara, merely for the sake of saying something. "He's taking the children home, and then he's going to the works. He ought to have gone long ago. There's a dreadful upset there." "I suppose there is," said Edwin, who had forgotten that the flywheel accident must have almost brought Albert's manufactory to a standstill, and he wondered whether it was the family instinct or anxiety about Auntie Hamp's will that had caused Albert to absent himself from business on such a critical morning. "I ought to go too," he muttered, as a full picture of a lithographic establishment masterless swept into his mind. "Have you telegraphed to Hilda?" Clara demanded. "No." "Haven't you?" "What's the use?" "Well, I should have thought you would." "Oh, no," he said, falsely mild. "I shall write." He was immensely glad that Hilda was not present in the house to complicate still further the human equation. Maggie was silently examining the face obscured in the gloom of the curtains. Instead of remaining late that night at the works, Edwin came back to the house before 6 o'clock. He had had word that the condition of Tertius Ingpen was still unchanged. Clara had gone home to see to her children's evening meal. Maggie sat alone in the darkened bedroom, where Auntie Hamps, her features a mere pale blur between the overarching curtains, still withheld the secret of her soul's reality from the world. Even in the final unconsciousness there was something grandiose which lingered from her crowning magnificent deceptions and obstinate effort to safeguard the structure of society. The sublime obstinacy of the woman had transformed hypocrisy into a virtue, and not the imminence of the infinite unknown had sufficed to make her apostate to the steadfast principles of her mortal career. "What about tonight?" Edwin asked. "Oh, Clara and I will manage." There was a tap at the door. Edwin opened it. Minnie, abashed but already taking courage, stood there blinking with a letter in her hand. "Ah," he breathed. Hilda's scrawling calligraphy was on the envelope. The letter read, "Darling boy, George has influenza, Charlie says. Temp 102 anyway, so of course he can't go out tomorrow. I knew this morning there was something wrong with him. Janet and Charlie send their love. Your ever-loving wife, Hilda." He was exceedingly uplifted and happy and exhausted. Hilda's handwriting moved him. The whole missive was like a personal emanation from her. It lived with her vitality. It fought for the mastery of the household interior against the mysterious, far-reaching spell of the dying woman. Your loving wife. Never before during their marriage had she written a phrase so comforting and exciting. He thought, my faith in her is never worthy of her. And his faith leaped up and became worthy of her. "George has got influenza," he said indifferently. "George? But influenza's very serious for him, isn't it?" Maggie showed alarm. "Why should it be? Considering he nearly died of it at Orgreaves. Oh, then he'll be all right." But Maggie had put fear into Edwin, a superstitious fear. Influenza indeed might be serious for George. Suppose he died of it? People did die of influenza. Auntie Hamps, Tertius Ingpen, and now George. All these anxieties mingling with his joy in the thought of Hilda, and all the brooding rooms of the house waiting in light or in darkness for a decisive event. "I must go and lie down," he said. He could contain no more sensations. "Do," said Maggie. End of Part 1 of Book 3, Chapter 19. Part 2 of Book 3, Chapter 19 of These Twain by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Book 3, Chapter 19, Part 2. 4. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon of Auntie Hamp's funeral, a procession consisting of the following people moved out of the small, stuffy dining room of her house, across the lobby into the drawing room. The Reverend Christian Flowerdew, Reverend Guy Cliff, Second Minister, the aged Reverend Josiah Higginbottom, Supernumerary Minister, the chapel and the circuit stewards, the doctor, Edwin, Maggie, Clara, Bert, and young Clara, being respectively the eldest nephew and the eldest niece of the deceased, and finally Albert Benbow. Albert came last because he had constituted himself the marshal of the ceremonies. In the drawing-room, the coffin, with its hideous brass plate and handles, lay upon 2 chairs and was covered with white wreaths. At the head of the coffin was placed a small table with a white cloth. On the cloth, a large inlaid box, in which Auntie Hamps had kept odd photographs, and on the box a black book. The drawn blinds created a beautiful soft silvery gloom which solemnized everything, and made even the clumsy carving on the coffin seem like the finest antique work. The 3 ministers ranged themselves round the small table. The others stood in irregular horseshoe about the coffin, nervous, constrained, and in dread of catching each other's glances. Mr. Higginbottom, by virtue of his age, began to read the service, and Auntie Hamps became she, her, and our sister, nameless. In the dining-room she had been the paragon of all excellences. In the drawing-room, packed securely and neatly in the coffin, she was a sinner snatched from the consequences of sin by a miracle of divine sacrifice. The interment thus commenced was the result of a compromise between two schools of funebrial manners sharply divergent. Edwin, immediately after the demise, had become aware of influences far stronger than those which had shaped the already half-forgotten interment of old Darius Clayhanger into a form repugnant to him. Both Albert and Clara, but especially Albert, had assumed an elaborate funeral, with a choral service at the Wesleyan chapel, numerous guests, a superb procession, and a substantial and costly meal in the drawing-room to conclude. Edwin had at once, and somewhat domineeringly, decided no guests whatever outside the family, no service at the chapel, every rite reduced to its simplest. When asked why, he had no logical answer. He soon saw that it would be impossible not to invite a minister and the doctor. He yielded, intimidated by the sacredness of custom. Then not only the Wesleyan chapel, but its Sunday school sent dignified emissaries, who so little expected a no to their honorific suggestions that the no was unuttered and unutterable. Certain other invitations were agreed upon. The Sunday school announced that it would walk, and it prepared to walk. All the emissaries spoke of Auntie Hamps as a saint. They all averred with restrained passion that her death was an absolutely irreparable loss to the circuit, and their apparent conviction was such that Edwin's whole estimate of Auntie Hamps and of mankind was momentarily shaken. Was it conceivable that none of these respectable people had arrived at the truth concerning Auntie Hamps? Had she deceived them all, or were they simply rewarding her in memory for her ceaseless efforts on behalf of the safety of society? Edwin stood like a rock against a service in the Wesleyan chapel. Clara cunningly pointed out to him that the Wesleyan chapel would be heated for the occasion, whereas the chapel at the cemetery, where scores of persons had caught their deaths in the few years of its existence, was never heated. His reply showed genius. He would have the service at the house itself. The decision of the chief mourner might be regretted, and was regretted, but none could impugn its correctitude, nor its social distinction. Some said approvingly that it was just like Edwin. Thenceforward the arrangements went more smoothly, the only serious difficulty being about the route to the cemetery. Edwin was met by saying that the last journey must be the longest, which meant that the cortege must go up to St. Luke's Square and along the market-place past the town hall and the shambles, encountering the largest number of sightseers, instead of taking the nearest way along Wedgwood Street. Edwin chose Wedgwood Street. In the discussions, Maggie was neutral, thus losing part of the very little prestige which she possessed. Clara and Albert considered Edwin to be excessively high-handed, but they were remarkably moderate in criticism, for the reason that no will had been found. Maggie and Clara had searched the most secret places of the house for a will, in vain. All that they had found was a brass and copper paper-knife wrapped in tissue paper and labelled, "For Edwin, with Auntie's love," and a set of tortoise-shell combs equally wrapped in tissue paper and labelled, "For Maggie, with Auntie's love." Naught for Clara, naught for the chicks. Albert, who did all the running about, had been to see Mr. Julian Piddock, the Wesleyan solicitor, who had a pew at the back of the chapel, and was famous for invariably arriving at morning service half an hour late. Mr. Piddock knew of no will. Albert had also been to the bank, that is to say, the bank, at the top of St. Luke's Square, whose former manager had been a buttress of Wesleyanism. The new manager, after nearly 8 years he was still called the new manager, because the previous manager, old Lovett, had been in control for nearly 30 years. Mr. Breeze was ill upstairs on the residential floor with one of his periodic attacks of boils. The cashier, however, had told Albert that certain securities, but no testament, were deposited at the bank. He had offered to produce the securities, but only to Edwin as the nearest relative. Albert had then secretly looked up the pages entitled Intestate's Estates in Whitaker's Almanac, and had discovered that, whereas Auntie Hamps being intestate, her personal property would be divided equally between Edwin, Maggie, and Clara, her real property would go entirely to Edwin. Edwin also had secretly looked up the same pages. This gross injustice nearly turned Albert from a Tory into a land laws reformer. It accounted for the comparative submissiveness of Clara and Albert before Edwin's arrogance as the arbiter of funerals. They hoped that, if he was humoured, he might forego his rights. They could not credit, and Edwin maliciously did not tell them, that no matter what they did, he was incapable of insisting on such rights. While the ministers succeeded each other in the conduct of the service, each after his different manner, Edwin scrutinized the coffin and the wreaths, and the cards inscribed with mournful ecstatic affection that nestled among the flowers, and the faces of the audience, and his thought was, "This will soon be over now." Beneath his gloomy and wearied expression he was unhappy, but rather hopeful and buoyant, looking forward to approaching felicity. His reflections upon the career of Auntie Hamps were kind and utterly uncritical. He wondered what her spirit was doing in that moment. The mystery ennobled his mind. Yet he wondered also whether the ministers believed all they were saying, why the superintendent minister read so well and prayed with such a lack of distinction, how much the wreaths cost, whether the Sunday school deputation had silently arrived in the street, and why men in overcoats and hatless looked so grotesque in a room, and why when men and women were assembled on a formal occasion, the women always clung together. Probing his left-hand pocket, he felt a letter. He had received it that morning from Hilda. George was progressing very well, and Charlie Orgreave had actually brought the oculist with his apparatus to see him at Charlie's house. Charlie would always do impossibilities for Hilda. It was Charlie who had once saved George's life, so Hilda was convinced. The oculist had said that George's vision was normal, and that he must not wear glasses, but that on account of a slight weakness he ought to wear a shade at night in rooms which were lighted from the top. In a few days Hilda and George would return. Edwin anticipated their arrival with an impatience almost gleeful, so anxious was he to begin the new life with Hilda. Her letters had steadily excited him. He pictured the intimacies of their reunion. He saw her ideally. His mind rose to the finest manifestations of her individuality, and the inconveniences of that individuality grew negligible. Withal, he was relieved that George's illness had kept her out of Bursley during the illness, death, and burial of Auntie Hamps. Had she been there, he would have had 3 persons to manage instead of 2, and he could not have asserted himself with the same freedom. And then there was the sound of sobbing outside the door. Minnie, sharing humbly but obstinately in the service according to her station, had broken down in irrational grief at the funeral of the woman whose dying words amounted to an order for her execution. Edwin, though touched, could have smiled, and he felt abashed before the lofty and incomprehensible marvels of human nature. Several outraged bent heads twisted round in the direction of the door, but the minister intrepidly continued with the final prayer. Maggie slipped out, the door closed, and the sound of sobbing receded. After the benediction, Albert resumed full activity, while the remainder of the company stared and cleared their throats without exchanging a word. The news that the hearse and coaches had not arrived helped them to talk a little. The fault was not that of the undertaker, but Edwin's. The service had finished too soon, because in response to Mr. Flowerdew's official question, "How much time do you give me?" he had replied, "Oh, a quarter of an hour," whereas Albert, the organizer, had calculated upon half an hour. The representatives of the Sunday school were already lined up on the pavement and on the opposite pavement, and in the roadway were knots of ragged, callously inquisitive spectators. The vehicles could at length be described on the brow of Church Street. They descended the slope in haste. The 4 mutes nipped down with agility from the hammercloths, hung their greasy top hats on the ornamental spikes of the hearse, and sneaked grimly into the house. In a second the flowers were shifted from the coffin, and with startling accomplished swiftness the coffin was darted out of the room without its fraudulent brass handles even being touched, and down the steps into the hearse, and the flowers replaced. The one hitch was due to Edwin attempting to get into the first coach instead of waiting for the last one. Albert, putting on his new black gloves, checked him. The ministers and the doctor had to go first, the chapel officials next, and the chief mourners, Edwin, Albert, and Bert, had the third coach. The women stayed behind at the door, frowning at the murmurous crowd of shabby idlers. Albert gave a supreme glance at the vehicles and the walkers, made a signal, and joined Edwin and Bert in the last coach, buttoning his left-hand glove. Edwin would only hold his gloves in his hand. The cortege moved. Rain was threatening, and the street was muddy. At the cemetery it was raining, and the walkers made a string of glistening umbrellas. Only the paid mutes had no umbrellas. Near the gates, under an umbrella, stood a man with a protruding chin and a wiry grey moustache. He came straight to Edwin and shook hands. It was Mr. Breeze, the bank manager. His neck, enveloped in a white muffler, showed a large excrescence behind, and he kept his head very carefully in one position. He said, in his defiant voice, "I only had the news this morning, and I felt that I should pay the last tribute of respect to the deceased. I had known her in business and privately for many years." His greeting of Albert was extremely reserved, and Albert showed him a meek face. Albert's overdraft impaired the cordiality of their relations. "Sorry to hear that you've got your old complaint," said Edwin, astounded at this act of presence by the terrible bank manager. Vehicles, by some municipal caprice, were forbidden to enter the cemetery, and in the rain, between the stone-perpetuated great names of the town's history, the Boltons, the Lawtons, the Blackshaws, the Beardmores, the Duns, the Longsons, the Humes, the Suttons, the Greens, the Gardners, the Calverts, the Dawsons, the Brindleys, the Baineses, and the Woods. The long procession, preceded by Auntie Hamps, tramped for a third of a mile along an asphalted path winding past the chapel to the graveside. And all the way, Mr. Breeze, between Edwin and Albert, with Bert a yard to the rear, talked about boils, and Edwin said yes and no, and Albert said nothing. And at the graveside the three ministers removed their flat round hats and put on skull-caps, while skilfully holding their umbrellas aloft. And while Mr. Flowerdew was reading from a little book in the midst of the large encircling bare-headed crowd with umbrellas, and the gravedigger with absolute precision accompanied his words with 3 castings of earth into the hollow of the grave, Edwin scanned an adjoining tombstone which marked the family vault of Isaac Plant, a renowned citizen. He read, chased in gilt letters on the Aberdeen granite, the following lines: "Sacred to the memory of Adelaide Susan, wife of Isaac Plant, died 27th of June 1886, aged 47 years. And of Mary, wife of Isaac Plant, died 11th December 1890, aged 33 years. And of Effie Harriet, wife of Isaac Plant, died 9th of December 1893, aged 27 years. The flower fadeth. And of Isaac Plant, died 9th of February 1894, aged 79 years. I know that my Redeemer liveth." And the passionate career of the aged and always respectable Rip seemed to Edwin to have been a wondrous thing. The love of life was in Isaac Plant. He had risen above death again and again. After having detested him, Edwin now liked him on the tombstone. And even in that hilly and bleak burial-ground, with melancholy sepulchral parties and white wind-blown surplices dotted about the sodden slopes, and the stiff, antipathetic multitude around the pit which held Auntie Hamps, and the terrible seared, harsh, grey and brown industrial landscape of the great smoking amphitheatre below, Edwin felt happy in the sensation of being alive and of having to contend with circumstance. He was inspired by the legend of Isaac Plant and of Auntie Hamps, who in very different ways had intensely lived. And he thought in the same mood of Tertius Ingpen, who was now understood to be past hope. If he died, well, he also had intensely lived. And he thought too of Hilda, whose terrific vitality of emotion had caused him such hours of apprehension and exasperation. He exulted in all those hours. It seemed almost a pity that by reason of his new-found understanding of Hilda, such hours would not recur. His heart flew impatiently forward into the future, to take up existence with her again. When the ministers pocketed their skull-caps and resumed their hats, everybody except Edwin appeared to feel relief in turning away from the grave. Faces brightened, footsteps were more alert. In the drawing-room Edwin had thought, "It will soon be over," and every face near him was saying, "It is over." But now that it was over, Edwin had a pang of depression at the eagerness with which all the mourners abandoned Auntie Hamps to her strange and desolate grave amid the sinister population of corpses. He lingered, glancing about. Mr. Breeze also lingered, and then in his downright manner squarely approached Edwin. "I'll walk down with you to the gates," said he. "Yes," said Edwin. Mr. Breeze moved his head round with care. Their umbrellas touched. In front of them, the broken units of a procession tramped in disorder, chatting. "I've got that will for you," said Mr. Breeze in a confidential tone. "What will?" "Mrs. Hamp's." "But your cashier said there was no will at your place." "My cashier doesn't know everything," remarked Mr. Breeze, and in his voice was the satisfied grimness of a true native of the district, and a longshore man. "Mrs. Hamp's deposited her will with me as much as a friend as anything else. The fact is, I had it in my private safe. I should have called with it this morning, but I knew that you'd be busy, and what's more, I can't go paying calls of a morning. Here it is." Mr. Breeze drew an endorsed foolscap envelope from the breast pocket of his overcoat, and handed it to Edwin. "Thanks," said Edwin very curtly. He could be as native as any native, but beneath the careful imperturbability of his demeanour, he was not unagitated. "I've got a receipt for you to sign," said Mr. Breeze. "It's slipped into the envelope. Here's an ink pencil." Edwin comprehended that he must stand still in the rain and sign a receipt for the will as best as he could under an umbrella. He complied. Mr. Breeze said no more. "Good-bye, Mr. Breeze," said Edwin at the gates. "Good day to you, Mr. Clayhanger." The coaches trotted down the first part of the hill into Bursley, but as soon as the road became a street, with observant houses on either side, the pace was reduced to a proper solemnity. Edwin was amused and even uplifted by the thought of the will in his pocket. His own curiosity concerning it diverted him. He anticipated complications with a light heart. To Albert he said nothing on the subject, which somehow he could not bring himself to force bluntly into the conversation. Albert talked about his misfortunes at the works, including the last straw of the engine accident, and all the time he was vaguely indicating reasons — the presence of Bert in the carriage necessitated reticence — for his default in the interest paying to Maggie. At intervals he gave out that he was expecting much from Bert, who at the New Year was to leave school for the works, and Bert, taciturn behind his spectacles, had to seem loyal, earnest, and promising. As they approached the Klaus Hospital, Edwin saw a nurse in a bonnet, white bow, and fluent blue robe emerging from the shrubbery and putting up an umbrella. She looked delightful, at once modest and piquant, until he saw that she was the night nurse, and even then she still looked delightful. He thought, "I've no idea she could look like that," and began to admit to himself that perhaps in his encounters with her in the obscurity of the night he had not envisaged the whole of her personality. Involuntarily he leaned forward. Her eyes were scintillant and active, and they caught his. He saluted. She bowed, with a most inviting, challenging, and human smile. "There's Nurse Faulkner," he exclaimed to Albert. "I must just ask her how Ingpen is. I haven't heard to-day." He made as if to lean out of the window. "But you can't stop the procession," Albert protested in horror, unable to conceive such an enormity. "I'll just slip out," said Edwin guiltily. He spoke to the coachman, and the coach halted. In an instant he was on the pavement. "Drive on," instructed the coachman, and to the outraged Albert, "I'll walk down." Nurse Faulkner, apparently flattered by the proof of her attractiveness, stopped and smiled upon the visitor. She had a letter in one hand. "Good afternoon, nurse." "Good afternoon, Mr. Clayhanger. I'm just going out for my morning walk before breakfast," said she. She had dimples. These dimples quite ignored Edwin's mourning and the fact that he had quitted a funeral in order to speak to her. "How is Mr. Ingpen to-day?" Edwin asked. He could read on the envelope in her hands the words, "The Rev." She grew serious, and she said in a low, cheerful tone, "I think he's going on pretty well." Edwin was startled. "Do you mean he's getting better?" "Slowly. He's taking food more easily. He was undoubtedly better this morning. I haven't seen him since, of course." "But the matron seemed to think—" He stopped, for the dimples began to reappear. "Matron always fears the worst, you know," said Nurse Faulkner, not without irony. "Does she?" The matron had never held out hope to Edwin, and he had unquestioningly accepted her opinion. It had not occurred to him that the matron of a hospital could be led astray by her instinctive unconscious appetite for gloom and disaster. The nurse nodded. "Then you think he'll pull through?" "I'm pretty sure he will, but of course I've not seen the doctor. I mean, since the first night." "I'm awfully glad." His brother came over from Darlington to see him yesterday evening, you know. Yes, I just missed him. The nurse gave a little bow as she moved up the road. Just going to the pillar box, she explained. Dreadful weather we're having. He left her, feeling that he had made a new acquaintance. She's in love with a parson, I bet, he said to himself, and he had to admit that she had charm when off duty. The news about Ingpen filled him with bright joy. Everything was going well. Hilda would soon be home, George's eyes were not seriously wrong, the awful funeral was over, and his friend was out of danger, marvellously restored to him. Then he thought of the will. He glanced about to see whether anybody of importance was observing him. There was nobody. The coaches were 100 yards in front. He drew out the envelope containing the will, managed to extract the will from the envelope, and opened the document, not very easily because he was holding his umbrella. A small printed slip fluttered to the muddy pavement. He picked it up. It was a printed form of attestation clause, seemingly cut from Whitaker's Almanac. Signed by the testator, or testatrix, as the case may be, in the presence of us, both present at the same time, etc. She's got that right anyhow, he murmured. Then, walking along, he read the will of Auntie Hamps. It was quickly spotted with raindrops. At the house, the blinds were drawn up, and the women sedately cheerful. Maggie was actually teasing Bert about his new hat, and young Clara, active among the preparations for tea for 6, was intensely and seriously proud of being included in the ceremonial party of adults. She did not suspect that the adults themselves had a novel sensation of being genuinely adult, and that the last representative of the older generation was gone, and that this common sensation drew them together rather wistfully. "Oh, by the way, there's a telegram for you," said Maggie, as Minnie left the dining-room after serving the last trayful of hot dishes and pots. Edwin took the telegram. It was from Hilda, to say that she and George would return on the morrow. "What about the house being cleaned, and what about servants?" cried Edwin, affecting, in order to conceal his pleasure, an annoyance which he did not in the least feel. "Oh, Mrs. Tams has been looking after the house. I shall go round and see her after tea. I've got one servant for Hilda." "You never told me anything about it," said Edwin, who was struck, by no means for the first time, by the concealment which all the women practised. "Didn't I?" Maggie innocently murmured. "And then Minnie can go and help if necessary until you're all settled again. Hadn't we better have the gas lighted before we begin?" And in the warm cosiness of the small, ugly dining-room, shortly to be profaned by auctioneers and furniture removers, amid the odours of tea and hot cakes, and surrounded by the family faces, intimate, beloved, and disdained, Edwin had an exciting vision of the new life with Hilda, and the vision was shot through with sharp flitting thoughts of the once gorgeous Auntie Hamps, forlorn in the cemetery, and already passing into oblivion. After tea, immediately the children had been sent home, he said self-consciously to Albert, "I've got something for you," and offered the will. Maggie and Clara were upstairs. "What is it?" "It's Auntie's will. Breeze had it. He gave it to me in the cemetery. It seems he only knew this morning Auntie was dead. I think that was why he came up." "Well, Albert muttered. His hand trembled as he opened the paper. Auntie Hamps had made Edwin sole executor, and had left all her property in trust for Clara's children. Evidently she had reasoned that Edwin and Maggie had all they needed, and that the children of such a father as Albert could only be effectually helped in one way, which way she had chosen. The will was 7 years old, and the astounding thing was that she had drawn it herself, having probably copied some of the wording from some source unknown. It was a wise, if a rather ruthless will, and its provisions, like the manner of making it, were absolutely characteristic of the testatrix. Too mean to employ a lawyer, she had yet had a magnificent gesture of generosity towards that bembo brood which she adored in her grandiose way. And further, she had been clever enough not to invalidate this will by some negligent informality. It was as tight as if Julian Pillock himself had drawn it. And she managed to put Albert in a position highly exasperating, for he was both very pleased and very vexed. In slighting him, she had aggrandized his children. "What of it?" he asked nervously. "It's all right so far as I'm concerned," said Edwin, with a short laugh. And he was sincere, for he had no desire whatever to take a share of his aunt's modest wealth. He shrank from the trusteeship, but he knew that he could not avoid it, and he was getting accustomed to power and dominion. Albert would have to knuckle down to him, and Clara too. Maggie and Clara came back together into the room, noticeably sisterly. They perceived at once from the men's faces that they were in the presence of a historic event. "I say, Clary," Albert began. His voice quavered. End of Part 2 of Book 3, Chapter 19. Part 1 of Book 3, Chapter 20 of These Twain by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Part 1 of Book 3, Chapter 20, The Discovery. 1. Hilda showed her smiling, flattering face at the door of Edwin's private office at a few minutes to 1 on Saturday morning, and she said, "I had to go to the dressmaker's after my shopping, so I thought I might as well call for you." She added with deference, "But I can wait if you're busy." True that the question of mourning had taken her to the dressmaker's, and that the dressmaker lived in Shawport Lane, not 4 minutes from the works. But such accidents had nothing to do with her call, which, being part of a scheme of Hilda's, would have occurred in any case. "I'm ready," said Edwin, pleased by the vision of his wife in the stylish wide-sleeved black jacket and black hat which she had bought in London. "What have you got in that parcel?" "It's your new office coat," Hilda replied, depositing on the desk the parcel which had been partly concealed behind her muff. "I've mended the sleeves." "Aha," Edwin lightly murmured. "Let's have a look at it." His benevolent attitude towards the new office coat surprised and charmed her. Before her journey to London with George, he would have jealously resented any interfering hand among his apparel, but since her return he had been exquisitely amenable. She thought, proud of herself, "It's really quite easy to manage him. I never used to go quite the right way about it." Her new system, which was one of the results of contact with London, and which had been inaugurated a week earlier on the platform of Knype Station when she stepped down from the London train, consisted chiefly in smiles, voice control, and other devices to make Edwin believe in any discussion that she fully appreciated his point of view. Often, she was startled to find, this simulation had the unexpected result of causing her actually to appreciate his point of view, which was very curious. London indeed had had its effect on Hilda. She had seen the Five Towns from a distance, and as something definitely provincial. Having lived for years at Brighton, which is almost a suburb of London, and also for a short time in London itself, she could not think of herself as a provincial, in the full sense in which Edwin, for example, was a provincial. She had gone to London with her son, not like a staring and intimidated provincial, but with the confidence of an initiate returning to the scene of initiation. And once she was there, all her old condescensions towards the dirty and primitive, ingenuous Five Towns had very quickly revived. She discovered Charlie Orgreave, the fairly successful doctor in Ealing, a suburb rich in doctors, to be the perfect Londoner, and Janet, no longer useless and forlorn, scarcely less so. These two, indeed, had the air of having at length reached their proper home after being born in exile. The same was true of Johnny Orgreave, now safely through the matrimonial court and married to his blonde Adela, formerly the ripping Mrs. Chris Hampson, whose money had bought him a junior partnership in an important architectural firm in Russell Square. Johnny and Adela had come over from Bedford Park to Ealing to see Hilda, and Hilda had dined with them at Bedford Park at a table illuminated by crimson-shaded night-lights, a repast utterly different in its appointments and atmosphere from anything conceivable in Trafalgar Road. The current Five Towns notion of Johnny and his wife as two morally ruined creatures hiding for the rest of their lives in shame from an outraged public opinion seemed merely comic in Ealing and Bedford Park. These people referred to the Five Towns with negligent affection, but with disdain, as to a community that, with all its good qualities, had not yet emerged from barbarism. They assumed that their attitude was also Hilda's, and Hilda, after a moment's secret resentment, had indeed made their attitude her own. When she mentioned that she hoped soon to move Edwin into a country house, they applauded and implied that no other course was possible. Withal, their respect, to say nothing of their regard, for Edwin, the astute and successful man of business, was obvious and genuine. The two brothers Orgreave, amid their possibly superficial splendours of professional men, hinted envy of the stability of Edwin's trade position. And both Janet and Adela, shopping with Hilda, showed her, by those inflections and eyebrow liftings of which women possess the secret, that the wife of a solid and generous husband had quite as much economic importance in London as in the Five Towns. Thus, when Hilda got into the train at Euston, she had in her head a plan of campaign compared to which the schemes entertained by her on the afternoon of the disastrous servants' episode seemed amateurish and incomplete. And also she was like a returning adventurer, carrying back to his savage land the sacred torch of civilization. She had perceived, as never before, the superior value of the suave and refined social methods of the metropolitan middle classes, compared with the manners of the Five Towns, and it seemed to her, in her new enthusiasm for the art of life, that if she ever had a difficulty with Edwin, her own clumsiness was to blame. She saw Edwin as an instrument to be played upon, and herself as a virtuoso. In such an attitude was necessarily a condescension. Yet this condescension somehow did not in the least affect the tenderness and the fever of her longing for Edwin. Her excitement grew as the train passed across the dusky December plain towards him. She thought of the honesty of his handshake and of his wistful glance. She knew that he was better than any of the people she had left, either more capable or more reliable, or more charitable, or all three. She knew that most of the people she had left were at heart snobs. "Am I getting a snob?" she asked herself. She had asked herself the question before. "I don't care if it is snobbishness. I want certain things, and I will have them, and they can call it what they like." Like the majority of women, she was incapable of being frightened by the names of her desires. She might be snobbish in one part of her, but in another she had the fiercest scorn for all that Ealing stood for. And in Edwin she admired nothing more than the fact that success had not modified his politics, which were as downright as they had ever been. She could not honestly say the same for herself, and assuredly the Orgreaves could not say the same for themselves. In politics, Edwin was an inspiration to her. And when the train entered the fiery zone of industry, and slackened speed amid the squalid twilit streets, and stopped at Knype station in front of a crowd of local lowering faces and mackintoshed and gaitered forms, and the damp chill of the Five Towns came in through the opened door of the compartment, her heart fell, and she regretted the elegance of Ealing. But simultaneously her heart was beating with ecstatic expectation. She saw Edwin's face. It was a local face. He wore mourning. He saw her. His eye lighted, his wistful smile appeared. "Yes," she thought, "he's the same as my image of him. He's better than any of them. I am safe. What a shame to have left him all alone. He was quite right. There was no need for it. But I am so impulsive. He must have suffered terribly with those Bembos, and shut out of his own house too." His hand thrilled her. In the terrible sincerity and outpouring of her kiss, she sought to compensate him for all wrongs, past and future. Her joy in being near him again made her tingle. His matter-of-fact calmness pleased her. She thought, "I know him with his matter-of-fact calmness." "Hello, kid," Edwin addressed George with man-to-man negligence. "Been looking after your mother?" George answered like a Londoner. She had them side by side. It was the fact that George had looked after her. London had matured him. He had picked up a little Ealing. He was past Edwin's shoulder. Indeed, he was surprisingly near to being a man. She had both of them. On the platform they surrounded her with her masculine protection. George's secret, deep respect for Edwin was not hidden from her. And yet, all the time, in her joy, reliance, love, admiration, eating him with her eyes, she was condescending to Edwin, because she had plans for his good. She knew better than he did what would be for his good, and he was a provincial and didn't suspect it. "My poor boy," she had said gleefully in the cab, pulling suddenly at a loose button of the old grey coat which he wore surreptitiously under his new black overcoat. "My poor boy, what a state you're in!" implying in her tone of affectionate raillery that without her he was a lost man. Through this loose button she was his mother, his good angel, his saviour. The trifle had led to a general visitation of his wardrobe, conducted by her with metropolitan skill in humouring his susceptibilities. Edwin now tried on the new office coat with the self-consciousness that none but an odious dandy can avoid on such occasions. "Seems warmer than it used to be," he said, pleased to have her beholding him and interesting herself in him, especially in his office. Her presence there, unless it happened to arouse his jealousy for his business independence, always pleasurably excited him. Her muff on the desk had the air of being the muff of a woman who was amorously interested in him, but his relations with whom were not regularized by the law or the church. "Yes," she said, "I put some wash leather inside the lining at the back." "Why?" "Well, didn't you say you felt the cold from the window, and it's bad for your liver?" Her glance said, "Am I not a clever woman?" And his reply said, "You are." "That's the end of that, I hope, darling," she remarked, picking up the old office coat and dropping it with charming, affected disgust into the waste-paper basket. He shouted for the clerk, who entered with some letters for signature. Under the eyes of his wife, Edwin signed them with the demeanour of a Secretary of State signing the destiny of provinces, while the clerk respectfully waited. "I've asked Maggie to come up for the week-end," said Hilda carelessly when they were alone together, and Edwin was straightening the desk preparatory to departure. Since her return she had become far more friendly with Maggie than ever before, not because Maggie had revealed any new charm, but because she saw in Maggie a victim of injustice. Nothing during the week had more severely tested Hilda's new methods of intercourse with Edwin than the disclosure of the provisions of Auntie Hamp's will, which she at once and definitely set down as monstrous. She simply could not comprehend Edwin's calm acceptance of them, and a month earlier she would have been bitter about it. It was not, she was convinced, that she coveted money, but that she hated unfairness. Why should the Bembos have all Auntie Hamp's possessions, and Edwin and Maggie, who had done 1,000 times more for her than the Bembos, nothing? Hilda's conversation implied that the Bembos ought to be ashamed of themselves, and when Edwin pointed out that their good luck was not their fault, only a miracle of self-control had enabled her to say nicely, "That's quite true," instead of nearing, "That's you all over, Edwin." When she learnt that Edwin would receive not a penny for his labours as executor and trustee for the Bembo children, she was speechless. Perceiving that he did not care for her to discourse upon which she considered to be the wrong done to him, she discoursed upon the wrong done to Maggie, who was already being deprived by the wicked Albert of interest due to her. And Edwin had to agree with her about Maggie's case. It appeared that Maggie also agreed with her about Maggie's case. As for the Bembos, Hilda had not deigned to say one word to them on the matter. A look, a tone, a silence had sufficed to express the whole of Hilda's mind to those Bembos. "Oh," said Edwin, "so Maggie's coming for the week-end, is she? Well, that's not a bad scheme." He knew that Maggie had been very helpful about servants, and that, the second servant having not yet arrived, she would certainly do much more work in the house than she made. He pictured her and Hilda becoming still more intimate as they turned sheets and blankets and shook pillows on opposite sides of beds, and he was glad. "Yes," said Hilda, "I've called her there this morning." "And what's she doing with Minnie?" "We've settled all that," said Hilda proudly. Edwin had told her in detail the whole story of Minnie, and she had behaved exactly as he had anticipated. Her championship of Minnie had been as passionate as her ruthless verdict upon Minnie's dead mistress. "The girl's aunt was there when I called. We've settled she is to go to Stone, and Maggie and I shall do something for her, and when it's all over I may take her on as housemaid. Maggie says she probably wouldn't make a bad housemaid. Anyhow, it's all arranged for the present." "Then Maggie'll be without a servant?" "No, she won't. We shall manage that. Besides, I suppose Maggie won't stay on in that house all by herself for ever. It's just the right size, I see." "Just?" said Edwin. He was spreading over his desk a dust sheet with a red scalloped edging which Hilda had presented to him 3 days earlier. She gazed at him with composed and justifiable self-satisfaction, as if saying, Leave absolutely to me everything in my department, and see how smooth your life will be." He would never praise her, and she had a very healthy appetite for praise, which appetite always went hungry. But now, instead of resenting his niggardly reserve, she said to herself, "Poor boy, he can't bring himself to pay compliments, that's it. But his eyes are full of delicious compliments." She was happy, even if apprehensive for the immediate future. There she was, established and respected in his office, which was his church, and the successful rival of her boudoir. Her plans were progressing. She approached the real business of her call. "I was thinking we might have gone over to see Ingpen this afternoon." "Well, let's." Ingpen, convalescent, had insisted 2 days earlier on being removed to his own house, near the village of Stockbrook, a few miles south of Axe. The departure was a surprising example of the mere power of volition on the part of a patient. The routine of hospitable life had exasperated the recovering soul of this priest of freedom to such a point that doctor, matron, and friends had had to yield to a mere instinct. "There's no decent train to go, and none at all to come back until nearly 9 o'clock. And we can't cycle in this weather. At least I can't, especially in the dark." "Well, what about Sunday?" "The Sunday trains are worse." "What a ghastly line," said Edwin. "And they have the cheek to pay 5%. I remember Ingpen telling me there was one fairish train into Knype in the morning, and one out in the afternoon. And there wouldn't be that if the locomotive superintendent didn't happen to live at Axe." "It is a pity you haven't got a dog-cart, isn't it?" said Hilda, lightly smiling. "Because then we could use the works horse now and then, and it wouldn't really cost anything extra, would it?" Her heart was beating perceptibly. Edwin shook his head, agreeably, but with firmness. "Can't mix up 2 different things like that," he said. She knew it. She was aware of the whole theory of horse-owning among the upper trading class in the Five Towns. A butcher might use his cob for pleasure on Sundays. He never used it for pleasure on any other day. But traders on a higher plane than butchers drew between the works and the house a line which a works horse was not permitted to cross. 1 or 2, perhaps, but not the most solid, would put a carter into a livery overcoat and a shabby top hat, and describe him as a coachman, while on rare afternoons he drove a landau or a Victoria picked up cheap at Axe or Market Drayton. But the majority had no pretensions to the owning of private carriages. The community was not in fact a carriage community. Even the Orgreaves had never dreamed of a carriage. Old Darius Clayhanger would have been staggered into profanity by the suggestion of such a thing. Indeed, until some time after old Clayhanger's death, the printing business had been content to deliver all its orders in a boy-pushed handcart. Only when Edwin discovered that, for instance, 2,000 catalogues on faced clay paper could not be respectably delivered in a handcart, had he steeled himself to the prodigious move of setting up a stable. He had found an entirely trustworthy ostler carter with the comfortable name of Unchpin, and, an animal and a tradesman's covered cart having been bought, he had left the affair to Unchpin. Naturally, he had never essayed to drive the tradesman's cart. And Edwin Clayhanger could not be seen on the insecure box of a tradesman's cart. He had learnt nothing about horses, except that a horse should be watered before and not after being fed, that shoeing cost a shilling a week and fodder a shilling a day, and that a horse driven over 150 miles a week was likely to get a bit over at the knees. At home, the horse and cart had always been regarded as being just as exclusively a works item as the printing machines or the steam engine. "I suppose," said Hilda carefully, "you've got all the work one horse can do?" "And more." "Well then, why don't you buy another one?" She tried to speak carelessly, without genuine interest. "Yes, no doubt," Edwin answered dryly, "and build fresh stables too." "Haven't you got room for 2? Come along and look, and then perhaps you'll be satisfied." Buzzers, sirens, and whistles began to sound in the neighbourhood. It was 1 o'clock. "Shall I? Oh, your overcoat collar's turned up behind. Let me do it." She straightened the collar. They went out through the clerk's office. Edwin gave a sideways nod to Simpson. In the passage some girls and a few men were already hurrying forth. None of them took notice of Edwin and Hilda. They all plunged for the street as though the works had been on fire. "They are in a hurry, my word," Hilda murmured with irony. "And why shouldn't they be?" the employer protested almost angrily. In the small yard stood the horseless cart, with Edwin, clayhanger, lithographer, and steam printer, Bursley, on both its sides. The stable and cart shed were in one penthouse, and to get to the stable it was necessary to pass through the cart shed. Unchpin, a fat man of 40 with a face marked by black seams, was bending over a chaff cutter in the cart shed. He ignored the intruders. The stable consisted of one large loose box in which a grey animal was restlessly moving. "You see?" Edwin muttered curtly. "Oh, what a beautiful horse! I've never seen him before." "Her," Edwin corrected. "Is it a mare?" "So they say." "I never knew you got a fresh one." "I haven't yet. I've taken this one for a fortnight's trial from Chawner. How's she doing, Unchpin?" he called to the cart shed. Unchpin looked round and stared. "Bit light," he growled, and turned back to the chaff cutter which he seemed to be repairing. "I thought so," said Edwin. "But her's a good un," he added. "But where's the old horse?" asked Hilda. "With God," Edwin replied. "Dropped down dead last week." "What of?" Edwin shook his head. "It is a privilege of horses to do that sort of thing," he said. "They're always doing it." "You never told me." "Well, you weren't here, for one thing." The mare inquisitively but cautiously put her muzzle over the door of the box. Hilda stroked her. The animal's mysterious eyes, her beautiful coat, her broad back, her general bigness relative to Hilda, the sound of her feet among the litter on the paving stones, the smell of the stable. These things enchanted Hilda. "I should adore horses," she breathed, half to herself, ecstatically, and wondered whether she would ever be able to work her will on Edwin in the manner of a dog-cart. She pictured herself driving the grey mare, who had learnt to love her, in a flashing dog-cart, Edwin by her side on the front seat. Her mind went back enviously to Tavy Mansion and Dartmoor, but she felt that Edwin had not enough elasticity to comprehend the rapture of her dream. She foresaw nearly endless trouble and altercation and chicane before she could achieve her end. She was ready to despair, but she remembered her resolutions and took heart. "I say, Unchpin," said Edwin, "I suppose this box couldn't be made into 2 stalls?" Unchpin, on his gaitered legs, clumped towards the stable and gazed gloomily into the box. When he had gazed for some time, he touched his cap to Hilda. "It could," he announced. "Could you get a trap into the shed as well as the cart?" "If you drop the shafts or the trap under the cart. What of it, mister?" "Nothing, only Mrs. is going to have this mare." After a pause, Unchpin muttered, "Mrs., eh?" Hilda had moved a little away into the yard. Edwin approached her, flushing slightly, and with a self-consciousness which he tried to dissipate with one wink. Hilda's face was set hard. "I must just go back into the office," she said in a queer voice. She walked quickly, Edwin following. Simpson beheld their return with gentle surprise. In the private office, Hilda shut the door. She then ran to the puzzled Edwin and kissed him with the most startling vehemence, clasping her arms, in one hand she still held the muff, round his neck. She loved him for being exactly as he was. She preferred his strange, uncouth method of granting a request, of yielding, of flattering her caprice, to any politer, more conventional methods of the metropolis. She thought that no other man could be as deeply romantic as Edwin. She despised herself for ever having been misled by the surface of him. And even the surface of him she saw now, as it were, through the prism of passionate affection, to be edged with the blending colours of the rainbow. And when they came again out of the office, after the sacred rite, and Edwin, as uplifted as she, glanced back nevertheless at the sheeted desk and the safe and the other objects in the room, with the half-mechanical habitual solicitude of a man from whom the weight of responsibility is never lifted, she felt saddened because she could not enter utterly into his impenetrable soul, and live through all his emotions, and comprehend like a creator the always baffling wistfulness of his eyes. This sadness was joy. It was the aura of her tremendous satisfaction in his individuality, and in her triumph, and in the thought, I alone stand between him and desolation. 2. "Whoa!" exclaimed Hilda broadly, bringing the mare and the vehicle to a standstill in front of the Live and Let Live inn in the main street of the village of Stockbrook, which lay about 1.5 miles off the high road from the Five Towns to Axe. And immediately the mare stopped. She was enveloped in her own vapour. "Ha!" exclaimed Edwin with faint benevolent irony. "And no bones broken?" A man came out from the stable-yard. The village of Stockbrook gave the illusion that hundreds of English villages were giving that Christmas morning, the illusion that its name was Arcadia, that finality had been reached, and that the forces of civilization could go no further. More suave than a Dutch village, incomparably neater and cleaner and more delicately finished than a French village, it presented, in the still complacent atmosphere of long tradition, a picturesque medley of tiny architectures, nearly every aspect of which was beautiful. And, if 7 people of different ages and sexes lived in a 2-roomed cottage under a thatched roof hollowed by the weight of years, without drains and without water, and also without freedom, the beholder was yet bound to conclude that by some mysterious virtue their existence must be gracious, happy, and in fact ideal, especially on Christmas Day, though Christmas Day was also Quarter Day, and they would not on any account have it altered in the slightest degree. Who could believe that fathers of families drank away their children's bread in the quaint tap-room of that creeper-clad hostel, a public-house fit to produce ecstasy in the heart of every American traveller, the Live and Let Live? Who could have believed that the Wesleyan Methodists already singing a Christmas hymn inside the Dorf Georgian conventicle, and their fellow Christians struggling under the lich into the churchyard, scorned one another with an immortal detestation, each claiming a monopoly in knowledge of the unknowable? But after all, the illusion of Arcadia was not entirely an illusion. In this calm, rhyme-decked, Christmas-imbued village, with its motionless trees enchanted beneath a vast, grey, impenetrable cloud, a sort of relative finality had indeed been reached, the end of an epoch that was awaiting dissolution. Edwin had not easily agreed to the project of shutting up house for the day and eating the Christmas dinner with Tertius Ingpen. Although customary regarding the ritual of Christmas, with its family visits, its exchange of presents, its feverish kitchen activity, its somewhat insincere gaiety, its hours of boredom, and its stomachic regrets, as an ordeal rather than a delight, he nevertheless abandoned it with reluctance and a sense of being disloyal to something sacred. But the situation of Ingpen, Hilda's strong desire, and her teasing promise of a surprise, and the still continuing dearth of servants, had been good arguments to persuade him. And, though he had left Trafalgar Road moody and captious, thinking all the time of the deserted and cold home, he had arrived in Stockbrook tingling and happy and proud of Hilda, proud of her verve, her persistency, and her success. She had carried him very far on the wave of her new enthusiasm for horse traction. She had beguiled him into immediately spending mighty sums on a dog-cart, new harness, rugs, a driving apron, and a fancy whip. She had exhausted Unchpin, upset the routine of the lithographic business, and gravely overworked the mare in her determination to learn to drive. She had had the equipage out at night for her lessons. On the other hand, she had not in the least troubled herself about the purchase of a second horse for mercantile purposes, and a second horse had not yet been bought. When she had announced that she would herself drive her husband and son over to Stockbrook, Edwin had absolutely negatived the idea. But Unchpin had been on her side. She had done the double journey with Unchpin, who judged her capable, and the mare, 8 years old, quite reliable, and who moreover wanted Christmas as much as possible to himself. And Hilda had triumphed. Walking the mare uphill, and also downhill, she had achieved Stockbrook in safety, and the conquering air with which she drew up at the Live and Let Live was delicious. The chit's happiness and pride radiated out from her. It seemed to Edwin that by the mere strength of volition she had actually created the dog-cart and its appointments, and the mare too. And he thought that he himself had not lived in vain if he could procure her such sensations as her glowing face then displayed. Her occasional overbearing tenacity, and the little jars which good resolutions several weeks old had naturally not been powerful enough to prevent, were forgotten and forgiven. He would have given all his savings to please her caprice, and been glad. A horse and trap, or even a pair of horses and a landau, were a trifling price to pay for her girlish joy and for his own tranquillity in his beloved house and business. "Catch me, both of you!" cried Hilda. Edwin had got down and walked round behind the vehicle to the footpath, where George stood, grinning. The stableman, in classic attitude, was at the mare's head. Hilda jumped rather wildly. It was Edwin who countered the shock of her descent. The edge of her velvet hat knocked against his forehead, disarranging his cap. He could smell the velvet, as for an instant he held his wife, strangely acquiescent and yielding, in his arms, and there was something intimately feminine in the faint odour. All Hilda's happiness seemed to pass into him, and that felicity sufficed for him. He did not desire any happiness personal to himself. He wanted only to live in her. His contentment was profound, complete, rapturous. And yet in the same moment, reflecting that Hilda would certainly have neglected the well-being of the mare, he could say to the stableman, "Put the rug over her, will you?" "Hello, here's Mr. Ingpen," announced George, as he threw the coloured rug on the mare. Ingpen, pale and thickly enveloped, came slowly round the bend of the road, waving and smiling. He'd had a relapse after a too early sortie, and was recovering from it. "I made sure you'd be about here," he said, shaking hands. "Merry Christmas, all!" "Ought you to be out, my lad?" Edwin asked heartily. "Out, yes, I'm as fit as a fiddle, and I've been ordered mild exercise." He squared off gaily against George, and hit the stout adolescent in the chest. "What about all your parcels, Hilda?" Edwin inquired. "Oh, we'll call for them afterwards." "Afterwards?" "Yes, come along before you catch a chill." She winked openly at Ingpen, who returned the wink. "Come along, dear. It's not far. We have to walk across the fields." "Put her up, sir," the stableman demanded of Edwin. "Oh, yes, and give her a bit of a rub-down," he replied absently, remembering various references of Hilda's to a surprise. His heart misgave him. Ingpen and Hilda looked like plotters, very intimate and mischievous. He had a notion that living with a woman was comparable to living with a volcano. You never knew when a dangerous eruption might not occur. Within 3 minutes the first and minor catastrophe had occurred. "Bit sticky, this field path of yours," said Edwin uneasily. They were all four slithering about in brown clay under a ragged hedge in which a few red berries glowed. "It was as hard as iron the day before yesterday," said Hilda. "Oh, so we were here the day before yesterday, were you? What's that house there?" Edwin turned to Ingpen. "He's guessed it in one," Ingpen murmured, and then went off into his characteristic crescendo laugh. The upper part of a late 18th century house, squat and square, with yellow walls, black uncurtained windows, high slim chimneys, and a blue slate roof, showed like a gigantic and mysterious fruit in a clump of variegated trees, some of which were evergreen. "Ladder Edge Hall, my boy," said Ingpen. "Seat of the Beechners for about 100 years. "Seat, eh?" Edwin murmured sarcastically. "It's been empty for 2 years," remarked Hilda brightly. "So we thought we'd have a look at it." And Edwin said to himself that he had divined all along what the surprise was. It was astounding that a man could pass with such rapidity as Edwin from vivid joy to black and desolate gloom. She well knew that the idea of living in the country was extremely repugnant to him, and that nothing would ever induce him to consent to it. And yet she must needs lay this trap for him, prepare this infantile surprise, and thereby spoil his Christmas. She, who a few moments earlier had been the embodiment of surrender in his arms. He said no word. He hummed a few notes and glanced airily to right and left with an effort after unconcern. The presence of Ingpen and the boy, and the fact of Christmas, forbade him to speak freely. He could not suddenly stop and drive his stick into the earth and say savagely, "Now listen to me. Once for all, I won't have this country house idea. So let it be understood, if you want a row, you know how to get it." The appearance of amity, and the more high-spirited the better, must be kept up throughout the day. Nevertheless, in his heart he challenged Hilda desperately. All her good qualities became insignificant. All his benevolentest estimates of her seemed ridiculous. She was the impossible woman. He saw a tremendous vista of unpleasantness, for her obstinacy in warfare was known to him, together with her perfect lack of scruple, of common sense, and of social decency. He made her a present of a horse and trap, solely to please her, and this was his reward? The more rope you gave these creatures, the more they wanted. But he would give no more rope. Compromise was at an end. The battle would be joined that night. In his grim and resolute dejection there was something almost voluptuous. He continued to glance airily about, and at intervals to hum a few notes. Over a stile they dropped into a rutty side road, and opposite was the worn iron gate of Ladder Edge Hall, with a house-agent's board on it. A short curved gravel drive, filmed with green, led to the front door of the house. In front were a lawn and a flower garden, beyond a paddock, and behind a vegetable garden and a glimpse of stabling, a compact property. Ingpen drew a great key from his pocket. The plotters were all prepared. They took their victim for a simpleton, a ninny, a lamb. In the damp, echoing interior, Edwin gazed without seeing, and heard as in a dream without listening. This was the hall, this the dining-room, this the drawing-room, this the morning-room. White marble mantelpieces, prehistoric gates, wallpaper hanging in strips, cobwebs, uneven floors, scaly ceilings, the invisible vapour of human memories. This was the kitchen, enormous, then the larder, enormous, and the scullery still more enormous, with a pump handle flanking the slopstone. No water, no gas. And what was this room opening out of the kitchen? Oh, that must be the servants' hall. Servants' hall, indeed. Imagine Edwin Clayhanger living in a hall with the servants' hall therein. Snobbishness unthinkable. He would not be able to look his friends in the face. On the first floor, endless bedrooms, but no bathroom. Here there was a small bedroom that would make a splendid bathroom. Ingpen, the ever-expert, conceived a tank-room in the roof, and traced routes for plumbers' pipes. George, excited, and comprehending that he must conduct himself as behoved an architect, ran up to the attic floor to study on the spot the problem of the tank-room, and Ingpen followed. Edwin stared out of a window at the prospect of the Arcadian village lying a little below across the sloping fields. "Come along, Edwin," Hilda coaxed. Yes, she pretended a deep concern for the welfare of the suffering, feckless bachelor Tertius Ingpen. She paid visit after visit in order to watch over his convalescence. Choosing to ignore his scorn for all her sex, she had grown more friendly with him than even Edwin had ever been. Indeed, by her sympathetic attentions she had made Edwin seem callous in comparison. And all the time she had merely been pursuing a private design, with what girlish deceitfulness! In the emptiness of the house, the voices of Ingpen and George echoed from above down the second flight of stairs. "No good going to the attics," muttered Edwin on the landing. Hilda, half cajoling, half fretful, protested, "Now, Edwin, don't be disagreeable." He followed her on high, martyrized. The front wall of the house rose nearly to the top of the attic windows, screening and darkening them. "Cheerful view," Edwin growled. He heard Ingpen say that the place could be had on a repairing lease for £65 a year, and that perhaps £1,200 would buy it. Dirt cheap. "Ha!" Edwin murmured. "I know those repairing leases. £1,000 wouldn't make this barn fit to live in." He knew that Ingpen and Hilda exchanged glances. "It's larger than Tavy Mansion," said Hilda. Tavy Mansion. There was the secret. Tavy Mansion was at the bottom of her scheme. Alicia Hesketh had a fine house, and Hilda must have a finer. She, Hilda, of all people, was a snob. He had long suspected it. He rejoined sharply, "Of course it isn't larger than Tavy Mansion. It isn't as large." "Oh, Edwin, how can you say such things?" In the portico, as Ingpen was relocking the door, the husband said negligently, superiorly, cheerfully, "It's not so bad. I expect there's hundreds of places like this up and down the country, going cheap." The walk back to the live and let live was irked by constraint, against which everyone fought nobly, smiling, laughing, making remarks about cock robins, the sky, the Christmas dinner. "So I hear it's settled you're going to London when you leave school, Kiddy," said Tertius Ingpen, to bridge over a fearful hiatus in the prittle-prattle. George, so big now and so mannishly dressed as to be amused and not a bit hurt by the appellation Kiddy, confirmed the statement in his deepening voice. Edwin thought, "It's more than I hear, anyway." Hilda had told him that during the visits to London the project for articling George to Johnny Orgreave had been revived, but she had not said that a decision had been taken. Though Edwin, from careful pride, had not spoken freely, George being Hilda's affair and not his, he had shown no enthusiasm. Johnny Orgreave had sunk permanently in his esteem, scarcely less so than Jimmy, whose conjugal eccentricities had scandalized the Five Towns and were achieving the ruin of the Orgreave practice, or than Tom, who was developing into a miser. Moreover, he did not at all care for George going to London. Why should it be thought necessary for George to go to London? The sagacious and successful provincial in Edwin was darkly jealous of London, as a rival, superficial and brilliant. And now he learned from Ingpen that George's destiny was fixed. A matter of small importance, however. Did they seriously expect him to travel from Ladder Edge Hall to his works, and from his works to Ladder Edge Hall every weekday of his life? He laughed sardonically to himself. Out came the sun, which George greeted with a cheer, and Edwin, to his own surprise, began to feel hungry. End of Book 3, Chapter 20, Part 1. Part 2 of Book 3, Chapter 20 of These Twain by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Part 3, Chapter 20, Part 2. 3. "I shan't take that house, you know," said Edwin, casually and yet confidentially, in a pause which followed a long analysis by Ingpen of Ingpen's sensations in hospital before he was out of danger. They sat on opposite sides of a splendid, extravagant fire in Ingpen's dining-room. Ingpen, sprawling in a shabby, uncomfortable easy-chair, and flushed with the activity of digestion, raised his eyebrows, squinted down at the cigarette between his lips, and answered impartially, "No, so I gather. Of course you must understand it was Hilda's plan to go up there. I merely fell in with it, simplest thing to do in these cases." "Certainly." Thus they both condescended to the feather-headed, capricious woman, dismissed her, and felt a marked access of sincere intimacy on a plane of civilization exclusively masculine. In the succeeding silence of satisfaction and relief could be heard George, in the drawing-room above, practising again the piano part of a Haydn violin sonata, which he had very nervously tried over with Ingpen while they were awaiting dinner. Ingpen said suddenly, "I say, old chap, why have you never mentioned that you happened to meet a certain person in my room at Hambridge that night you went over there for me?" He frowned. Edwin had a thrill, pleasurable and apprehensive, at the prospect of a supreme confidence. "It was of no earthly business of mine," he answered lightly. But his tone conveyed, "You surely ought to be aware that my loyalty and my discretion are complete." And Ingpen, replying to Edwin's tone, said, with a simple directness that flattered Edwin to the heart, "Naturally, I knew I was quite safe in your hands. I've reassured the lady." Ingpen smiled slightly. Edwin was too proud to tell Ingpen that he had not said a word to Hilda, and Ingpen was too proud to tell Edwin that he assumed as much. At that moment Hilda came into the room, murmuring a carol that some children of Stockbrook had sung on the doorstep during dinner. "Don't be afraid, I'm not going to interrupt. I know you're in the thick of it," said she archly, not guessing how exactly truthful she was. Ingpen, keeping his presence of mind in the most admirable manner, rejoined with irony, "You don't mean to say you've finished already explaining to Mrs. Dummer how she ought to run my house for me?" "How soon do you mean to have this table cleared?" asked Hilda. The Christmas dinner, served by a raw girl in a large bluish-white pinafore, temporarily hired to assist Mrs. Dummer, the housekeeper, had been a good one. Its only real fault was that it had a little too much the air of being a special and mighty effort, and although it owed something to Hilda's parcels, Ingpen was justified in the self-satisfaction which he did not quite conceal as a bachelor host. But now, under Hilda's quizzing gaze, not merely the table, but the room and the house sank to the 10th rate. The coarse imperfections of the linen and the cutlery grew very apparent. The disorder of bottles and glasses and cups recalled the refectory of an inferior club, and the untidiness of the room, heaped with accumulations of newspapers, magazines, documents, books, boxes, and musical instrument cases, loudly accused the solitary despot whose daily caprices of arrangement were perpetuated and rendered sacred by the ukase that nothing was to be disturbed. Hilda's glinting eyes seemed to challenge each corner and dark place to confess its shameful dirt, and the malicious poise of her head mysteriously communicated the fact that in the past fortnight she had spied out every sinister secret in the whole graceless, primitive wigwam. "This table," retorted Ingpen bravely, "is going to be cleared when it won't disturb me to have it cleared." "All right," said Hilda, "but Mrs. Dummer does want to get on with her washing up." "Look here, madam," Ingpen replied, "you're a little ray of sunshine and all that, and I'm the first to say so, but I'm not your husband." He made a warning gesture. "Now don't say you'd be sorry for any woman I was the husband of. Think of something more original." He burst out laughing. Hilda went to the window and looked out at the fading day. "Please, I only popped in to say that it's nearly 2:45, and George and I will go down to the inn and bring the dog-cart up here. I want a little walk. We shan't get home till dark as it is." "Oh, chance it and stop for tea, and all will be forgiven." "Drive home in the dark? Not much," Edwin murmured. "He's afraid of my driving," said Hilda. When Edwin and Ingpen were alone together once more, Ingpen's expression changed back instantly to that which Hilda had disturbed, and Edwin's impatience, which had uneasily simmered during the interruption, began to boil. "Her husband's in a lunatic asylum, I may tell you," said Ingpen. "Whose?" "The young woman's in question." For Edwin, it was as if a door had opened in a wall and disclosed a vast, unsuspected garden of romance. "Really?" "Yes, my boy," Ingpen went on quietly, with restraint, but not without a naive and healthy pride in the sudden display of the marvellous garden. "And I didn't meet her at a concert, or on the Grand Canal, or anything of that sort. I met her in a mill at Oldham while I was doing my job. He was the boss of the mill. I walked into an office, and he was lying on the floor on the flat of his back, and she was wiping her feet on his chest. He was saying in a very anxious tone, 'You aren't half wiping them. Harder, harder.' That was his little weakness, you see. He happened to be convinced that he was a doormat. She had been hiding the thing for weeks, coming with him to the works, and so on, to calm him." Ingpen spoke more quickly and excitedly. "I never saw a more awful thing in my life. I never saw a more awful thing in my life. And coming across it suddenly, you see, there was something absolutely odious in him lying down like that, and her trying to soothe him in the way he wanted. You should have seen the serious expression of his face, simply bursting with anxiety for her to wipe her boots properly on him. And her face when she caught sight of me. Ah, dreadful, dreadful!" Ingpen paused, and then continued calmly. "Of course, I soon tumbled to it. For the matter of that, it didn't want much tumbling to. He went raving mad the same afternoon, and he's been more or less raving mad ever since." "What a ghastly business! Any children?" "No, thank God," Ingpen answered with fresh emotion. "But don't you forget that she's still the wife of that lunatic, and he'll probably live forever. She's tied up to him just as if she was tied up to a post. Those are our divorce laws. Isn't it appalling? Isn't it inconceivable? Just think of the situation of that woman." Ingpen positively glared at Edwin in the intensity of his indignation. "Awful," Edwin murmured. "Quite alone in the world, you know," said Ingpen. "I'm hanged if I know what she'd have done without me. She hadn't a friend. At any rate, she hadn't a friend with a grain of sense. Astonishing how solitary some couples are. It aged her frightfully. She's much younger than she looks. Happily, there was a bit of money. Enough, in fact." Deeply as Edwin had been impressed by his romantic discovery of a woman in Ingpen's room at Hanbridge, he was still more impressed by it now. He saw the whole scene again, and saw it far more poetically. He accused himself of blindness, and also of a certain harshness of attitude towards the woman. He endowed her now with wondrous qualities. The adventure, in its tragicalness and its clandestine tenderness, was enchanting. How exquisite must be the relations between Ingpen and the woman, if, without warning, she could go to his lair at night and wait confidently for his return. How divine the surprise for him, how ardent the welcome. He envied Ingpen, and also he admired him, for Ingpen had obviously conducted the affair with worthy expertise, and he had known how to win devotion. With an air of impartiality, Ingpen proceeded. "You wouldn't see her quite at her best, I'm afraid. She's very shy, and naturally she'd be more shy than ever when you saw her. She's quite a different woman when the shyness has worn off. The first 2 or 3 times I met her, I must say I didn't think she was anything more than a nice, well-meaning creature. You know what I mean. But she's much more than that. Can't play, but I believe she has a real feeling for music. She has time for reading, and she does read. And she has a more masculine understanding than nearly any other woman I've ever come across." "You wait a bit," thought Edwin. This simplicity on the part of a notable man of the world pleased him and gave him a comfortable sense of superiority. Aloud, he responded sympathetically. "Good. Do I understand she's living in the Five Towns now?" "Yes," said Ingpen after a hesitation. He spoke in a peculiar, significant voice, carefully modest. The single monosyllable conveyed to Edwin, "I cannot deny it. I was necessary to this woman, and in the end she followed me." Edwin was impressed anew by the full revelation of romance which concealed itself in the squalid dailiness of the Five Towns. "In fact," said Ingpen, "you never know your luck. If she'd been free, I might have been fool enough to get married." "Why do you say a thing like that?" "Because I think I should be a fool to marry." Ingpen, tapping his front teeth with his fingernail, spoke reflectively, persuasively, and with calm detachment. "Why?" asked Edwin, persuasively also, but nervously, as though the spirit of adventure in the search for truth was pushing him to fatal dangers. "Marriage isn't worth the price, for me, that is. I dare say I'm peculiar." Ingpen said this quite seriously, prepared to consider impartially the proposition that he was peculiar. "The fact is, my boy, I think my freedom is worth a bit more than I could get out of any marriage." "That's all very well," said Edwin, trying to speak with the same dispassionate conviction as Ingpen, and scarcely succeeding. "But look what you miss. Look how you live." Almost involuntarily he glanced with self-complacence round the unlovely, unseemly room, and his glance seemed to penetrate ceilings and walls, and to discover and condemn the whole charmless house from top to bottom. "Why, what's the matter with it?" Ingpen replied uneasily. A slight flush came into his cheeks. "Nobody has a more comfortable bed or more comfortable boots than I have. How many women can make coffee as good as mine? No woman ever born can make first-class tea. I have all I want." "No, you don't. And what's the good of talking about coffee and tea and beds?" "Well, what else is there I want that I haven't got? If you mean fancy cushions and draperies, no thanks." "You know what I mean, all right. And then, freedom, as you say. What do you mean by freedom?" "I don't specially mean," said Ingpen, tranquil and benevolent, "what I may call physical freedom. I'd give that up. I'd like a certain amount of untidiness, for instance, and I don't think an absence of dust is the greatest thing in the world. But I wouldn't in the least mind giving all that up. It wouldn't really matter to me. What I won't give up is my intellectual freedom. Perhaps I mean intellectual honesty. I'd give up even my intellectual freedom if I could be deprived of it fairly and honestly. But I shouldn't be. There's almost no intellectual honesty in marriage. There can't be. The entire affair is a series of compromises, chiefly base on the part of the man. The alternative is absolute subjection of the woman, which is offensive. No woman not absolutely a slave ever hears the truth except in anger. You can't say the same about men, and you know it. I'm not blaming, I'm stating. Even assuming a married man gets a few advantages that I miss, they're all purely physical. Oh, no, not at all. My boy, Inkpen insisted, sitting up and gazing earnestly at Edwin, analyse them down, and they're all physical, all. And I tell you, I won't pay the price for them. I won't. I've no grievance against women. I can enjoy being with women as much as anybody, but I will not live permanently on their level. That's why I say I might have been fool enough to get married. It's quite simple. Edwin, although indubitably one of those who had committed the vast folly of marriage, and therefore subject to Inkpen's indictment, felt not the least constraint, nor any need to offer an individual defence. Inkpen's demeanour seemed to have lifted the argument above the personal. His assumption that Edwin could not be offended was positively inspiring to Edwin. The fear of truth was exorcised. Freedom of thought existed in that room in England. Edwin reflected, if he's right, and I'm condemned accordingly, well, I can't help it. Facts are facts, and they're extremely interesting. He also reflected, why on earth can't Hilda and I discuss like that? He did not know why, but he profoundly and sadly knew that such discussion would be quite impossible with Hilda. The red-hot coals in the grate subsided together. And I'll tell you another thing, Inkpen commenced. He was stopped by the entrance of Mrs. Dummer, a fat woman with an old japanned tray. Mrs. Dummer came in like a desperate, forlorn hope. Her aged, grim, and yet somewhat hysterical face seemed to say, I'm going to clear this table and get on with my work, even though I die for it at the hands of a brutal tyrant. Her gestures, as she made a space for the tray and set it down on the table, were the formidable gestures of the persecuted at bay. Mrs. Dummer, said Inkpen in a weak voice, leaning back in his chair, would you mind fetching me my tonic off my dressing-table? I've forgotten it. Bless us! exclaimed Mrs. Dummer. As she had hurried out, Inkpen winked placidly at Edwin in the room in which the shadows were already falling. Nevertheless, when the dog-cart arrived at the front door, Inkpen did seem to show some signs of exhaustion. Hilda would not get down. She sent word into the house by George that the departure must occur at once. Inkpen went out with Edwin, plaintively teased Hilda about the insufferable pride of those who sit in driving seats, and took leave of her with the most punctilious and chivalrous ceremonial, while Hilda, inscrutably smiling, bent down to him with condescension from her perch. I'll sit behind going home, I think, said Edwin. George, you can sit with your mother. Chick, chick, Hilda signalled. The mare, with a jerk, started off down the misty and darkening road. 4. The second and major catastrophe occurred very soon after the arrival in Trafalgar Road. It was 3/4 of an hour after sunset, and the street lamps were lighted. Unchpin, with gloomy fatalism, shivered obscurely in the dark porch, waiting to drive the dog-cart down to the stable. Hilda had requested his presence. It was she also who had got him to bring the equipage up to the house in the morning. She had implied, but not asserted, that to harness the mare and trot up to Bleakridge was the work of a few minutes, and that a few minutes' light labour could make no real difference to Unchpin's Christmas Day. Edwin, descrying Unchpin in the porch, saw merely a defenceless man who had been robbed of the most sacred holiday of the year in order to gratify the selfish caprice of an overbearing woman. When asked how long he had been in the porch, Unchpin firmly answered that he had been there since 3 o'clock, the hour appointed by Mrs. Clayhanger. Edwin knew nothing of this appointment, and in it he saw more evidence of Hilda's thoughtless egotism. He perceived that he would be compelled to stop her from using his employees as her private servants, and that the prohibition would probably cause trouble. Hilda demanded curtly of Unchpin why he had not waited in the warm kitchen, according to instructions, instead of catching his death of cold in the porch. The reply was that he rung and knocked 15 times without getting a response. At this, Hilda became angry not only with Emmy, the defaulting servant, but with the entire servant class and with the world. Emmy, the new cook and temporarily the sole resident servant, was to have gone to Maggie's for her Christmas dinner, and to have returned at 2:30 without fail, in order to light the drawing-room fire and prepare for tea-making. But, Maggie at the last moment having decided to go to Clara's for the middle of the day, Emmy was told to go with her and be as useful as she could be at Mrs. Benbow's until 2:15. "I hope you got your latchkey, Edwin," said Hilda threateningly, as if ready to assume that with characteristic and inexcusable negligence he had left his latchkey at home. "I have," he said dryly, drawing the key from his pocket. "Oh," she muttered, as if saying, "Well, after all, you're no better than you ought to be," and took the key. While she opened the door, Edwin surreptitiously gave 1/2 to Unchpin, who was lighting the carriage lamps. George, with the marvellous self-preserving instinct of a small animal unprotected against irritated, prowling monsters, had become invisible. The front doorway yawned black like the portal of a tomb. The place was a terrible negation of Christmas. Edwin felt for the radiator. It was as cold to the touch as a dead hand. He lit the hall lamp, and the decorations of holly and mistletoe contrived by Hilda and George with smiles and laughter on Christmas Eve stood revealed as the very symbol of insincerity. Without taking off his hat and coat, he went into the unlighted glacial drawing-room, where Hilda was kneeling at the grate and striking matches. A fragment of newspaper blazed, and then the flame expired. The fire was badly laid. "I'm sick of servants!" Hilda exclaimed with fury. "Sick! They're all alike!" Her tone furiously blamed Edwin and everybody. And Edwin knew that the day was a pyramid of which this moment was the dreadful apex. At intervals during the drive home, Hilda had talked confidentially to George of the wondrous things he and she could do if they only resided in the country, things connected with flowers, vegetables, cocks, hens, ducks, cows, rabbits, horses. She had sketched out the life of a mistress of Ladderedge Hall, and she had sketched it out for the benefit of the dull, hard man sitting behind. Her voice, so persuasive and caressing to George, had been charged with all sorts of accusations against the silent fellow whose back now and then collided with hers. She had exasperated him. She had wilfully and deliberately exasperated him. Her treatment of Unchpin, her childish outburst concerning servants, her acutely disagreeable demeanour, all combined now to exhaust the poor remainder of Edwin's patience. Not one word had been said about Ladderedge Hall, but Ladderedge Hall loomed always between them. Deadly war was imminent. Let it come. He would prefer war to a peace which meant for him nothing but insults and injustice. He would welcome war. He turned brusquely and lit the chandelier. On the table beneath it lay the writing-case that Hilda had given to George, and the edition of Matthew Arnold that she had given to Edwin for a Christmas present. One of Edwin's Christmas presents to her, an ermine stole, she was wearing round her neck. Tragic absurdities, these false tokens of love. There they were, both of them in full street attire, she kneeling at the grate and he standing at the table, in the dank drawing-room which now had no resemblance to a home. Edwin said, with frigid and disdainful malevolence, "I wish you could control yourself, Hilda. The fact that a servant's a bit late on Christmas Day is no reason for you to behave like a spoilt child. You're offensive." His words, righteously and almost murderously resentful, seemed to startle and frighten the very furniture, which had the air of waiting, enchanted, for disaster. Hilda turned her head and glared at Edwin. She threw back her shoulders, and her thick eyebrows seemed to meet in a passionate frown. "Yes," she said with her clear, stinging articulation, "that's just like you, that is. I lend my servant to your sister, she doesn't send her back, and it's my fault. I should have thought the Benbows twisted you round their little finger enough, without you having to insult me because of them. Goodness knows what tricks they didn't play to get your aunt's money, every penny of it. And now they make you do all the work of the estate for their benefit, and of course you do it like a lamb. You can never spare a minute from the works for me, but you can spare hours and hours for Auntie Hamp's estate and the Benbows. It's always like that." She paused and spoke more thickly. "But I don't see why you should insult me on the top of it." Her features went awry. She sobbed. "You make me ill," said Edwin savagely. He walked out of the room and pulled the door to. George was descending the stairs. "Where are you going to, uncle?" demanded George as Edwin opened the front door. "I'm going down to see Auntie Maggie," Edwin answered, forcing himself to speak very gently. "Tell your mother if she asks." The boy guessed the situation. It was humiliating that he should guess it, and still more humiliating to be compelled to make use of him in the fatal affair. 5. He walked at a moderate pace down Trafalgar Road. He did not know where he was going. Certainly he was not going to see Maggie. He had invented the visit to Maggie instantly in answer to George's question, and he could not understand why he had invented it. Maggie would be at Clara's, and, in a misfortune, he would never go to Clara's. Only when he was successful and triumphant could he expose himself to the Bembos. The weather was damp and chill, without rain. The chilliness was rather tonic and agreeable to his body, and he felt quite warm, though on getting down from the dog-cart a few minutes earlier he had been cold almost to the point of numbness. He could not remember how nor when the change had occurred. Every street lamp was the centre of a greenish-grey sphere, which presaged rain as though the street lamp were the moon. The pavements were greasy with black slime, the road deep in lamp-reflecting mire through which the tram lines ran straight and gleaming. Far down the slope, a cage of light moving obscurely between the glittering avenue of lamps indicated the steam tram as it lifted towards the further hill into the heart of the town. Where the lamps merged together and vanished, but a little to the left, the illuminated dial of the clock in the town hall tower glowed in the dark heavens. The street was deserted. No signal boys, no ragged girls staring into sweet shops, no artisans returning from work, no rattling carts, no vehicles of any kind save the distant tram. All the little shops were shut. Even the little greengrocer's shop, which never closed, was shut now, and its customary winter smell of oranges and apples withdrawn. The little inns, not yet open, showed through their lettered plate windows one watching jet of gas amid blue and red paper festoons and bunches of holly. The gloomy fronts of nearly all the houses were pierced with oblongs of light, on which sometimes appeared transient shadows of human beings. A very few other human beings, equally mysterious, passed furtive and baffling up and down the slope. Melancholy, familiar, inexplicable, and piteous, the melancholy of existence itself, rose like a vapour out of the sodden ground, ennobling all the scene. The lofty disk of the town hall clock, solitary in the sky, was somehow so heart-rending, and the lives of the people both within and without the houses seemed to be so woven of futility and sorrow, that the menace of eternity grew intolerable. Edwin's brain throbbed and shook like an engine-house in which the machinery was his violent thoughts. He no longer saw his marriage as a chain of disconnected episodes. He saw it as a drama, the true meaning of which was at last revealed by the climax now upon him. He had had many misgivings about it, and had put them away, and they all swept back, presenting themselves as a series of signs that pointed to inevitable disaster. He had been blind from wilfulness or cowardice. He now had vision. He had arrived at honesty. He said to himself, as millions of men and women have said to themselves with awestruck calm, "My marriage was a mistake." And he began to face the consequences of the admission. He was not such a fool as to attach too much importance to the immediate quarrel, nor even to the half-suppressed but supreme dissension concerning a place of residence. He assumed even that the present difficulties would somehow, with more or less satisfaction, be adjusted. What, however, would not and could not be adjusted was the temperament that produced them. Those difficulties, which had been preceded by smaller difficulties, would be followed by greater. It was inevitable. To hope otherwise would be weakly sentimental, as his optimism during the vigil in Auntie Hamp's bedroom had been weakly sentimental. He must face the truth. She won't alter her ways, and I shan't stand them. No matter what their relations might in future superficially appear to be, their union was over. Or, if it was not actually over, it soon would be over, for the forces to shatter it were uncontrollable and increasing in strength. Of course she can't help being herself, he said impartially. "But what's that got to do with me?" His indictment of his wife was terrific and not to be answered. She had always been a queer girl. On the first night he ever saw her, she had run after him into his father's garden, and stood with him in the garden porch that he had since done away with, and spoken to him in the strangest manner. She was abnormal. The dismal and perilous adventure with George Cannon could not have happened to a normal woman. She could not see reason, and her sense of justice was non-existent. If she wanted a thing, she must have it. In reality, she was a fierce and unscrupulous egotist, incapable of understanding a point of view other than her own. Imagine her bursting out like that about Auntie Hamp's will. It showed how her mind ran. That Auntie Hamps had an absolute right to dispose of her goods as she pleased, that there was a great deal to be said for Auntie Hamp's arrangements, that in any case the Benbows were not to blame, that jealousy was despicable and the mark of a mean mind, that the only dignified course for himself was to execute the trust imposed upon him without complaining. These things were obvious, but not to her. No human skill could ever induce her to grant them. She did not argue, she felt, and the disaster was that she did not feel rightly. Imagine her trying to influence Ingpen's housekeeping to worry the man, she the guest and he the host. What would she say if anybody played the same game on her? She could not be moderate. She expected every consideration from others, but she would yield none. She desired a horse and trap. She had received it. And how had she used the gift? She had used it in defiance of the needs of the works. She had upset everybody and everything, and assuredly Unspin had a very legitimate grievance. She had said that she could not feel at home in her own house while the house belonged to Maggie. Edwin had obediently bought the house, and now she wanted another house. She scorned her husband's convenience and preferences, and she wanted a house that was preposterously inaccessible. The satisfaction of her caprice for a dog-cart had not in the slightest degree appeased her egotism. On the contrary, it had further excited her egotism and sharpened its aggressiveness. And by what strange infantile paths had she gone about the enterprise of shifting Edwin into the country? Not a frank word to Edwin of the house she had found and decided upon. Silly rumours of a surprise. And she had counted upon the presence of Ingpen to disarm Edwin and to tie his hands. The conspiracy was simply childish. And because Edwin had at once shown his distaste for her scheme, she had taken offence. Her acrimony had gradually increased throughout the day, hiding for a time under malicious silences and enigmatic demeanours, darting out in remarks to third persons and drawing back, and at last displaying itself openly, cruelly, monstrously. The injustice of it all passed belief. There was no excuse for Hilda, and there never would be any excuse for her. She was impossible. She would be still more impossible. He did not make her responsible. He admitted that she was not responsible, but at the same time, with a disdainful and cold resentment, he condemned and hated her. He recalled Ingpen's, "I won't pay the price." "And I won't," he said. "The end has come." He envied Ingpen. And there flitted through his mind the dream of liberty. Not the liberty of ignorant youth, but liberty with experience and knowledge to use it. Ravishing prospect. Marriage had advantages, but he could retain those advantages in freedom. He knew what a home ought to be. He had the instinct of the interior. He considered that he could keep house as well as any woman, and better than most. He was not, in that respect, at all like Ingpen, who suffered from his inability to produce and maintain comfort. He remembered Ingpen's historic habitual phrase about the proper place for women, "behind the veil." It was a phrase which intensely annoyed women, but nevertheless, how true. And Ingpen had put it into practice. Ingpen, even of the banal 5 Towns, had shown the way. He saw the existence of males, with its rationality and its dependableness, its simplicity, its directness, its honesty, as something ideal. And, as he pictured such an existence, with or without the romance of mysterious and interesting creatures ever modestly waiting for attention behind the veil, further souvenirs of Hilda's wilful naughtiness and injustice rushed into his mind by thousands. In formulating to himself his indictment against her, he had overlooked 90% of them. They were endless, innumerable. He marshalled them again and again with the fiercest virulence, the most sombre gloom, with sardonic, bitter pleasure. In the hollow where Trafalgar Road begins to be known as Duck Bank, he turned to the left, and, crossing the foot of Woodison Bank, arrived at one of the oldest quarters of the town, where St. Luke's Church stands in its churchyard amid a triangle of little ancient houses. By the light of a new and improved gas lamp at the churchyard gates could be seen the dark silhouette of the Norman tower, and the occasional white gleam of gravestones. One solitary couple, arm in arm, and bending slightly towards each other, came sauntering in the mud past the historic national schools towards the illumination of the lamp. The man was a volunteer, with a brilliant vermilioned tunic, white belt, and black trousers. He wore his hat jauntily and carried a diminutive cane. Pride was his warm overcoat. The girl was stout and short, with a heavily flowered hat and a dark, amorphous cloak. Under her left arm she carried a parcel. They were absorbed in themselves. Edwin discerned first the man's face, in which was gentle and harmless coxcombry, and then the girl's face, ecstatic, upward-gazing, seeing absolutely naught but the youth. It was Emmy's face, as Edwin perceived after a momentary doubt due to his unfamiliarity with the inhabitants of his own house. Emmy, so impatiently and angrily awaited by her mistress, had lost her head about her uniform. Emmy, whose place was in the kitchen among saucepans and crockery, dishclouts and brushes, had escaped into another realm where time is not. That she had no immediate intention of returning to the kitchen was shown by the fact that she was moving deliberately in a direction away from it. She was not pretty, for Hilda had perforce long since ceased to insist upon physical charm in her servants. She was not even young. She was probably older than the adored soldier. But her rapt ecstasy, her fearful bliss, made a marvellous sight, rendered touching by the girl's coarse gawkiness. It seemed lamentable, pathetic, to Edwin that destiny should not permit her to remain forever in that dream. Can it be possible, he thought, that a creature capable of such surpassing emotion is compelled to cook my bacon and black my boots? The couple, wordless, strolled onwards, sticking close to the railings. The churchyard was locked, but Emmy and the soldier were doing the best they could to satisfy that instinct which in the Five Towns seems to drive lovers to graves for their pleasure. The little houses cast here and there a blind yellow eye on the silent and tranquil scene. Edwin turned abruptly back into Woodison Bank, feeling that he was a disturber of the peace. Suddenly deciding to walk up to Hillport for the sake of the exercise, he quickened his pace. After a mile and a half, when he had crossed the railway at Shawport and was on the Hillport Rise, and the Five Towns had begun to spread out in a map behind him, he noticed that he was perspiring. He very seldom perspired, and therefore he had the conviction that the walk was doing him good. He felt exhilarated and moved still faster. His mood was now changed. The spectacle of Emmy and the soldier had thrown him violently out of resentment into wonder. His indignation was somewhat exhausted, and though he tried again and again to flick it back into full heat and activity, he could not. He kept thinking of the moment in the morning when, standing ready to jump from the dog-cart, his wife had said, "Catch me, both of you," and he recalled vividly the sensation of her acquiescence, her momentary yielding, imperceptible yet unforgettable, as he supported her strongly in his arms. And with this memory was mingled the smell of velvet. Strange that a woman so harsh, selfish, and overbearing could thus contradict her whole character in an instant of surrender. Was she in that gesture confiding to him the deepest secret? Rubbish. But now he no longer looked down on her disdainfully. Honesty made him admit that it was puerile to affect disdain of an individuality so powerful and so mysterious. If she was a foe, she was at any rate a dangerous fighter, and not to be played with. And yet she could be a trifle, a wisp of fragile flesh in his arms. He saw the beatific face of Emmy against the churchyard gates under the lamp. Why not humour Hilda? Why not let her plant their home according to her caprice? Certainly not. Never would he do it. Why should he? Time after time he angrily rejected the idea. Time after time it return? What did it matter to Hilda where she lived? And had he not bought their present house solely in order to please her? The first consideration in choosing a home ought to be, and must be, the consideration of business convenience. Yet what did it matter to him where his home was? He remembered a phrase of Ingpen's. "I don't live on that plane." Could he not adapt himself? He dreamt of very rapid transit between Ladderedge Hall and the works. Motor cars had just become lawful, but he had never happened to see one, though he had heard of several in the district or passing through. His imagination could not rise so high as a motor car. That he could ever use or possess one did not even occur to him. He thought only of a fast-trotting horse and a trap with india-rubber tires, himself the driver, sometimes Hilda the driver, an equipage to earn renown in the district, Clayhanger's trap. He drives in from Ladderedge in 35 minutes. The horse simply won't walk, doesn't know how to. And so on. He had heard such talk of others. Why should not others hear it of him? Then the pleasure, the mere pleasure, call it sensual or what you like, of granting a caprice to that capricious creature. If a thing afforded her joy, why not give it? To see her in the role of mistress of a country house, delicately horsey, excited about charitable schemes, protecting the poor, working her will upon gardeners and grooms, stamping her foot in the violence of her resolution to have her own way, offering sugar to a horse, nursing a sick dog, amusing, agreeable, and all that activity of hers a mere dependence of his own, flattering to his pride. He could afford it easily, for he was richer even than his wife supposed. To let the present house ought not to be difficult. To sell it advantageously ought not to be impossible. In this connection he thought, though not seriously, of Tom Swetnam, who had at last got himself engaged to one of those Scandinavian women about whom he had been chaffed for years. Tom would be wanting an abode, and probably a good one. He was carried away by his own dream. To realize that dream he had only to yield, to nod negligently, to murmur with benevolent tolerance, "All right, do as you please." He would have nothing to withdraw, for he had uttered no refusal. Not a word had passed between them as to Ladderedge Hall since they had quitted it. He had merely said that he did not like it, poured cold water on it, as the phrase was. True, his demeanour had plainly intimated that he was still opposed in principle to the entire project of living in the country, but a demeanour need not be formally retracted. It could be negatives without any humiliation. No, he would never yield, though yielding seemed to open up a pleasant, a delicious prospect. He could not yield. It would be wrong, and it would be dangerous to yield. Had he not already quite clearly argued out with himself the whole position? And yet, why not yield? He was afraid, as before a temptation. He recrossed the railway, and crossed Fowley Brook, a boundary, back into the borough. The dark path lay parallel with the canal, but below it. He had gone right through Hillport and round Hillport Marsh, and returned down the flank of the great ridge that protects the Five Towns on the west. He could not recollect the details of the walk. He only knew that he had done it all, that time and the miles had passed with miraculous rapidity, and that his boots were very muddy. A change in the consistency of the mud caused him to look up at the sky, which was clearing and showed patches of faint stars. A frost had set in, despite the rainy prophecy of street lamps. In a few moments he had climbed the short, steep, curving slope on to the canal bridge. He was breathless and very hot. He stopped and sat on the parapet. In his school days he had crossed this bridge twice a day on the journey to and from Oldcastle. Many times he had lingered on it. But he had forgotten the little episodes of his school days, which seemed now almost to belong to another incarnation. He did, however, recall that as a boy he could not sit on the parapet unless he vaulted up to it. He thought he must have been ridiculously small and boyish. The lights of Bursley, Bleakridge, Hambridge, and Calden hung round the eastern horizon in an arc. To the north presided the clock of Bursley Town Hall, and to the south the clock of Calden Church, but both were much too far off to be deciphered. Below and around the church clock the vague fires of Calden Bar Iron Works played, and the tremendous respiration of the blast furnaces filled the evening. Beneath him gleamed the foul water of the canal. He trembled with the fever that precedes a supreme decision. He trembled as though he was about to decide whether or not he would throw himself into the canal. Should he accept the country house scheme? Ought he to accept it? The question was not simply that of a place of residence. It concerned all his life. End of Part 2 of Book 3, Chapter 20. Part 3 of Book 3, Chapter 20 of These Twain by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Part 3 of Book 3, Chapter 20. He admitted that marriage must be a mutual accommodation. He was, and always had been, ready to accommodate. But Hilda was unjust, monstrously unjust. Of that he was definitely convinced. Well, perhaps not monstrously unjust, but very unjust. How could he excuse such injustice as hers? He obviously could not excuse it. On previous occasions he had invented excuses for her conduct, but they were not convincing excuses. They were compromises between his intellectual honesty and his desire for peace. They were, at bottom, sentimentalism. And then there flashed into his mind, complete, the great discovery of all his career. It was banal, it was commonplace, it was what everyone knew. Yet it was the great discovery of all his career. If Hilda had not been unjust in the assertion of her own individuality, there could be no merit in yielding to her. To yield to a just claim was not meritorious, though to withstand it would be wicked. He was objecting to injustice as a child objects to rain on a holiday. Injustice was a tremendous actuality. It had to be faced and accepted. He himself was unjust. At any rate, he intellectually conceived that he must be unjust, though honestly he could remember no instance of injustice on his part. To reconcile oneself to injustice was the master achievement. He had read it, he had been aware of it, but he had never really felt it till that moment on the dark canal bridge. He was awed, thrilled by the realization. He longed ardently to put it to the test. He did put it to the test. He yielded on the canal bridge. And in yielding, it seemed to him that he was victorious. He thought confidently and joyously, I'm not going to be beaten by Hilda, and I'm not going to be beaten by marriage. Dashed if I am. A nice thing if I had to admit that I wasn't clever enough to be a husband. He was happy, but somewhat timorously so. He had the sense to suspect that his discovery would scarcely transform marriage into an everlasting Eden, and that serious trouble would not improbably recur. Marriage keeps on all the time till you're dead, he said to himself. But he profoundly knew that he had advanced a stage, that he had acquired new wisdom and new power, and that no danger in the future could equal the danger that was past. He thought, I know where I am. It had taken him years to discover where he was. Why should the discovery occur just then? He could only suppose that the cumulative battering of experience had at length knocked a hole through his thick head and let saving wisdom in. The length of time necessary for the operation depended upon the thickness of the head. Some heads were impenetrable, and their owners came necessarily to disaster. His head was probably of an average thickness. When he got into Trafalgar Road at the summit of Bleakridge, he hesitated to enter his own house on account of the acute social difficulties that awaited him there, and passed it like a beggar who is afraid. One by one he went by all the new little streets of cottages with drawing-rooms, Minute Street, Wilcox Street, Paul Street, Oak Street, Hulton Street, and the two old little streets already partly changed, Manor Street and Higginbottom Street. Those mysterious new-coming families from nowhere were driving him out, through the agency of his wife. The Orgreaves had gone, and been succeeded by excellent people with whom it was impossible to fraternize. There were rumours that in view of Tom Swetman's imminent defection, the Swetman household might be broken up and the home abandoned. The Suttons, now that Beatrice Sutton had left the district, talked seriously of going. Only Dr. Stirling was left on that side of the road, and he stayed because he must. The once exclusive terraces on the other side were losing their quality. Old Darius Clayhanger had risen out of the mass, but he was fiercely exceptional. Now the whole mass seemed to be rising under the action of some strange leaven, and those few who by intelligence, by manners, or by money counted themselves select, were fleeing as from an inundation. Edwin had not meant to join in the exodus, but he too would join it. Destiny had seized him. Let him be as democratic in spirit as he would, his fate was to be cut off from the democracy, with which, for the rest, he had very little of speech or thought or emotion in common, but in which, from an implacable sense of justice, he was religiously and unchangeably determined to put his trust. He braced himself, and mounting the steps of the porch felt in his pocket for his latch-key. It was not there. Hilda had taken it and not returned it. She never did return it when she borrowed it, and probably she never would. He had intended to slip quietly into the house and prepare, if possible, an astute opening to minimize the difficulty of the scenes which must inevitably occur. For his dignity would need some protection. In the matter of his dignity, he wished that he had not said quite so certainly to Ingpen, "I shan't take that house." With every prim formality, Emmy answered his ring. She was wearing the mask and the black frock and the white apron and cap of her vacation. Not the slightest trace of the beatified woman in the flowered hat under the lamp at the gates of the churchyard. No sign of a heart or of passion or of ecstasy. Incredible creatures. They were all incredible. He thought, nervous. I shall meet Hilda in half a second. George ran into the hall wearing his new green shade over his eyes. "Here he is, Mother!" cried George. "I say, Nunks, Emmy brought up a parcel for you from Uncle Albert and Auntie Clara. Here it is. It wasn't addressed outside, so I opened it." He indicated the hall table, on which, in a bed of tissue paper and brown paper, lay a dreadful flat inkstand of blue glass and bronze, with a card, "Best wishes to Edwin from Albert and Clara." George and Edwin gazed at each other with understanding. "Just my luck, isn't it, Sonny?" said Edwin. "It's worse than last year's." "You poor dear," said Hilda, appearing, all smiles and caressing glances. She was in a pale grey dress. "Whatever shall you do with it? You know you'll have to put it on view when they come up. Emmy," to the maid vanishing into the kitchen, "we'll have supper now." "Yes," said Edwin to himself, with light but sardonic tolerance. "Yes, my lady. You're all smiles because you're bent on getting Ladderedge Hall out of me, but you don't know what a near shave you've had of getting something else." He was elated. The welcome of his familiar home was beautiful to him, and the incalculable woman with a single gesture had most unexpectedly annihilated the unpleasant past and its consequences. He could yield upon the grand contention how and when he chose. He had his acquiescence waiting like a delightful surprise for Hilda. As he looked at her lovingly, with all her crimes of injustice thick upon her, he clearly realized that he saw her as no other person saw her, and that, because it was so, she in her entirety was indispensable to him. And when he tried to argue impartially and aloofly with himself about rights and wrongs, asinine reason was swamped by an entirely irrational and wise joy in the simple fact of the criminal's existence. 6. In the early spring of 1897 there was an evening party at the Clayhangers, but it was not called a party. It was not even called a reception. The theory of the affair was that Hilda had just asked a few people to come in without any fuss. The inhabitants of the Five Towns had, and still have, an aversion for every sort of formal hospitality, or indeed for any hospitality other than the impulsive and the haphazard. One or two fathers with forceful daughters, agitated by newly revealed appetites in themselves, might hire a board schoolroom in January and give a dance, at which sharp exercise and hot drinks alone kept bodies warm in the icy atmosphere. Also, musical and dramatic societies and games clubs would have annual conversaziones and dances, which, however, were enterprises of cooperation rather than of hospitality. Beyond these semi-public entertainments, there was almost nothing in the evening, save card parties and the small regular reunions of old friends who had foregathered on a certain night of the week for whisky or tea and gossip ever since the beginning of time, and would continue to do so till some coffin or other was ordered. Every prearranged assemblage comprising more than 2 persons beyond the family was a function, a term implying both contempt and respect for ceremonial, and no function could be allowed to occur without an excuse for it, such as an anniversary. The notion of deliberately cultivating human intercourse for its own sake would have been regarded as an affectation approaching snobbishness. Hundreds of well-to-do and socially unimpeachable citizens never gave or received an invitation to a meal. The reason of all this was not meanness, for no community outside America has more generous instincts than the Five Towns. It was merely a primitive self-consciousness striving to conceal itself beneath breezy disdain for those more highly developed manners which it read about with industry and joy in the weekly papers, but which it lacked the courage to imitate. The break-up of the Orgreave household had been a hard blow to the cult of hospitality in Bleakridge. Lane End House in the old days was a creative centre of hospitality. For the force of example, the desire to emulate, and of the necessity of paying in kind for what one has permitted oneself to receive, will make hosts of those who by their own initiative would never have sent out an invitation. When the Orgreaves vanished, sundry people in Bleakridge were discouraged, and particularly Edwin and Hilda, whose musical evenings had never recovered from the effect of the circumstances of the first one. They entertained only by fits and starts, when Hilda happened to remember that she held a high position in the suburb. Hilda was handicapped by the fact that she could not easily strike up friendships with other women. She had had one friend, and after Janet's departure she had fully confided in no woman. Moreover, it was only at intervals that Hilda felt the need of companionship. Her present party was due chiefly to what Edwin, in his more bitter moods, would have called snobbishness, to wit, partly a sudden resolve not to be outshone by the Swetnams, who in recent years, as the younger generation of the family grew up, had beyond doubt increased their ascendancy, and partly the desire to render memorable the last months of her residence in Bleakridge. The list of Hilda's guests, and the names absent from it, gave an indication of the trend of social history. The Bembos were not asked. The relatives of the 2 families remained as friendly as ever they were, but the real breach between them, caused by profound differences of taste and intelligence, was now complete. Maggie would have been asked, had she not refused in advance from a motive of shyness. In all essential respects, Maggie had been annexed by Clara and Albert. She had given up Auntie Hamp's house, of which the furniture had been either appropriated or sold, and gone to live with the Bembos as a working aunt. This in spite of Albert's default in the matter of interest. She forewent her rights, slept in a small room with Amy, paid a share of the household expenses, and did the work of a nursemaid and servant combined, simply because she was Maggie. She might, had she chosen, have lived in magnificence with the Clayhangers, but she would not face the intellectual and social strain of doing so. Jim Orgreave was not invited. Briefly, he had become impossible, though he was still well dressed. More strange, Tom Orgreave and his wife had only been invited after some discussion, and had declined. Tom was growing extraordinarily secretive, solitary, and mysterious. It was reported that Mrs. Tom had neither servant nor nursemaid, and that she dared not ask her husband for money to buy clothes. Yet Edwin and Tom, when they met in the street, always stopped for a talk, generally about books. Daisy Marion, who said openly that Tom and Mrs. Tom were a huge disappointment to everybody, was invited, and she accepted. Janet Orgreave had arrived in Bursley on a visit to the Clayhangers on the very day of the party. The Cheswoodines were asked, mainly on account of Stephen, whose bluff, utterly unintellectual, profound good nature, and whose adoration of his wife, were gradually endearing him to the perceptive. Mr. and Mrs. Ferns were requested to bring their daughter Annunziata, now almost marriageable, and also Mademoiselle Renée Souchon, the French governess, newly arrived in the district of the Ferns' younger children. Folks hinted their astonishment that Alma Ferns should have been imprudent enough to put so exotic a woman under the same roof with her husband. Ingpen needed no invitation. Nothing could occur at the Clayhangers without him. Dr. Stirling was the other mature bachelor. Finally in the catalogue were 4 Swetnams, the vigorous and acute Sarah, who was a mere acquaintance, aged 25, Tom Swetnam and 2 younger brothers. Tom had to bring with him the prime excuse for the party, namely Miss Manna Host of Copenhagen, to whom Hilda intended to show that the Swetnams were not the only people on earth. There were thus 8 women, 8 men, who put on evening dress out of respect for the foreigner, and George. At 11 o'clock, when the musical part of the entertainment was over, Miss Host had already fully secured for herself the position which later she was to hold as the wife of Tom Swetnam. Bleakridge had been asked to meet her and inspect her, and the opinion of Bleakridge was soon formed that Copenhagen must be a wondrous and a romantic place, and that Tom Swetnam knew his way about. In the earliest years, when the tourist agencies first discovered the advertising value of the phrase "Land of the Midnight Sun," Tom, the adventurous, had made the Scandinavian round trip, and each subsequent summer he had gone off again in the same direction. The serpents of the Hambridge and the Bursley Conservative Clubs, and of the bar of the Five Towns Hotel, had wagered that there was a woman at the bottom of it. There was. He met her, Marienlyst, the watering hole near Hersingor, called by the tourist agencies Elsinore. Manna Host was 23, tall and athletically slim, and more blonde than any girl ever before seen in the Five Towns. She had golden hair, and she wore white. It was understood that she spoke Danish, Swedish, and Norwegian. She talked French with facility to René Souchon, and Tom said that her knowledge of German surpassed her knowledge of either French or English. She spoke English excellently, with a quaint, endearing accent, but with correctness. Sometimes she would use an idiom, picked up from the Swetnam boys, exquisitely unaware that it was not quite suited to the lips of a young woman in a strange drawing-room. Her innocence, however, purified it. She sang classical songs in German with dramatic force, and she could play accompaniments. She was thoroughly familiar with all the music hauntingly performed by Ingpen, Janet, Annunziata, and young George. Ingpen was very seriously interested in her views thereon. She knew about the French authors from whose works René Souchon chose her recitations, and, standing up at the buffet table in the dining-room, she had fabricated astounding sandwiches in the Danish style. She stated that Danish cooks reckoned 93 sorts of sandwiches. She said in her light, eager voice, apropos of cooking, "There is one thing I cannot understand. I cannot understand why you English throw your potatoes to melt in cold water for an hour before you boil them." "Nor I," interjected René Souchon. No other woman standing round the table had ever conceived the propriety of boiling potatoes without first soaking them in cold water, and Manna was requested to explain. "Because," she said, it lets go the salts of potassium which are so necessary for the physical development of the body." Whereupon Tertius Ingpen had been taken by one of his long crescendo laughs, a laugh that ended by his being bent nearly double below the level of the table. Everybody was much impressed, and Ingpen himself not the least. Ingpen wondered what a girl so complex could see in a man like Tom Swetnam, who, although he could talk about the arts, had no real feeling for any of them. But what impressed the company even more than Miss Host's accomplishments was the candid fervour of her comprehensive interest in life, which was absolutely without self-consciousness or fear. She talked with the same disarming, ingenuous, eager directness to hard-faced Charles Ferns, the secret rake, to his wife, the ageing and sweetly sad mother of a family, to René Souchon, who, despite her plainness and her rumoured bigotry, seemed to attract all the men in the room by something provocative in her eye and the carriage of her hips, to the simple and powerful Stephen Cheswardine, to Vera, the delicious and elegant cat, to Dr. Stirling with his Scotch mysticism, and to Tertius Ingpen, the connoisseur and avowed bachelor. She spoke to Hilda, Janet, and Daisy Marion as one member of a secret sisterhood to other members, to Annunziata as a young girl, and to George as an initiated sister. She left them to turn to Edwin with a trustful glance as to one whose special reliability she had divined from the first. "Have a liqueur, Miss Host," Edwin enjoined her. In a moment she was sipping Chartreuse. "I love it," she murmured. But somehow, beneath all such freedoms and frankness, she did not cease to be a maiden with reserves of mystery. Her assumption that nobody could misinterpret her demeanour was remarkable to the English observers, and far more so to René Souchon. All gazed at her piquant blonde face, scarcely pretty, with its ardent, restless eyes, and felt the startling compliment of her quick, searching sympathy. And she, tinglingly aware of her success, proved easily equal to the ordeal of it. Only at rare intervals did she give a look at the betrothed, as if for confirmation of her security. As for Tom, he was positively somewhat unnerved by the brilliance of the performance. He left her alone, without guidance, as a ringmaster who should stand aside during a turn and say, "See this marvel, I am no longer necessary." When people glanced at him after one of her effects, he would glance modestly away, striving to hide from them his illusion that he himself had created the bewitching girl. At 11:30, when the entire assemblage passed into the drawing-room, she dropped onto the piano-stool and began a Waldteufel waltz with irresistible seductiveness. Hilda's heart leaped. In a minute the carpet was up, and the night, which all had supposed to be at an end, began. At nearly 1 o'clock in the morning, the party was moving strongly by its own acquired momentum, and needed neither the invigoration nor the guidance which hosts often are compelled to give. Hilda, having finished a schottische with Dr. Stirling, missed Janet from the drawing-room. Leaving the room in search of her, she saw Edwin with Tom Swetnam and the glowing manner at the top of the stairs. "Hello," she called out. "What are you folks doing?" Manner's light laugh descended like a shower of crystals. "Just taking a constitutional," Edwin answered. Hilda waved to them in passing. She was extremely elated. Among other agreeable incidents was the success of her new black lace frock. Edwin's voice pleased her. It was so calm, wise, and kind, and at the same time mysteriously ironical. She occasionally admitted, at the sound of that voice when Edwin was in high spirits, that she had never been able to explore completely the more withdrawn arcana of his nature. He had behaved with perfection that evening. She admitted that he was the basis of the evening, that without him she could never have such triumphs. It was strange that a man, by spending so many hours per day at her works, could create the complicated ease and luxury of a home. She perceived how steadily and surely he had progressed since their marriage, and how his cautiousness always justified itself, and how he had done all that he had said he would do. And she had a vision of that same miraculous creative force of his at work, by her volition, in the near future upon Ladderedge Hall. Her mood became a strange compound of humility before him, and of self-confident pride in her own power to influence him. In the boudoir, Janet was reclining in the sole easy-chair. Dressed in grey, she had abandoned white, she was as slim as ever, and did not look her age. With face flushed, eyes glinting under drooping lids, and bosom heaving rather quickly, she might have passed in the half-light for a young married woman still under the excitement of matrimony, instead of a virgin of 40. "I was so done up I had to come and hide myself," she murmured in a dreamy tone. "Well, of course, you've had the journey today and everything." "I never did come across such a dancer as Charles Ferns," Janet went on. "Yes," said Hilda, standing with her back to the fire with one hand on the mantelpiece. "He's a great dancer, or at least he makes you think so. But I'm sure he's a bad man." "Yes, I suppose he is," Janet agreed with a sigh. Neither of the women spoke for a moment, and each looked away. Through the closed door came the muffled sound of the piano played by Annunziata. No melody was distinguishable, only the percussion of the bass chords beating out the time of a new mazurka. It was as if the whole house faintly but passionately pulsed in the fever of the dance. "I see you've got a Rossetti," said Janet at last, fingering a blue volume that lay on the desk. "Edwin gave it to me," Hilda replied. "He's gradually giving me all my private poets. But somehow I haven't been able to read much lately. I expect it's the idea of moving into the country that makes me restless." "But is it settled, all that?" "Of course it's settled, my dear. I'm determined to take him away." Hilda spoke of her husband as of a parcel or an intelligent bear on a chain, as loving wives may. "Right out of all this. I'm sure it'd be a good thing for him. He doesn't mind, really. He's promised me, only he wants to make sure of either selling or letting this house first. He's always very cautious, Edwin is. He simply hates doing a thing straight off." "Yes, he is rather that way inclined," said Janet. I wanted him to take Ladderedge at once, even if we didn't move into it. However, we couldn't move into it immediately because of the repairs and things. They'll take a fine time, I know. We can get it for £60 a year. And what's £60, more or less, to Edwin? It's no more than what the rent of this house would be. But no, he wouldn't. He must see where he stands with this house before he does anything else. You can't alter him, you know. The door was cautiously pushed, and Ingpen entered. "So you're discussing her," he said low, with a satiric grin. "Discussing who?" Hilda sharply demanded. "You know." "Tertius," said Hilda, "you're worse than a woman." He giggled with delight. "I suppose you mean that to be very severe." "If you wanted to know, we were talking about Ladderedge." "So apologise," added Janet, sitting up. Ingpen's face straightened, and he began to tap his teeth with his thumb. "Curious, that's just what I came in about. I've been trying to get a chance to tell you all the evening. There's somebody else after Ladderedge, a man from Axe. He's been to look over it twice this week. I thought I'd tip you the wink." Hilda stood erect, putting her shoulders back. "Have you told Edwin?" she asked very curtly. "Yes." "What did he say?" "He said it was only a dodge of the house agents to quicken things up." "And do you think it is?" "Well, I doubt it," Ingpen answered apprehensively. "That's why I wanted to warn you, his lordship being what he is." Voices, including Edwin's, could be heard in the hall. "Here, I'm not going to be caught conspiring with you," Ingpen whispered. "It's more than my place is worth." And he departed. The voices receded, and Hilda noiselessly shut the door. Everything was now changed for her by a tremendous revulsion. The beating of the measure of the mazurka seemed horrible and maddening. Her thought was directed upon Edwin with the cold fury of which only love is capable. It was not his fault that some rival was nibbling at Ladderedge, but it was his fault that Ladderedge should still be in peril. She saw all her grandiose plan ruined. She felt sure that the rival was powerful and determined, and that Edwin would let him win, either by failing to bid against him, or by mere shilly-shallying. Ladderedge was not the only suitable country residence in the county. There were doubtless many others, but Ladderedge was just what she wanted, and, more important with her, it had become a symbol. She had a misgiving that if they did not get Ladderedge, they would remain in Trafalgar Road, Bursley, for ever and ever. Yet, angry and desperate though she was, she somehow did not accuse and arraign Edwin, any more than she would have accused and arraigned a climate. He was, in fact, the climate in which she lived. A moment ago she had said, "You can't alter him." But now all the energy of her volition cried out that he must be altered. "My girl," she said, turning to Janet, "do you think you can stand a scene tomorrow?" "A scene?" Janet repeated the word guardedly. The look on Hilda's face somewhat alarmed her. "Between Edwin and me, I'm absolutely determined that we should take Ladderedge, and I don't care how much of a row we have over it." "It isn't as bad as all that," Janet softly murmured, with her skill to soothe. "Yes, it is," said Hilda violently. "I was wondering the other day, after one of your letters," Janet proceeded gently, "why, after all, you were so anxious to go into the country. I thought you wanted Edwin to be on the town council, or something of that kind. How can he do that if you're right away at a place like Stockbrook?" "So I should like him to be on the town council, but all I really want is to get him away from his business. You don't know, Janet." She spoke bitterly and with emotion. "Nobody knows except me. He'll soon be the slave of his business if he keeps on. Oh, I don't mean he stays at nights at it. He scarcely ever does. But he's always thinking about it. He simply can't bear being a minute late for it. Everything must give way to it. He takes that as a matter of course, and that's what annoys me, especially as there's no reason for it, seeing how much he trusts Big James and Simpson. I believe he'd do anything for Big James. He'd listen to Big James far sooner than he'd listen to me. Disagreeable, fawning old man, and quite stupid. Simpson isn't so bad. I tell you, Edwin only looks on his home as a nice place to be quiet in when he isn't at the works. I've never told him so, and I don't think he suspects it, but I will tell him one of these days. He's very good, Edwin is, in all the little things. He always tries to be just, but he isn't just in the big thing. He's most frightfully unjust. I sometimes wonder where he imagines I come in. Of course he'd do any mortal thing for me. except spare half a minute from the works. What do I care about money? I don't care that much about money. When there's money, I can spend it, that's all. But I prefer to be poor, and him to be rude and cross and impatient, which he scarcely ever is, than have this feeling all the time that it's the works first and everything else second. I don't mind for myself, no, really I don't, at least very little, but I do mind for him. I call it humiliating for a man to get like that. It puts everything upside down. Look at Stephen Cheswardine, for instance. There's a pretty specimen, and Edwin will be as bad as him soon. But everyone says how fond Stephen is of his wife. And isn't Edwin fond of me? Stephen Cheswardine despises his wife, only he can't do without her. That's all, and he treats her accordingly, and I shall be the same. Oh, Hilda! Yes, I shall, and I won't have it. I'd as lief be married to a man like Charles Ferns. He isn't a slave to his business anyhow. I shall get Edwin further away, and when I've got him away, I shall see he doesn't go to the works on Saturdays too. I've quite made up my mind about that. And if he isn't on the town council, he can be on the county council. That's quite as good, I hope. Never before had Hilda spoken so freely to anyone, not even to Janet. Fierce pride had always kept her self-contained, but now she had no feeling of shame at her outburst. Tears stood in her eyes, and yet she faced Janet, making no effort to hide them. "My dear," breathed the deprecating Janet, shocked out of her tepid virginal calm by a revelation of conjugal misery such as had never before been vouchsafed to her. She was thinking, how can the poor thing face her guests after this? Everybody will see that something's happened. It will be awful. She really ought to think of her position. There was a silence. The door opened with a sharp sound, and Hilda turned away her head as from the suddenly visible mouth of a cannon. The music could be heard plainly, and beneath it the dull shuffling of feet on the bare boards of the drawing-room. Manor host came in, radiant, followed by Edwin and Tom Swetnam. "Well, Hilda," said Edwin with a slight timid constraint, "I've got rid of your house for you. Here are the deluded victims." "We have seen every corner of it, Mrs. Clayhanger," said Manor host enthusiastically. "It is lovely. But how can you wish to leave it? It is so practical." Perceiving the agitation of Hilda's face, Edwin added in a lower voice to his wife, "I thought I wouldn't say anything until it was settled, for fear you might be let in for a disappointment. He'll buy it if I leave 1,500 on mortgage, so I shall. But of course he wanted her to have a good look at it first." "How unfair I am," thought Hilda as she made some banal remark to Miss Host. "Don't I know I can always rely on him?" "Mr. Clayhanger made us promise not to—" Miss Host began to explain. "It was just like him," Hilda interrupted, smiling. She had a strong desire to jump at Edwin and kiss him. She was saved. Her grandiose plan would proceed. The house sold, Edwin was bound to secure Ladderedge Hall against no matter what rival, and he would do it. But it was the realization of her power over her husband that gave her the profoundest joy. About an hour later, when everyone felt that the party was over, the guests, reluctant to leave and excited afresh by the news that the house had changed hands during the revel, were all assembled in the drawing-room. A few were seated on the chairs which, with the tables, had been pushed against the walls. George had squatted on the carpet rolled up into the hearth, where the fire was extinct. He was not wearing his green shade. The rest were grouped around Manor Host in the middle of the room. Miss Host, the future mistress of the abode, was now more than ever the centre of regard. Apparently as fresh as at the start, and picking delicately at a sweet biscuit, the flushed blonde stood answering questions about her views on England, and especially on the Five Towns. She was quite sure of herself, and utterly charming in her confidence. Annunciata Ferns envied her acutely. The other women were a little saddened by the thought of all the disillusions that inevitably lay before her. It was touching to see her glance at Tom Swetnam, convinced that she understood him to the core, and in him all the psychology of his sex. "Everybody knows," she was saying, "that the English are the finest nation, and I think the Five Towns are much more English than London. That's why I adore the Five Towns. You do not know how English you are here. It makes me laugh because you are so English and you do not know it. I love you." "You're flattering us," said Stephen Cheswardine, enchanted with the girl. Everybody waited in eager delight for her next words. Such titbits of attention and laudation did not often fall to the district. It occurred to people that, after all, the local self-conceit might not be entirely unjustified. "Ah," Manor pouted, "but you have spots." "Spots?" repeated young Paul Swetnam amid a general laugh. She turned to him. "You said there were no spots on Knight Football Club, did you not? Well, there is a spot on you English. You are dreadfully exasperating to us Danes. Oh, I mean it. You are exasperating because you will not show your feelings." "Tom, that must be one for you," said Charlie Ferns. "We're too proud," said Dr. Sterling. "No," replied Manor maliciously. "It is not pride. You are afraid to show your feelings. It is because you are cowards in that." "We aren't," cried Hilda, inspired. And, yielding to the temptation which had troubled her incessantly ever since she left the boudoir, she put her arms round Edwin and kissed him. "So there!" "Loud applause," said young George on the roll of carpet. He said it kindly, but with a certain superiority, perhaps due to the fact that he was wearing a man's long trousers for the first time that night, and that he regarded himself as already almost a Londoner. There was some hand-clapping. Edwin's eyes had seduced Hilda. Looking at them surreptitiously, she had suddenly recalled another of his tricks of goodness. When she had told him one evening that Minnie was prematurely the mother of a girl, he had said, "Well, we'll put £130 in the savings bank for the kid." £130? Whatever are you talking about?" £130. I received it from America this very morning, as ever is." And he showed her a draft on Brown, Shipley and Co. It said, "From America." He was too delicate to say, "From George Cannon." It had been a triumphant moment for him. And now, as before them all, Hilda held him to her, the delicious thought that she had power over him, that she was shaping the large contours of his existence, made her feel solemn in her bliss. And yet, simultaneously, she was reflecting with a scarcely perceptible hardness, "It's each for himself in marriage, after all, and I've got my own way." And then she noticed the whiteness of his shirt front under her chin, and that reminded her of his mania for arranging his linen according to his own ideas in his own drawer, and the absurd tidiness of his linen, and she wanted to laugh. "What a romance she has made of my life," thought Edwin, confused and blushing as she loosed him. And though he looked round with affection at the walls which would soon no longer be his, the greatness of the adventure of existence with this creature, to him unique, and the eternal expectation of some new ecstasy, left no room in his heart for a regret. He caught sight of Ingpen alone in a corner by the piano, nervously stroking his silky beard. The memory of the secret woman in Ingpen's room came back to him. Without any process of reasoning, he felt very sorry for both of them, and he was aware of a certain condescension in himself towards Ingpen. End of Part 3 of Book 3, Chapter 20. End of These Twain by Arnold Bennett.